O yan.
Morning, Rob. How are you? Kumusta ka, Gotik na? Finn, sound check. Delphine,
Yes.
sound check.
Okay.
Okay.
Will keep active like this. Here back. Like
8:30 ba yung official start? Okay. 7:50. 7:50 na, bro.
Kala ko Video lang yung pinadala. Nahanap mo dyan, wala.
Wala po. May message ko na po si Delphine pa po yung sumasagot.
Pag nagsalita ka na ko dito sa ano ko.
Hindi pa ako naka-on ng mic.
Ha?
Hindi pa ako naka-on ng mic.
Kaya naka-on ka.
Yung slide na lang yung ano.
Naka-on ka. Ako pala yung naka-on.
Or ganito, ito na lang. Itong slide na to na lang.
Yan na lang, sige. Padala mo na.
Dahil naka-on ka. Kasi, ayun, lumalabas yung...
I have
May naka...
Hello? Hello? Good morning, Go Buboy. Wala. Mic test, mic test.
Salita ka, Gob Jess.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Medyo malakas naman.
Good
Yan nga. Salita ka ulit.
Hello, good morning.
Yeah, better. Better than yesterday.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mic test.
I am ready.
Yung mamaya.
Hello. Good morning. Bakit may Oo. Ah, ku- kum- Good morning everyone. Kumusta na kayo diyan? And thank you for your sacrifices. Good morning Chairman Anton. Good morning Cha. Getting ready.
Good morning. Good morning, Southern Logan. Good morning, RC Santa Cruz. You can now turn on your videos, your cameras.
na rin sila pumasok. Sige.
Ko na lang sila mas mabilis yun kaysa hintayin nila yung
Sige. Kaysa hintayin nila yung email.
Ate sa banggit.
Oo.
Hello. Hala.
Ayan. Ay, tapos, bro, si Sheila.
Morning. Morning, go. Oh my God.
Hello, Sheila. Sheila.
Ayan, pwede. Tapos i-mute ko, ha? Mute
Can
ko.
you hear me nicely, guys?
Yes po.
Okay, okay na.
I'm
Okay na.
making a sound check.
Yes, hello. This is Charisse. Can you hear me clearly?
Hello.
Yes, hi. This is Charisse. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, Cherise, this is Mon.
Okay, hi.
How's my voice?
It's good.
Yeah, medyo hindi maganda yung aking what do you call this, earphone.
Pero it's okay naman. Pero mas
Hindi kasing klaro na sa'yo.
ay gano'n. Kasi ako naka-headset.
Okay.
Naka-headset ako. I'm using a headset kaya
Let
siguro klaro.
Let me
Yes,
change.
Mon.
Let me change, ah.
Mon.
Mm.
PP Mon.
Hello.
Past President Mon.
Yes, go po yan.
Good morning.
How's the reception ng sound?
It's great. It's great.
Okay, lang ya. Bumili ako ng bago, tapos sabog. Buti ako pala itong luma. Tira pa yung isang headset. Yung pang gumagana. Anyway, what's important is I'm coming in loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mag-mute na ako and then I'll just stand by. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
PP Mon.
Good morning, everybody. So can you hear my voice? Is it
Yes.
clear?
Yes, very loud and clear.
Okay, thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Hello po.
Oh, yan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, PP June, yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Loud and clear. Thank you very much. We already have.
PDG June.
Yeah.
Morning. Good morning. Mic test. Is it clear? Yes,
Yes.
PDG June.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Okay. O, just like Mon, mute muna ako. Alam mo, DISTAS din namin, Gob Oyan DISTAS din namin.
Oo nga, narinig ko. So, lilipat ka.
Actually, nakaano na rin ako doon, 2 device. So, malakas lang talaga yung 3790.
At siyempre naman.
Hindi ako
Siyempre
makatanggi
naman. Yes, thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
John, nagari ka ngayon.
Sabi nga nila, bawi-bawian lang yan. Oyan binabawian ako ni Oyan.
Ako naman, next week naman sa'yo.
Anyway, andyan naman si Mon. Kaming dalawa. Mga kami, supporter kami ng 3790.
Good morning, Gob June Parkon.
Naka-hook ka na ba doon sa kabila?
Hindi, nag-single lang ako. Mahirap yung multitasking.
Ay, di ako, 2 device. Kundi, mahirap talaga.
Oo.
Hindi
Hindi ako makapag-concentrate. Parang babae rin yan, dapat one after another.
Gano'n. Buti na lang, wala pa nakikinig, ano?
Kaya malakas ang loob ko, tulog pa rin asawa ko.
Gov June, there's already about 500 plus listening to you right now.
Oh, come on.
Yes.
Are we live already?
Yes, we are live. We are 1,500 in total. And yesterday we had over 1,000 views in YouTube and Facebook.
Oh. I'm so excited.
Yeah, so naririnig yung mga sinasabi nyo lahat ngayon. Okay, so
kaya hindi na ako magsasalita.
Good morning, partner June. Good morning, partner June.
Oy, my partner, EMGA Jess. Okay, nice to hear your voice, loud and clear.
And good morning, paring Pipi Mon.
Jess, nabasa mo sa chat yung greetings ko? Pumapasok ba?
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, good. Ano nalalaman kung gaano karami na ang views?
There's a special request here, no? May nagpapabati daw from a special caller who just called me right now to past President Mon and PD Jujun from past District Governor JP Kadaing.
Oh, our good friend JP.
And shout out kay past President Sifagar. He's watching right now from Los Angeles. Okay, so we're worldwide. Worldwide na tayo. Good morning, PDG Jess. How are you this morning?
I'm okay, pare.
Okay, good. Good.
I like your new haircut.
Oh yes, nagpagupit ako para dito lang.
Hindi ko nabanggit kahapon eh.
Here's good morning, past President Melvin from Angeles, Melvin Panlilio. Good morning from the Rotary Club of Baguio. Okay, good morning, Doggy. Thank you. Sagot na sagot yung aso.
Good morning everyone.
Good morning, Gov Jess. How are you this morning?
Good morning from the Rotary Club of Villa de Bacolor. Thank you.
Good morning from the Rotary Club of Pampanga Cosmopolitan. Nagpapa-shoutout sila.
Good morning. Okay
And,
ba yung
Gov?
sound ko ngayon, Gov?
Yes, it's a lot better today, this morning, Gov. Thank you. Thank you for fixing your microphone. Gov, may nag-greet sa'yo dito, RC Central Pampanga, si Pipi Love. Kaka-birthday lang yan. Ito, mga taga Rotary Club of San Juan, La Union. RC Baguio South, bigla sila. RC Southern La Union. RC Metro Olongapo, RC Dau. Abang bilis nila mag-type. Rotary Club of Orani, Rotary Club of Lawag Sunshine, Rotary Club of Bayambang, Rotary Club of Urdaneta. They are all here this morning to greet us. Nagsha-shoutout sila sa chat.
Hello from the Rotary Club of Agoo. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay na yung kuryente nyo dyan, AG?
Good morning from the Rotary Club of Downtown Session.
Okay.
Big shout out to past District Governor Digna Ragasa and the Rotary Club of Vigan.
Ito, Rotary Club of Clark Freeport Zone.
Rotary Club of Metro San Fernando, La Union.
Ayan,
at ang napakagandang Asik Sheila Dakanay.
Nako, napakaganda niyan, bro. She's super beautiful.
Talaga? Thank you.
Magandang araw namin. Nandiyan pala siya.
Clarkfield daw, Clarkfield.
Sumagot.
Paki-shout out. Midtown Tarlac.
Ayan.
Magandang area secretary.
Ang ganda mo rin, Juntol.
Sila.
Mabalacat Clark, shout out.
Good morning, RC Metro Rosario, La Union.
Cluster ko yan.
Sila.
Rotary Club of Iba. Si past President Offie Wang, kumusta na po kayo dyan? Wala ba tayong pamax dyan? Wala ba tayong fried chicken?
Cluster 4B, good morning.
Sheila Marie.
Hey, good morning.
Yes, Titi Mon.
Sheila, paki-text nga sa messenger uli yung listahan ng TRH.
Si Saru. How are you? Long time no see.
Yung listahan ng TRH.
Time check, we're 1 minute 30 seconds to start. Time
Hindi ko
check.
makita.
We are now 1,051 views, 30 likes, 2 unlikes. Mama, may 2 unlikes. Sino kaya yung 2 na nag-unlike? Wow! But we are now 1,051 views as of the moment in YouTube. Wow, very historic event.
1 minute 30 seconds to start.
Good morning, TV Mon.
We are now 1,051 views, 30 likes, 2 unlikes. Mama, may 2 unlikes. Sino kaya yung 2 na nag-unlike?
At 0-0.
everyone.
7, 5, 4, 3, 1, go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready? Fellow Rotarians, welcome to the second day of District Assembly 2020 for District 3790, the first high-definition virtual assembly of District 3790, powered by Zoom and simulcasted live in Facebook and YouTube. My fellow Rotarians, without much further delay, our District Governor-elect, Jesus Jess Sama. Governor Jess, take it away.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Our second day of DISTAS, I am now declaring the resumption of DISTAS 2021. Good morning, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, District Governor Jess. May I request all Rotarians, if we can put ourselves in the presence of the Lord, and with a prayer, I call on past President Jun Tolentino of the Rotary Club of Angeles North.
Let us put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Father God, as we gather for the second day of our district training assembly, we foremost thank you for the gift of life that you bestow upon us. Amidst the time of this pandemic, you have kept us and our loved ones safe and has given us the opportunity to continuously be of service to our respective communities. Despite the challenges that each of us face, you turn your gracious eyes upon your humble Rotarian servants to uphold what our beloved organization represents. Guide our speakers, our technical and training team, and everyone here present as we enhance our learnings to be of better service through this training assembly. And may you guide our Rotary leaders, headed by our district governor, as we work collectively to achieve our goals for the incoming Rotary year. We thank you, Father, for giving us the help we need to make this event a success from our host club and all those that exerted their efforts and imparted their knowledge and skills. None of this would be possible without your intercession. We pray for our fellow Rotarians who were affected by COVID-19, and may those that continue to be on the front line be safe from any harm or sickness. May you continuously bless us and open more opportunities to be of service and find everything that are beautiful behind the doors of challenges. All this we ask and pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Past President June Tolentino of the Rotary Club of Angeles North, for that wonderful prayer. May I now call on Past District Governor Boboy Valles to give a few reminders for this day's event.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for a very early check-ins. And thank you also for yesterday's attendance. Ang dami-dami natin. Siguro mas marami tayo ngayon. There are still some persisting issues, concerns that we have to be reminded so that we can have a better Zoom and virtual conference today. Unang-una po, the first, we still hear some mic open even if they're not speaking. We can hear dogs, scratches. So please make sure, especially the panelists, to close your mic when you're not speaking. We still receive messages saying that they cannot enter. Just go to your email now. You'll find the tickets there. Click it and you will be able to enter for as long as you have a 5.0 Zoom version. Tama po ba? And if one of you are able to enter Zoom, please change your name into your club's name so that we can Zoom you out later in the afternoon so that the whole district may view your club if you're watching as a club. During the breakout session, there will be no YouTube. So it's very important that you are in Zoom so that you will be able to enter the breakout sessions. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat and hope you will enjoy the whole day today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Past District Governor Buboy. Just to let everyone know, we had guests yesterday not only from the Philippines. We had guests coming in from Saudi Arabia, Canada, the mainland United States, Hong Kong, South Korea, and Thailand. This is per the verification of Rotarian Delphine Tokias, who is the head of DISTAS 2020 tech team. To break the ice on our three-part plenary this morning, I now introduce to you Past President Charisse Paredes of the Rotary Club of Southern La Union to introduce our first speaker.
Okay. Good morning, fellow Rotarians. I am Past President Charisse Paredes from the Rotary Club of Southern La Union. It is my honor to introduce someone whom I only see in posters in our place, my hometown in Marikina, during national elections. Because he ran for office not once, but I can no longer remember if it's twice or thrice. And I personally believe that that his calling for service and leadership is not just for Marikina alone, but for the whole world through Rotary International. So let me run down his Rotary service and leadership story. He started his Rotary career very young. He was an interactor at the age of 15 and a Rotaractor at the age of 16. He served as a district Rotaract representative of District 3800 at the age of 23. DRR is the highest position in Rotaract, just like a governor. He became a Rotarian at the age of 26. He became a president of RC Marikina District 3800 at the age of 36. Even before serving as president of his club, he was appointed by his governor, past district governor Lina Aurelio, as the PETS chairman of his own batch of presidents in 1996. He was appointed by past district governor Lina Aurelio to 3 district positions: PETS chairman, New Generations chairman, and Urban Peace chair. He handled 3 district positions concurrent with his being president of his club. He emerged as the most outstanding president of his district during Rotary year 1996-1997. During his term, it was a banner year for his district, 3800, due to the spectacular record-breaking performance on TRF and membership growth. District 3800 emerged as the TRF champion during Rotary year 2010 to 2011 with a total collection in the amount of $355,000 and first placer on membership in terms of percentage growth for the whole Philippines, Indonesia, and Australia. He is now serving as Regional Rotary Foundation Coordinator for Zone 7A, Philippines, and Indonesia. He is a CPA lawyer by profession and happily married to International Director for Inner Wheel International, past President Zenny Farcon, with whom he has 3 children, JJ, Jolo, and Zara, all professionals in their own right. Fellow Rotarians of District 3790 and the world, let us welcome my kababayan, a true-blooded servant, the Global District Governor, RRFC past District Governor Virgilio June Farcon from the Rotary Club of Marikina, District 3800.
Thank you very much, past President Charis. May kababayan, alam mo, nakalimutan ko na yung aking history ng pagtakbo sa Marikina. Butit napaalala mo. Well, anyway, sa buhay ng tao, talagang nandun yung kagustuhang maglingkod, hindi lang sa Rotary, kundi pati na rin to become a public servant. But you know, God has so many plans for each of us, and perhaps that is not included in His plan for me. Anyway, I don't regret not winning in the election. Gusto ko nga sana kitang tanungin na Charis, binoto mo ba ako nung panahon na yon? Anyway, we were still young at that time. When I ran, I was just, I think I was just 29 years old. One of the youngest when I first ran as congressman of Marikina. Anyway, I'm supposed to be allowed to share screen. So si past President Anton or past District Governor Oyan. Okay, so now I'm allowed to share screen. Okay, can I just anyway, give me just a minute. By the way, I saw earlier yung mga idols natin sa 3790, and let me just greet some of them. I saw our EMGA, Jess Nickdow. You know, he's my boss. He used to be the RRFC, and ako yung isa sa kanyang assistant. And then I saw also, of course, past District Governor Oyan Villanueva. He's also my boss sa Rotary Coordinator Team. And I served him for 3 years. Okay. Can you see the screen now? Okay, I can see that we have some buttons here, like the chat and the Q&A. So later we will use all of this. Alam mo, lahat tayo bago dito sa technology na to. And we're just starting to have the feel of it. So I understand, Past District Governor Buboy, if there will be glitches and from time to time, we don't know what to do because hindi naman tayo millennials. At hindi naman tayo talaga pinanganak na with this kind of technology readily available. Marami sa atin ay baby boomers. So you can expect na we're still trying to feel it. Okay? And I also saw, of course, let me greet our transforming governor, Jess Sama. Congratulations on your DISTAS, the first ever virtual DISTAS of your district. And you know, this is also our DISTAS. It's happening now.
Thank you,
And,
Rob Jebs.
and talagang malakas ka lang sa akin, Gob Jess. Ewan ko kung ano nga pinakain sa akin ng 3790, but I have to be with you instead of being with my own district.
Thank
But
you
I
very
guess,
much. Thank you.
anyway, okay. Let me just see. Is everybody now on your screen? Okay. And can you see the chat? And I just want everybody to type in your chat just to let me know if everybody is listening. Just type, hello, RRFC June. Can you do that, please? Okay, I'm now looking at my screen and see. Okay. Okay, now, wow, we're in business. You know, this is the beauty of having this kind of technology. Even though we're in different places, we can still communicate and we can still make this interactive. Can I get a yes that we can make this interactive to all our, Buboy, did I get it right? More than 1,500 Rotarians right now are listening, watching our
Yes, Gob.
2020.
We are live on YouTube too.
1,500 Rotarians and spouses and friends because of the technology that we're having. I think this is the biggest, Buboy. I remember when you were holding your DISTAS in Bigan, Ilocos Sur. I was there, remember? It was a jam-packed auditorium and you even made me dance. Remember that, Buboy? By the way, I like your DISTAS in Bigan, Ilocos Sur, my first time to go there. And, you know, I miss those days that you have to travel practically 10 hours just to be able to speak for 1 hour.
Correction, Gob, hindi ikaw pinasayaw. Kami pinasayaw mo, Gob.
Ganun ba? Okay. Anyway, this is TRF. I promise no dancing. Okay? No dancing. Thank you for those who responded to that check. I call it sound check, but since we're not really seeing each other physically, it's checking through the chat. Okay? Checking through the chat. Okay. Let me just give you some rules. Okay? Since this is a webinar and this is supposed to be a learning session, of course, we will have learning objectives. Okay? And what will be those learning objectives? Let me just give a rundown. Okay? At the end of this session, of course, each one of us must be able to understand, number one, what will be your role in fundraising? You have already an idea, I'm sure. What will be your role if you're the district governor? I'm sure Jess Sama knows already his role. If you're a district officer, if you're a club president, I'm sure our transforming club presidents would like to listen on what will be their role. And of course, if you're just a plain officer of the club, and even if you're just a plain Rotarian, what will be your role? Number two, at the end of the session, we will also learn why we must give to the Rotary Foundation. And last, I'm sure everybody would like to learn what will be our strategies under the new normal, or what we call the era of virtual reality.
Okay. Okay. Think we have a minor technical difficulties. Our past President Jal, are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you. Yes, this
Yes.
happens. This
Okay.
happens. This happens.
Did you know the statistics yesterday kung ilan yung nanood sa atin?
Ilan ba yung sa YouTube? I heard we have a good record in YouTube.
Yeah, it was 1,054 according to our statistics. And wow, feel ko ng artista ngayon, bro.
Naku, mahirap maging artista.
Ha? Yeah.
Kailangan mo mag-ayos ng kilay araw-araw niyan.
Ganun ba yun?
Oo.
Anyway, yeah, we have today the next is past President Mon Dacayo. Ang dami na nagsha-shout out sa kanya.
Ano yan eh? Otherwise known as the Rotary Idol.
Yes, actually there tumitingin na siya. Can we have ayan, no?
I'm back, my friend.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I was just explaining, this can happen, this can happen. Okay. Again, my apology. I think there was a disconnection. Sometimes the internet connection becomes unstable at this time. Maraming gumagamit. Siguro I have to shut off my first device. Okay. Anyway, who should raise funds? My question, it's really whose responsibility is it to raise funds for the Rotary Foundation? Okay, again, in your chat box, tell me, whose responsibility is it to raise funds for the Rotary Foundation? Okay. I want to see some answers, please. Who do you think should be? Oh, there's here. Somebody said, ang aga, everyone. Wow. Everyone. Okay. How about the governor? Is it the responsibility of the governor to raise funds for the Rotary Foundation? Do I hear anybody saying yes? The governor? Okay. Everyone. Every Rotarian. Wow. Alam mo, pag ganyan ang mga sagot ng ating okay, we still okay, nila-launch na yung poll. Not yet, please. Not yet. Okay. Please hold on to the poll. Okay. We will do that at the end so that we will check. Okay. See answers. Whose responsibility is it to raise funds? Madaming sumagot, everyone. But, let us have a rundown on who should be responsible to raise funds. Okay. Kanina minention ko the governor. Do you agree with me that the governor should be the one responsible to raise funds for the Rotary Foundation? Anyway, after the term, everybody will look upon him or the term and his performance, di ba? For that particular year, sino tinitignan natin? The governor of 2020-2021. Siya yung ating ina-acknowledge. Don't you think he should be responsible in raising funds for the Rotary Foundation? Siya naman ang magiging sikat after all of this has passed, di ba? Who else do you think should be responsible? Aside from the district governor, who will be later on, kaya ang district governor has to work very hard for this. Because at the end, siya yung sisikat and at the same time, siya rin yung sasabihin na, sino ba yung governor ng panahon na yan? Ganun ba? Okay, hindi na ako magsasalita. So who else? How about the District Rotary Foundation Chair? Ito, may sumagot, DRFC.
Sino yan? Sino?
Okay, my good friend, past District Governor JP Kadaing, who is now on his way to the golf course. Late ka talaga, JP. Hanggang ngayon, nagda-drive ka pa rin. You should be staying already. Okay. DRFC. Bakit? Of course. DRFC is also responsible. Why not? Siya yung namamahala pagdating sa Rotary Foundation and I think he should be responsible also. Right? Who else do you think should be responsible? How about the District Annual Fund Chair? Okay. When it comes to annual fund, he's the one on top of the situation. Who else? All district officers. I'm sure when District Governor Jess thought of you as part of the team, as one of the district officers, he had this idea. All of you will be included in his team that will also raise funds for the Rotary Foundation. It's really a team effort. Okay. Who else? Somebody said club president. Yes, of course, club president. If the club presidents are listening right now, transforming presidents, if you're listening right now, can you type yes so that I can see? Yes, club president is responsible. Okay. Yes, club president is responsible. Can we see the transforming presidents typing in the chat? Yes. Okay. There's one. PE. Okay. From RC Baguio. Okay. Yes. Club presidents. You know, we have to salute our club presidents because in Rotary, if we have, let's say, what we're experiencing now with this COVID pandemic, if we have frontliners, and we're talking of the medical frontliners, do you know that in Rotary we have also frontliners? In Rotary, every year, our frontliners are led by the club president. They're at the grassroots level. They lead Rotary. So sila yung ating frontliner. Okay? Yes, club presidents, of course. Who else? The TRF chair of the club. You know, when you are appointed as TRF chair of the club, it's a big responsibility. And part of that is that, yes, you're going to be part of that team, of the team that will be responsible for raising funds. Who else? All club officers. Why not? I mean, if you're an officer of the club, definitely, later I will tell you why you are part of the team, okay? Ito yung sinasabi na ng karamihan. I want to salute District 3790 for really recognizing that fundraising is not just the responsibility of a single individual. It is the responsibility of all Rotarians, all members, okay? Why? Let me just give you a good reason, okay? Does any one of these persons that I have shown in the list, in the screen, does any one of them will benefit a single centavo of the funds that we will raise next year? Meron ba sa kanilang makikinabang dito sa pondo na ating i-raise next Rotary year under the leadership of Governor Jess Sama? The answer is no. In fact, the truth is this. The funds that we will raise next year will not go to them. It will come back to our district when? 3 years after. So, I don't know. Do you know already the governor who will be serving 3 years after? Is it Willie Serapica? Who's our DGND? Oh, no, it's not Willie, of course. The Willie is DGN, okay? We have already the DGND. And I think it's Oyan, who's our DGND? Ana? Oh, nagtatelepono si Oyan. Okay. Ana. Yes, Ana. So, whatever funds that we will raise now, next year, does not go to the transforming team. It goes back 3 years after, okay? During the term of Ana. And do you know the club presidents during that time? Just like me, we don't know. So, actually, fundraising for the Rotary Foundation is a classical example of Rotary's motto of service above self. We're not doing this for ourselves. We're not doing this for our year. We're doing this for a year that will happen 3 years from now for the leaders in our club, whom we still do not know. So something that we're doing beyond ourselves, okay? Beyond ourselves. Because this is the beauty of what we're doing in Rotary. Okay, we raise funds, and do you know that this is the only organization in the whole world that when you give, in terms of annual fund, it goes back to your district to support your local and international service projects, okay? After 3 years, I also give to other charities. I give to Red Cross, I give to UNICEF, and other charities. But once I give, it's an outright donation and nothing comes back. It's different in the case of the Rotary Foundation, okay? The Rotary Foundation gives us the opportunity to raise funds, and all of these funds, 50% will go back to our district, 50% will go to World Fund, which, by the way, we can also use for our global grant, okay? And the best part of this is this. The Rotary Foundation belongs to us, okay? It belongs to Rotarians. And how is this? Because the moment you contribute a single dollar, $5, $10, $100, $1,000, or even just like my good friend TDG Jess, an AKS member, up to $250,000. All of us, regardless of the amount, we become members of the foundation. And you are a co-owner of this Rotary Foundation the moment you give to the Rotary Foundation. The problem is, if until now, you have not given to the Rotary Foundation, I'm sorry, we cannot consider you a member. But all those who have given, yes, the Rotary Foundation belongs to Rotarians. Okay? So let me just give you what happened to your annual fund for the last 4 years. Okay? Okay. Okay. Sino ba ang governor natin ng 2017-18? Because right now, lumalabas eh.
Ako, Gob.
Sino yun? Sino yun? Si past District Governor Boboy Valles. Palakpakan nyo naman. Do I hear a resounding clap? Our record holder, at least for the last 4 years, ang highest natin, 2017-18. Okay, 2017-18, under the leadership of PDG Boboy Valles. Of course, look at the statistics, okay? What happened during the 4 years? Kay Buboy, maraming nagbigay na Rotarians. But the year before that, 2016-17, we have the biggest number of Rotarian donors, okay? Sino ang governor natin ng 2016-17? All-star, si PDG Raul Peralta, okay? PDG Raul Peralta. 50% of the Rotarians gave to the Rotary Foundation during that year, followed by the year of PDG Boboy, 41%, and down the line, okay? Is there a relationship between the percentage of Rotarian donors and the amount that we raise? Of course, there's a relationship. The more the more Rotarians who give to the Rotary Foundation, the higher will be our annual fund contribution. And you can see also the percentage of all clubs givings, okay? There's a relationship. If you can see on the right, you have already achieved during 2015-16, 100% all clubs giving. Pwede bang palakpakan natin ang ating governor during 2015-16, my good friend PDG Mai Ocampo, for achieving what is I consider it a very difficult achievement, 100% all clubs giving. Lahat nagbigay ng clubs, okay? But it is achievable. But you see, something that we really have to ask all the transforming team next year. Can we do that next year? 100% all clubs giving. I'm sure we can do that, okay? Under the leadership of Gov Chess. Okay, makikita nyo rin relationship ng per capita. Okay, let's go by level. Of course, the biggest, of course, anong masasabi natin doon sa biggest? Meron siyang maraming Paul Harris Fellows, marami rin siyang major donor, and then marami siyang RA eligible. Okay? So, it's a combination. So, you can go for more Rotarians giving. You can also go for more major donors. It will help. Okay? Just like what happened in 2016-17. Maraming kanyang major donors. Okay. In terms of grants, ito ang performance ng inyong district. Okay? For a total of 2.2 million, almost 2.3 million in a span of 3 years. 17-18 up to 2019-20. And I understand you still have some pending or those submitted awaiting approval, so this can still increase. So we now compare what we have raised, what we have given, to what we have received. Yung global grants, ito yung natanggap ng ating communities. The projects do not go to us, but the projects go to the communities that we serve. Okay? We have raised funds, and then it came back to us in terms of global grants and district grants. So if we compare, okay, this is how it looks. For the last 3 years, we raised 1,058,000 in terms of annual fund. Okay? 50% of that will go back after 3 years, and then it will be used for the projects of your communities through district grant and global grant. And look at the screen. You raised 1 million, it went back to your communities in the form of global grants, 2,297,000. Palakpakan naman natin, 3790. You know how to invest. I mean, you know how your money works, and it works by giving your communities much needed support in terms of service projects in the areas of focus. Okay. So that gives us this principle. Diba? If the responsibility belongs to all of us, to all Rotarians, then we are all into this together. Sama-sama tayo dito as a team, because together we achieve more if we work together as a team. Okay? Again, who are the team members? Let me just give you a rundown. Sino ba ang kasama natin dito? By the way, do not worry, because I'm as your RRFC and of course EMGHS, we're part of the team. Okay? We belong to the zone level team, and that includes me, my assistant. By the way, let me greet ARRFC Glo Nethercat. She's giving us so much help in terms of expertise in grants. Okay, and of course in doing so many things for the team. EMGHS is part of the team. O, palakpakan nyo naman from your own district. By the way, EMGHS this year, 2019-20, let me just tell you that we have the biggest number of major donors and major gifts contributors on a single year. That was 2019-20. On the first year of EMGHS, the exact number is around 170 major donors and major gifts on a single year. The cumulative number of major donors and major gifts contributors of Zone 7A for so many years is just 700. But for 1 year, we were able to have 170. Palakpakan po natin, EMGHS now, who work very hard. Okay? Who else? And Polio is part of the team. On the district level, eto na, district level. District Governor Jess Sama, you're the leader. Okay? You're the leader. You should be the leader, because we look upon you to inspire and motivate us in this job of raising funds. Okay? Who else? The DRFC, JP Kadaing. We look upon you, DRFC, JP Kadaing, as our leader also. Okay? And all subcommittees, grant, annual fund, stewardship, okay? They're part of the team. All district officers are part of the team. Okay? All district officers. Who else? Kanina sabi natin, for the transforming presidents, of course, you are the team leader at the club level. All club presidents are the team leader, TRF team leader at the club level. Supported by your club TRF committee, your club officers, and of course, Rotarians and spouses. Why did I include spouses? Of course, because, you know, aminin na natin, we need the spouses. This is an important and a very worthy cause, di ba? if we're going to give something to the Rotary Foundation, and we know that this is going to do good in this world, the spouses must be involved. Okay? And PDGO yan, alam ko naman na marami sa atin, talagang kailangan involve ang spouses. Sila may hawak ng pera, di ba? PDGO yan.
Ganun ba, Gob Jun?
Mabuti na yung nagsasabi ng totoo, di ba? Isama na natin para, di ba? Part of the team, okay? Spouses, part of the team. Wala nang kokontra. Okay, we go back to the question. Whose responsibility is it to raise funds for the Rotary Foundation? Perfect 100 for District 3790 for giving the correct answer. Yes, it is the responsibility of all Rotarians in the district. Okay, we now go to activity 2. Why we give to the Rotary Foundation. And this time, I want you to think of a reason, okay? Why you will, personally, your own reason, please type it in the chat box. Tell me, okay? What is one reason why you will give to the Rotary Foundation next year, next Rotary year, 2020-2021? Okay, everybody, please go to your chat box and start giving your own reason, your own reason. Okay, why will you give? It gives more return in life. Yes, of course. Giving back, payback time, to continue service to others. I like that. Okay, to continue service. It is my duty to give. I like that. Okay, it is your duty to give. Balik tayo kanina, di ba? Whose responsibility is it? All of us. Then it is my duty to give. Okay? We believe in the mission of the Rotary. Okay? We can go on listing down all our personal reasons. Okay? Why we have to give to the Rotary Foundation next year. Okay? Favorite charity? Yes. Somebody will. You can mention that. TRF is my favorite charity. I give every year. Every Rotarian, every year. RA, okay? Regardless of the amount. I give every year, okay? There are so many reasons that you can think of why we have to give. Because it is our duty, responsibility, and it's going to do good in this world, okay? This time, consider, okay, we consider that is your personal reason, okay? This time, what do you think will be a reason of your fellow Rotarian, why he will give? We will now think this time from the point of view of a Rotarian donor, okay, other than yourself, okay? So this is the next question. Okay, ito pala yung sagot, okay? Okay, napindot ko yung sagot. But anyway, ano ba yung mga dahilan daw na bakit natin susuportahan ang Rotary Foundation? This time, anong tingin mo mga ibang dahilan ng iyong kasamahan? Okay? Anong ibang mga dahilan? Dahil napindot ko na, banggitin ko na rin. Okay. Anyway, the next slide will tell us why we have to support the Rotary Foundation and why we have to support it versus the other charities. Why we have to choose Rotary Foundation as against other charities. Okay, as against other charities. Okay. Number one reason, you have to agree on this. Narinig ko to kay Governor Jess Nicdao. Our foundation is the only one which has this record. 92% of the money will go to the projects and only 8% for administrative and marketing costs. One of the highest, if not the highest, okay? All projects are in the hands of Rotarians. Would you believe that? We don't hire anybody just to do our service projects. It's purely Rotarians doing it for us. We can decide where projects go. Donations go to the fund of our choice. You have you will decide where it go. Annual fund and polio. And look, if you're giving to endowment, the capital of the endowment fund is never spent, only the earnings. Okay, and that gives perpetuity. Okay, something that Governor just telling us, the future of the Rotary Foundation is when you give to the endowment fund. because this will ensure service projects in the future. Okay. Okay. What other reasons why we have to give to the Rotary Foundation? Don't forget, okay? We police our own ranks. We're being audited. Global grants are being audited by cadres, and cadres are Rotarians. By the way, I'm a cadre. Glow Nethercut is a cadre, and we're being asked to do work for the Rotary Foundation as volunteers. I was sent to Cambodia, I was sent to Malaysia, and I was sent to your own district to audit your global grant on hand washing facilities. Remember, I went to practically the whole of northern and part of central Luzon just to be able to do this. Okay, Rotary Foundation has been rated 4 stars by Charity Navigator, and the rating of 4 stars is the highest, and we have been given that rating for 12 consecutive years. You know, Charity Navigator wrote to the Rotary Foundation a letter telling us that of all foundations in the whole world, there are only 1% of the list that they rate and evaluate that belongs to this category. 4 stars rating in a span of 12 years. And you know what is the grade of the Rotary Foundation? Average 96% rating. And when it comes to transparency and accountability, Rotary Foundation has always scored a perfect 100%. Okay? So meaning, when you're rated 4 stars, it really talks about trustworthiness, it talks about credibility, it talks about integrity. And the number 3 reason is just about it. Bill and Melinda Gates, the biggest foundation, will not partner with Rotary on our End Polio drive if there's no trustworthiness, if there's no integrity, and if there's no credibility. They trust us. When we give to End Polio, every dollar that we give will be matched twice by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I mean, if you're Bill Gates, you don't do that if you don't trust Rotary. And that is one thing that I can tell you. As far as Bill Gates is concerned, he trusts Rotary. He considers us as his partners in this work. Okay? And we're also recognized by the Bloomberg Foundation. These are all big foundations. And again, it's just really about integrity, credibility, and being trustworthy. Okay, so definitely, we will now go to the third activity, which is what we're experiencing now, the new normal, okay? I'm sure everybody's excited. By the way, let me just have a break a little bit. Past District Governor Buboy, are you still with me? Okay. Oyan, are you still with me?
I'm with you.
Okay.
Yes.
Alam mo ba, Past District Governor Oyan, Past District Governor Jess, I'm sure many can relate to this. Alam mo ba na yung palang ang lalaki pala kapag jumijingle, alam mo yung pag-jingle, umiihi. Okay? Nalalaman pala kung anong sakit ng mga lalaki kapag umiihi.
Bakit naman?
Oh, yan na nga gusto ko sabihin sa iyo eh. Baka hindi mo pa alam. Na, are there doctors listening to us? I'm sure there are doctors listening to us, and if they can confirm kung totoo ito na sa pag-ihi daw ay nalalaman kung anong mga sakit. Si Gov Digna. My classmate, Governor Digna in PCRG, of course. Okay, kasi daw kapag ang lalaki umihi at let's say sa kanyang pag-ihi, yung mga langgam lumapit. Lumapit ang mga langgam. Ano ang sakit ng lalaki?
Diabetes.
Diabetes. Okay. Diabetes. Dahil matamis ang ihi. Okay? I don't know if that is true. Governor Digna, magparamdam ka. Totoo po ba yan? Governor Digna, na kapag lumalapit ang langgam, probably the male person has diabetes. Di ba? Okay. Kapag ang lalaki naman na umihi, ay hindi na ganun kalakas ang buga. Di ba? Naiihan na niya yung kanyang sapatos. Anong sakit?
Ala, hindi ako makarelate.
Yung trajectory humihina. Prostate.
Hindi ako makarelate.
Sino nagsabi ng prostate? Meron sa nagsabi ng prostate. Which is prostate. Totoo, di ba? There's something wrong with that trajectory. Probably you have a problem on prostate. Okay?
ED yan, ED.
ED? Hindi naman siguro. Baka naman prostate lang. Okay? Anyway, last na to. Anong sakit naman ito? Kapag ang lalaki daw ay umihi, okay? Tapos nakakalimutan niyang isole. Anong sakit daw yun? Siyempre daw pag ihi mo, ilalabas mo, tapos sosole. Nakalimutan isole. Ano yun?
Alzheimer.
Ayun. Okay, palagay ko naman wala pa may sakit ng ganyan sa District 3790. Alzheimer, okay? Okay, we go back to the new normal. By the way, break lang po yon para hindi po tayo mabore. Kasi alam mo, napakahirap nitong new normal. Para ka nagsasalita sa computer mo, kaharap mo, computer, at may konti kang ilaw. Okay, what is the new normal? I'm sure si PDG Oyan can tell us a lot of this. I mean, more of this. Expert yan sa new normal di ba? Ito naman ba yung sinasabi nila? And I congratulate District 3790 because this is how we have to do our Rotary business under the new normal. Di ba? How do you do your Rotary business under new normal? I understand Rotary International issued a directive to all Rotary governors all over the world that their governor's visit must be conducted virtual. Okay? Hindi yata kami makaka-experience na ng ganon. Only this time, kasi nung panahon namin, physical Talagang we go to the club, di ba? Everything is with contact, physical contact. But now, all activities are being asked to be virtual. Okay, just like what we're doing now. Okay, and ano ba ang role mo ngayon under this new normal? What is your role now under the new normal? Okay. Ako, doon sa, hindi ko na ba banggitin, doon sa chat, meron na iba yung sinagot niya. Anyway, erase na yon. Okay. What is your role now under the new normal? Okay, let's go through this very quickly because right now, ito ang ating nakikita. Okay? You're required to wear a mask. By the way, there's an executive order and this is also a directive from the Department of Health that you have to wear mask in public. You cannot go outside without wearing a mask. That's new normal. Okay? Sanitize your hands, wash your hands for 20 seconds, singing happy birthday twice, okay? And of course, social distancing, that's new normal. How much? What is the required distance? 2 meters, 6 feet, okay? And new normal is don't go out, stay home, keep safe always, okay? That's new normal. So what do we do now? Okay, what do we do now? How do we address this? Okay. And this is really the new normal. What we're doing now. Welcome to the era of virtual reality. Okay. By the way, happy Father's Day to all our fathers tomorrow. Day off tayo bukas. Okay. Ang promise ng aking wife, siya raw magluluto for me. Okay. I hope all the mothers will also do that. Okay, for us. Okay. What should we do now? We have to be connected. We have to use this technology. Embrace it. Zoom, Google Meet, Messenger. Actually, you can also do this kind of meetings using Facebook Messenger. And they're saying that the quality is also good. But I'm not sure if they have this capacity to have 1,500. I know in Facebook Live, you can hook up with Facebook Live and have this kind of audience. But I'm not sure if we're going to get this kind of features like having videos for so many panelists, okay? But in Zoom webinar, this is possible. Okay, so this is what we're going to do now in your club, Transforming Presidents. You have to introduce, embrace, and have this technology of getting connected using Zoom, Google Meet, and others, okay? And by the way, even fellowships are now being required in this format because social distancing, I mean, we're supposed to be safe in the comfort of our home. Pagalingan na to. Pagalingan na to. How do you improve your fellowship in this kind of technology? Okay, so what else do we do now? Okay, this is the kind of training. We just had this, the last hurrah for end polio. I'm so happy because past RI President John Germ. Do you know past RI President John Germ? The all-star president, 2016-17. And, you know, it gives you pleasure when a top senior leader like John Germ, by the way, nandyan si Governor Sani Pahed, nandyan siya, kasama namin. Nag-post kami ng word this one. Gives you so much pleasure na babanggitin ka. June, di ba? In your first name. It's sa panaginip ko lang yun na naisip na yung past RI president makakasama mo in a technology like this, di ba? And who else, di ba? Who else ang nakakasama natin, di ba? All the trainings of the regional Rotary Foundation are being done through Zoom, okay? Lahat yan, through Zoom na tayo ngayon. So, all over the Philippines, yan ang nakikita natin, okay? Andiyan si Tony Bautista, he attended, he's the annual fund chair, by the way, of your district. Kaya I'm very confident. Governor Jesama, I thank you for bringing in PDG Tony Bautista as part of your team as our district annual fund chair. Okay, who else? You know, you have to expand your knowledge, and you can only do this by attending online trainings. And this is the beauty of what we're doing now. This is it. Online training. Okay? Ang laki na natipid, ano? Wala na tayong pagkain eh. Okay. Wala pang, wala pang, wala pang inuman.
Gob, wala na ring Evanston, Gob.
Okay, o nga. Kami last year, nakatikim pa kami ng Evanston. Okay? And look, who can be your speakers? John Germ, Maloney. I mean, you can invite practically anybody to be your speakers in online trainings because they're not doing anything. They're in the comfort of their homes. There's just a problem on time. The time zone. But they always accommodate us. If it's morning in our time, it's evening in their time. Ganun lang. But they can accommodate you. Ano? Okay? By the way, look at our governor. Very, the wonders of technology. I was able to get this picture kahapon to, di ba? Palakpakan niya naman si Governor Jesama. And because of this technology, you were able to hear from the President-elect Holger Kanak. Practically all district training assemblies have Holger. I have not encountered of any year where the RI President-elect, diba? Where the RI President-elect has always visited the districts. Okay, so what do we expect now from our Rotarian donors under this new normal? Okay? Okay? What do we expect? Okay. I agree with you. Okay? I agree with you. Okay? What do we expect? Okay? When you approach a Rotarian donor next year, what do you expect?
Kunin mo yung ano mo rito, yung pera mo.
Si Gobjets, naririnig ko ikaw. Anyway, the time is bad due to the COVID pandemic. Tama ba to? Do you expect this? Next year, pag lumapit si Governor Jess, Gob, the timing is bad due to COVID pandemic. Ang sama ng timing. Tinamaan kami. Number 2, Gob, business is bad. Diba? When the club president approaches his member, Pres, business is bad or no business at all. Nasarado na eh. Number 3, I have given already last year. Okay? Ito, masakit. Number 4, Rotary is my last priority now. Wow. Magdudugo ang puso mo pag narinig mo to. Number 5, I guess this is possible. What will they tell us? Well, let's wait and see first. Okay. Now, ngayon pa lang, di ba? Alam mo na what do you expect Alam mo na. Alam mo na kung ano yung mararanasan at maaasahan natin. So what do we do now? What should we do now? Okay, what should we do now? Transforming presidents, transforming district officers, transforming Rotarians. What should we do now? Okay, what should we do now? We have to engage our Rotarians and explain why we have to give to the Rotary Foundation despite the COVID pandemic. Okay, it is not a reason. Okay, it is not a reason. But we have to do some planning. We have to do some strategies. Okay? What should we do now is the question. Anong gagawin natin? Okay? Despite all of this, we have to still engage them. We cannot quit. We cannot say surrender. Okay? We have to plan and we have to engage them. Okay? Okay, what should we do now? Transforming presidents. What day is today? Today is June 20. We have how many days? 10 days from now until June 30 and 11 days from now until we start our term on July 1, 2020. We're talking of what we can do before the term. Okay, what can we do before the term? From now until June 30, 2020. Okay, what can we do now? I'm sure all of you, transforming presidents, I'm talking to you now. If you have not done this, you have to do this in 10 days. Okay, what are we going to do? Number 1, you have to form your club annual fund team. If you have done this, very good. Thank you. If you have not done this, then you have to do this in a period of 10 days. Why is this important? Because you cannot do this alone. You have to have your team, okay? Your club annual fund team. Number 2, in 10 days, if you have not done this, then you still have the chance. Study the giving history of your club for the last 4 years. Remember, kanina pinakita natin the giving history of your district for the last 4 years. In your club, look at your history. How much did your club give for the last 4 years? Transforming president. Okay, that is your homework. Okay. Bakit kailangan pag-aralan natin? How much, di ba? How much did your club give? Okay? And kasi ang next question dyan, you go deeper. You go deeper, not just the club giving, you go deeper by asking and listing down who gave to the Rotary Foundation every year. Sino-sino yung nagbibigay sa Rotary Foundation every year? Segregate and list them down kasi sila yung regular donors. Regardless of what happened in our country, kung may pandemic o wala, these Rotarians are regular donors and they will regularly give. So anong gagawin natin? Segregate and list them down as regular donors, diba? And then your next assignment is to talk to them and convince them to give early on July 1 and onwards. Why July 1 and onwards? Because we're going to start an early campaign and it's called Snowball Campaign. Okay. If you're from the East Coast, yung naka-experience ng snow, alam niyo ba yung snowball? When you build a snowball, what will happen? If you build a snowball and you push the snowball, okay, pag tinutulak mo yan, ano nangyayari? It becomes bigger. Di ba? Bigger. The more you push it, it becomes bigger. And that is the technique. We have to have a big snowball on July 1 and onwards. Okay, at the start of the year. Okay, what else are we going to do from now until June 30, this time at the district level? So I'm addressing this to District Governor Jess Sama and the team, si PDG Tony Bautista, PDG JP Kaday, and of course my ARRFC, Glo Nethercat, andyan si EMGA Jess, part of the team as a zone and of course a district nyo. What are we going to do? Review the list of district officers starting from the governor and convince them to give on July 1 and onwards. Convince them. If you're the district governor, of course, ikaw ang aming tinitingala. We look upon you as the person who will lead us on this. Okay? Of course, the district governor, Jess, will lead us, and ang tawag po dyan ay leadership by example. And he will be joined by all of his district officers on July 1 and onwards. We're not talking about amounts. We're talking of the principle that we have to give on July 1 and onwards. Hindi pa yung amount. Wala pa yung amount. Okay? The principle of giving early, regardless of the amount. Okay. So, re-review natin yan. You know, I have to confess, when I was district governor in 2010-11, something really broke my heart. You know what broke my heart? When I was told by my club president, a global president, that one of his members was a district officer, and the club president told me, Gob, how can we expect the club members to give to the Rotary Foundation when your own district officer does not like to give? It really broke my heart. And that's when I realized nobody is perfect. Okay, nobody is perfect. And, you know, it broke my heart because we're supposed to be part of a team. Okay, we're supposed to be part of a team. And when you are being supported by your team members, it gives you joy. But if you're not being supported by your district officer, really something to really make you sad. But I'm sure District 3790, we have a good team. District Governor Jess has already thought of this. All the members of his team will go with him because he will lead us on July 1. Okay? Next, review the list of transforming presidents. Okay? I'm not saying that all of you will give. Okay? But some of you can give on July 1 already. So what I'm asking is, for those who can give, join us. By the way, it will not just be you. It will be all, including me, Jess, and others at the zone level will give on July 1 and onwards. Okay. Why is it important that the president should already give on July 1? Again, at the club level, it's also called leadership by example. If you do not give, then your members probably won't give also. And just point to Governor Jess Sama, how can you expect us to give when your own club president is not giving? That happens. So it's very important, transforming presidents. It's not the amount. I'm just saying about the principle that all of us should give on July 1 and onwards. Okay, what else should we do? It has to start with somebody, and that somebody is you. Ako, ikaw, ang magiging simula on July 1, 2020. If you're telling me, why not ngayon na, di ba? Of course, you cannot stop generosity, but if you give now, it will go to the champion year. And we're talking of transforming year, team, so it has to be July 1, okay? Huwag masyadong galit sa pag-donate, okay? July 1, 2020 ang ating target. It has to start July 1, 2020. By the way, I can see Susan. Susan, hello. Okay. Okay, what should we do now from July 1? Ito na, July 1, 2020 na tayo, ha? Hindi ngayon up to June 30. July 1, 2020 onwards. Okay, what should we do now? We have to shift the campaign beginning July 1 and onwards from physical giving to online giving. Okay. Ano ba yung physical giving? I will explain that. Ano ba yung online giving? I will also explain that. Okay? Number 7, establish support services to Rotarians. Let us teach them how to do this. Let us come up with a team at the club level, at the district level, who can guide our Rotarians in this campaign to shift from physical giving to online giving. Establish support services. And ito importante, you cannot just ask Rotarians to give without engaging them. We have to explain to them why. Engage Rotarians, why we should give to the Rotary Foundation. Okay? Just a short explanation. If somebody asks you, $100 contribution is how much? 5,100, okay? You know, $100 contribution is equivalent to two school desks in Honduras. That's where your money will go. It's not just here. It goes all over the world. It's the equivalent of 2 school deaths in Honduras. It's the equivalent of 50 mosquito nets in Tanzania. Okay? And $100 is the equivalent of 1 year high school tuition fee in China. And this is what your $100 can do. And you can just imagine, if this is what $100 can do, if somebody will give $1,000, you can just imagine what $1,000 can do. And you can just imagine what your $10,000 can do. Okay? And this is the physical giving. How do you do it? You prepare a deposit slip. You go to Bank of Philippine Islands. You list down all of the information required. If you make a mistake, by the way, your deposit becomes floating. It takes about 1 week to be able to trace this particular deposit that floated. And if you're lucky, 1 week. But if you're not lucky, it will remain as floating because you failed to provide the correct information. Okay? That's physical giving. Hassle. You have to go out, go to the bank, fill up, okay? Or ask somebody to do it. But whom you can ask now? Medyo mahirap na ngayon niya kasi we're asked to keep home, to stay home, keep safe, always, okay? Physical giving. So what we're going to do is to ship, okay? Ang ship natin is online giving, okay? Using My Rotary. All of us has this. You have My Rotary account, I'm sure. Okay? All of us. Okay? Madali lang. It's just like shopping sa Lazada. Okay? But you have to have a Rotary account. If you have this already, log in ka lang. And then press take action. And then press give now. Okay? Just like sa Lazada, simple step. Lahat naman tayo bumibili online. Di ba? It's the same. When you donate online using My Rotary, it's the same. Okay? Ano makikita mo dyan? You have the portal. Ito makikita mo, you have to choose annual fund, polio fund, world fund, disaster response fund. Of course, for our purpose, we're raising funds that goes back to our district 3 years from now. Then it goes to annual fund. Okay? One-time donation, recurring donation. If you don't trust the system, just choose one-time donation. Okay? Now, there's a question here. Select an amount. The amount, it's really up to you. It's a personal decision because, you can do this once, you can do this twice, or even 3 times a year. But for July 1 and onwards, it's your decision. The amount really is your personal decision on how much you will give. Okay? But personally, I chose 1,000. Okay? I chose 1,000 because I'm the RRFC. I should have chosen others. Okay? Pero hindi makikita rin naman kung i-screenshot ko. So I chose 1,000. Sabihin na lang natin, if it's a measurement of how much you love Rotary, then you choose the amount that you want. Okay? Just to express your love for Rotary and the Rotary Foundation. Okay. Well, what's next? You don't have to type. It's there. The information is already there. Okay? Something that in 3 minutes, it's done. Okay? Kasi wala nang typing. But ito, you have to do this. You have to trust the system. And I guarantee you, nothing has been reported of any fraud or scam. It's perfectly safe. And that's part of the rating 4 stars because of accountability and transparency and including trustworthiness. You can trust. So if you still do not trust, then you do this one time lang, recurring, testing on July 1. Okay? Do you still have to type this? No more. It's already there. Okay, nandyan na yan. Okay, you have to given before. It's going to appear. What you have to do is just click submit. Okay? Pag submit niyan, what will happen? The beauty of online giving. Immediately after you click submit, you will receive an email confirmation that you have thanking you for your donation. And then 1 week, you will receive another email giving you the details of your donation. And then another, so 3 times you will receive confirmation thanking you for your donation to the Rotary Foundation. So what should we do now? Okay, my transforming team, transforming Governor Jess and all of your team. Fundraising is friend raising. Okay, this is now the time to go to your Rotarian friends. The time to really ask them. Okay, they call it pakikisama, they call it paniningil ng mga nagawa nating kabutihan noong araw, paniningil ng pagkakaibigan. Well, for me, really, fundraising is really friend raising. You cannot ask support for the Rotary Foundation if you are not really, I mean, you have to be good friends to everybody now for the whole year. Okay? We have to, wala mo nang away. Wala mo nang away, walang it's really about friendship, and it's really about doing this for the Rotary Foundation. Okay? And last slide is this. I heard this from one of the sharers during the regional Rotary Foundation online training seminar. And she told us, when we're now under this new normal, we have to remember this. The key is, okay, the key is passion. To be able to do all of this, we must have the passion for the Rotary Foundation. Passion, okay? And last, according to her, the new motto under the new normal is this: never surrender. Because we all love the Rotary Foundation. And with that, let me again congratulate District 3790 for having this kind of training. Mabuhay kayo. And wishing everybody, that's all of us, the very best for this next Rotary year, 2020-2021. Maraming salamat po.
Yes! Thank you very much, past District Governor.
Thank you very much.
Gov, nakita ko si Gov Mayan, nandyan yata.
Gov Mayan, okay, RN Polio na coordinator. By the way, we just had our last hurrah, and she told us that in just that particular breakfast meeting, we were able to raise for N Polio $100,000 in pledges and actual commitments. O, palakpakan natin, Governor, past District Governor, N Polio na coordinator, Mayan Solomon.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, past District Governor June Farcon, our Regional Rotary Foundation Coordinator for now, Zone 10, for providing us with strategies and engaging Rotarians to achieve our Rotary Foundation goals under the new normal we are in.
That's absolutely correct, past District Governor Oyan. These new times ironically gives us more challenges to give to the foundation, at the same time make our meetings more interesting. To introduce our second speaker, may I call on past President Sheila Marie Dacanay of the Rotary Club of Metro San Fernando, La Union. Ma'am Sheila?
Morning, fellow Rotarians. I am going away with long formalities and decided to introduce my good friend based on what I know of him. And I don't know how am I going to introduce to you freshly our next speaker. Kasi po, hindi na siya fresh. Simply because he's been itching his ways talking and sharing always in our district, in our areas, in our clusters, and even in our clubs. At makikita na lang po natin siyang humihingi ng sumayat na vinegar, bangus at longganisa kung saan-saan.
Meron go.
Or
Sandali pa tayo kay Michael.
pag-selfie or groupie po sa mga Rotarians after his talk.
Sandali.
He even roamed around making chika sa kanyang mga beshies. Ganyan po siya kamahal ng mga Rotarians sa ating district. He is the most favorite invited Rotarian speakers in all district here in the Philippines, next to Governor Oyan. Hindi ko po pahahabayan ang pag-i-introduce ko sa kanya, even though he gave me 3 pages, but need to cut it into half page. Fellow Rotarians, the Assistant Rotary Public Image Coordinator, Rotary International Zone 10A, the most sought after speaker, the darling of 3790, the self-proclaimed self-centered Rotarian idol, but he is my loves, my true friend, the besties and sweetheart ng TRH ladies from the Rotary Club of my Kawayan East District 3770. Let's welcome our next speaker, Rotarian Ramon Mondacayo.
Thank you very much. Magandang umaga po sa kanilang lahat. Finally, we saw each other again. Thank you very much, Sheila, for that nice introduction na well prepared. You know, kanina sinasabi ni Sheila yung salitang is no longer fresh. Bigla ako napahawak sa pisngi ko eh. Sa tingin ko, kailangan ko yata ng additional lotion para doon sa salitang fresh. You know, yesterday I was a bit concerned because it was raining cats and dogs here in Manila. And when I was watching your first day of DISTAS, iniisip ko, kasi I've been receiving some intermittent cut-off dun sa aking internet. I just hope and pray na wag mangyari ngayong araw na to. And thank God at maganda ang ating reception at wala namang kumakaway sa screen. So I suppose maganda ang transmission ko to everybody. Magandang umaga po sa kanilang lahat and to all the viewers around the world watching this DISTAS District 3790 DISTAS 2020. Alam nyo, kanina pinag-uusapan nila 1,500 Rotarians in attendance. As I am telling you now, as I speak, I'm already looking for a bridge of 2,000 attendance before this session ends. And God willing, kaya nating malampasan ito. Thank you, A.G. William Chan, for your greetings. Ngayon, we shall now start with our lecture. Okay. Sandali lang po. Medyo nawawala yung aking, my goodness, nasa yung sharing. Ayun. Alright. Okay. Sheila, kindly raise one thumbs up if my PowerPoint is already up. Good, thank you. My topic for this morning is a bit fresh. Ito ang fresh kasi hindi ko pa ito nasasabi anywhere else. It's entitled The Science of Resilience in the Midst of Global Pandemic. Alam niyo, for the past several months, itong pagmumukha nitong malit na bulingbit nito lagi nating nakikita. And it has been hovering around not only on the internet but all the waves. Kasama na rito ang broadcast stations. And it has already caused havoc not only in the Philippines but the entire world. Ang problema natin ngayon, when will this end? But our concern here is not this. Because our concern here is what will happen to us as the world emerges, okay, from this COVID-19 crisis. Ano ba ang pwede nating mangyari sa atin pagka ito ay natapos na? But before that, ang question ngayon dyan ano ba ang dapat natin gawin sa ating pang-araw-araw na buhay while this particular scenario transpires? You know what? This particular new normal has been hovering around both the news and print media that if you are to ask anybody, ano ba ang definition ng new normal, it will be very difficult for us to ascertain the entire definition. But before that, nakalimutan ko. I would like to greet everybody, lahat po ng mga tatay ngayon, dahil bukas wala akong pagkakataong batiin, lahat po ng mga tatay na Happy Father's Day tomorrow. And we have to discuss with our own respective spouses na tomorrow is our day, kaya dapat hindi tayo maglalaba, hindi tayo magmamlansya, hindi tayo magluluto, at we have to assert our right na hindi tayo utusan ng ating misis. At this time as I speak, ang aking may bahay nasa harap at ako'y nagpaparinig para hindi niya ako utusan. You know what, this morning I was telling my wife, darling, batiin mo naman ako ng Happy Father's Day. Sabi niya sa akin, why will I greet you Happy Father's Day? You're not my father, you're my husband. So hindi na ako kumibo. So kaya at hindi na rin ako mo dahil imamo ka nakita ko sa screen, hindi rin lumiti, mukhang di yata naintindihan, diretso na lang ako sa lecture. Okay, new normal. Ano po ba ang ibig sabihin ng new normal at the parlance of a regular Filipino? Alright. This is what new normal is all about. Nabanggit na ni Gov. June kung ano ba yung new normal. In this new normal, lahat daw tayo, we have to wear mask every time we go out. Ang problema rito, yung mga kidnapper, mga hold-upper, mga bank robber, nakamask din. O paglabas natin ngayon, hindi na nga alam ng pulis kung sino uhulihin kasi pare-pareho na tayo. We are also requested to, instructed, or the mere fact, that, to be hygienic in our own rights. Hindi tayo sanay dito, naguhugas na tayo ng kamay, nag-a-alcohol pa tayo. Kung bakit natin ginagawa yan, hindi natin maintindihan, malinis na yung kamay. But for the mere fact that we have to be hygienic, we have to follow just to make sure that we can get rid of this COVID-19. Also, we have to follow social distancing, for crying out loud. Hindi ko pa po nasusubukan maglakad ng mall na kasama ang asawa ko. Kasi nga ang tanong dito kung social distance ba kami dalawa pag kami magkasama na or kami exempted. Kasi mukhang hindi ko nabasa yun sa regulation ng IAT kung paano regulation ng social distance in respect to husbands and wife. Pero ito matindi. You know, ito alam ni Gopo yan to. Last year, nagpe-prepare na yung aking anak na supposedly for several months in advance, they are already preparing for their marriage na supposedly schedule nitong May. For several months, they've been preparing kung ano yung mga gagawin sa mga events, yung damit, and everything, pati mga ninong at ninang. Only to find out na mako-COVID-19 sila. Kasi nga, hanggang ngayon, hindi pa sila makagawa ng schedule because of one single question na kung sakali ituloy nila ang kanilang marriage. And there comes now the time that the priest will or the pastor will advise them the final word that my son is waiting, you may now kiss the bride. Hindi niya maisip na halikan niya ang kanyang misis wearing a mask. Well, hindi ko rin siya maisip kung sakaling I'm in his shoes. But the thing is, this particular wearing a mask is a must for us to follow. All right. Remember those times pag tayo kumakain ng fine dining sa restaurant, not knowing sa kitchen, our chef always makes sure that the chickens that are being prepared for us are well cooked. Up to the extent na nilalagyan niya ng thermometer ang chicken to make sure that the chicken will reach its utmost temperature para daw masiguro that the chicken will be left cooked before it is served. That was before COVID-19. The problem, during COVID-19, hindi na po ang manok ang nagte-temperature. Tayo na. Bago natin kainin ng manok, kailangan muna natin mag-temperature check. Well, we cannot do away with it. It's the regulation that we have to follow. Kaya nga, sometimes iniisip natin, medyo ironic o kalokohan itong ginagawa natin, but we have to abide in order to make sure that we will get rid of this COVID-19. Ito yung pang sarili. Ano kaya nangyayari sa corporate structure? There are a lot of companies, by all means, you know it by now, that have closed down and closed their operation because of this pandemic. However, there are some companies who are resilient enough. They do not want to give up, but instead come up with some innovations and motivations in order for them to overcome such atrocities. And such is one example. Alam naman natin lahat na mga gumagawa ng mga coupon bonds and papers were affected because of the closure of the schools. But because of that, they want to continue their business, and by doing so, it's just a matter of innovating, okay? Coming up with some motivational aspect on how to continue your business. And by all means, they just need to shift their products from manufacturing paper into manufacturing of face masks. They're able to live up with their business by being resilient and coming up with some innovative features. Similarly, ito mga kabarangay, alam na alam niyo ito. Nasama na ito sa banned items. Bawal ang uminom. Consecutively, the manufacturers of these spirited liquors were affected. By and large, there is one particular company, San Miguel, who became resilient and transformed their liquor spirit manufacturing into alcohol manufacturing. They were still able to live up with the expectation. And guess what? by corporate social responsibility, they were able to convert their gin plant into alcohol and make the necessary donations to various government hospitals. Hindi man sila kumikita, but they were able to live up with the expectations on corporate social responsibility. Okay, ito pa ang isa. You know for the fact na itong product nito, probably hindi yun napapansin, pero they have already made the necessary announcement from Unilever, hindi dahil sa they were affected, but they themselves have decided to stop producing this product, Rexona. Why they did stop producing Rexona? For the mere reason, they don't want to adhere to the government's request on social distancing. Kaya hindi sila nag-produce para lang to acknowledge the government's request on such. But other than this, would you know or do you know that these two products are now in the doldrum of having difficulty selling their products? About a month ago, I had the chance of visiting one of the grocery stores and napansin ko itong product na ito, yung toothpaste is already selling buy one, take two. At itong Listerine selling 3 packs the price of 1. Okay, they are already selling at a bargain. Why? Because nobody is buying it. Well, I would understand. Who would need it at this time of pandemic? Pwede na namang you can do away with it. So, ito ngayon ang existe. Ito ang duda ko. Okay? And I believe this is your doubt also as well. Ang duda ko, itong COVID-19 ang may gawa nito mga babae. Bakit po? Itong rason. 1, during COVID-19, mas maraming namatay na lalaki kaysa babae. Number 2, during COVID-19, lahat ng mga basketball and sports events nakaban. During COVID-19, pati sabong, lahat ng sugal, pinagbawal. During COVID-19, pati inuman, pati yung mga joints dyan sa Quezon Avenue, pinasara. Okay? At ito mabigat sa akin. Hindi na ako makapag-socialize sa mga flight attendants. But then again, wait, there's more. Ito last. At ito mabigat. Ito ang pinakamatindi. We were made to stay at home with our wife 24/7. Kaya nga, sa lahat ng mga contentions to, I do have this funny feeling na COVID-19 was born by women. But wait, wala ko po ako sinasabing masama sa misis ko ha. Mahal ko ang aking asawa. Of all the people in the world, my wife is the wings beneath my wings. Okay? She is my strength and everything. Kaya hindi ako gagawa o magsasabi na masama para sa kanya. And I believe during Father's Day, all fathers now in attendance have the same feeling as well. Okay, here it goes. Ito po ang old normal. Ano ba yung old normal na ating iniwasan? Do you still remember, this is how Earth looks when we have those particular environment before COVID-19. We wanted to get rid of COVID-19 and we want to go back to the old normal. But the thing is this, it seems to me that we cannot go back to the old normal. Instead, we are proceeding to the new normal. But my contention is this, what is the new normal? Surprisingly, the new normal is the next big problem. And this is one issue that has never brought in attention in any of the news headlines, which, at tingin ko, fellow Rotarians, this is one particular issue that we have to look into. Wala pa po nakakapaggawa ng survey kung saan ba napunta yung ating mga tinapon na face mask at saka mga consumables. And this is another thing that we have to look into regarding environmental protection. Okay, fellow Rotarians, this is the new normal. As I have said previously in my previous talks, we are all walking on this very day on an uncharted territory. Take a look at this map. It was drawn one half. The other half on our left is our new normal, whereas on the other side, on our right, is the new normal, no map, no directions, no nothing. Why? Because this is an uncharted territory. As nobody knows, not in his right mind, would happen the day tomorrow after tomorrow and the day after that. No exact direction to go, no exact undertaking to start. And you cannot even brag on our own laurels precisely because we do not even have our past to speak of. For everything have been decimated entirely in the face of this earth by this COVID-19. Guys, the fact remains, unless and otherwise, an effective vaccine is available and affordable. Ulitin ko po, an effective vaccine is available and affordable, then we do not have any choice but to embrace this reality. For Rotary, the big question now is where to go. There's no face-to-face meeting we are familiar with, no fellowship, and not much of a service activities. Take a look at this, because this will now be the start of my formal lecture, The Science of Resilience. I would like to start this particular lecture by sharing to you a very vivid quotation. All great changes are preceded by chaos. Wala daw magandang pagbabago ang pwedeng mangyari kung walang mag-uumpisang unos. But question this, fellow Rotarians, ano ba ang chaos? Probably if you will look outside your house, this is one scenario that you can look at. But the thing is this, can this be considered as a chaos? Every time, every day, for several months, we are locked down inside our house. We cannot even go out for fear that the COVID-19 might just be there outside on the waiting. We cannot go our own and do our own regular routine. We cannot go even to the mall, have fun outside because of the necessary lockdown. We were kept hold at our own houses. But the thing is this freedom? Is this what we call the necessity for us to do whatever we want to do? Because all actions that we're supposed to do is limited. Ang question ngayon na, is this present scenario can be equated to chaos? My answer is this. This is not yet chaos. Why? At my definition, ang chaos po happened 5 years ago when Typhoon Haiyan, better known as Yolanda, struck those people in the eastern side of Visayas and swept the entire Visayan archipelago down the western side, creating havoc to thousands and thousands of Filipinos who did not expected that that particular havoc will pass by their place. Every day, those people on those places were counting seconds into minutes, minutes into hours, hours into days, days into weeks, weeks into months, months into years, hoping that some relief efforts will come in their way. Every time they wake up, they clearly see in the horizon the sun is shining. Why? Simply because there are no roofs above their head. But because of the resiliency of those Filipinos living in those areas, they were able to live up to their lives. Nahirapan sila doon for quite some time, but they don't have any choice. Now, the very road that I was sharing to you before has now become this road. Because of resilience, because of chaos, great changes that have now happened to that area. And because of those great changes, lahat po ng mga items that has been given to those areas had now become a monument for them to live by. And guess what? This particular monument is now standing as a tourist attraction for other peoples to see what has undertaken with those people living in those areas. To me, that is the definition of what resilience is all about. To me, that is the definition of what chaos may mean to us Filipinos. But for us Rotarians, I am sharing to you how are we going to overcome this particular scenario that are facing to us by sharing to you 4 mitigation ways for us to be resilient as Rotarians. First is embracing the change. What change do we need to embrace? Siguro pinakamabilis at pinakamadaling description na may bibigay ko sa inyo, ang isang picture nito ng metamorphosis ng isang butterfly. We are currently right now holding ourselves inside this larvae, waiting for our time to mature, waiting for our time to grow. This butterfly does not do anything but let time work its way. And in due time, once this larva opens up, it will now be given a new life to this butterfly, full of life, full of color in the horizon. This is what embracing the change is what I'm talking about. We are inside the larva, but definitely when time comes, okay, wag lang tayo magmadali. We will be receiving the day wherein we will be fully grown and we will see the horizon with utmost colors in our life. Sabi nga ng isang magaling na manalumpati, Mr. Charles Darwin, regarding change, it is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but rather the one closing his mic kasi may nakabukas. Sarado na? May nakabukas pa. But rather the one most adaptable to change. And change it will be, and change we must in order for us to progress. Technical. Number 2, connect with others. Ito po ang isang mabigat na saleysayin regarding us Rotarians, the connections. Why did I say that? Because as of now, when we are experiencing ongoing adversity, it is far too easy to lose hope. In this regard, we should help maintain members a realistic and positive perspective. Rotary clubs are facing challenges right now, including adjusting to new meeting platforms and worrying about membership or giving. Remember, my friends, that the challenges you face today are not a reflection of your future. How you respond to today's challenges will shape our future. And how we face the future is by means of how we see our perspective with our respective clubs. It's a question of being positive. To those corporate structures having global business, taking Zoom into their meetings is a normal occasion. If you still remember when RI introduces this e-club, the very essence of how e-club works is by meeting virtually. However, hindi ito kinagat ng mga Rotarians. Why? Because we still prefer the face-to-face meeting. Now, because of these adversities, we do not have any choice but to accept and embrace that the only way for us to meet is to meet virtually. Hindi tayo lahat sanay dito, lahat tayo gumagawa pang, pero we have to face the challenge. Sinasabi ko nga, this is one particular activity that I have undertaken to which I would like to take note and thanks yung tropang TRH, yun. Tama ba ako? TRH, who helped me out in coming up with this social survey. I just adapted this questionnaire from a good friend of mine, Raymond Siriaco, who conducted the poll at the 3860 DISTAS. I decided na wag na gumawa ng poll and do a site survey. And I would like to share with you the result of this survey. Well, as expected, virtual meetings is currently undertaken by 7 out of 10 Rotary clubs here at District 3790. However, I would like to call the attention of our District Governor-elect Jess, because I was able to gather this information that 2 out of 10 of our Rotary clubs are not meeting at all since the very day COVID-19 strikes. So kung ito Marso up to now, okay, 2 po sa 10 ng mga Rotary clubs sa 3790 hindi nagme-meeting virtually, hindi na nagme-meeting face-to-face. Why am I sounding this off? Because this is one concern that we have to consider. Nakikita pa ba sila? Are they still talking to each other? Ang tanong nga doon buhay pa kaya itong mga ito? We do not know. But hopefully, they are hearing my message. Guys, we have to consider there are 1,600 Rotarians in attendance, but there are 2,600 all in all membership at District 3790. What does that mean? That the other half are not connected. Most likely, those other half are not actually attending virtual meetings. Kasi if they are familiar with the virtual meeting, they should be here in attendance. Kaya kung sino man sila, I hope we were able to extend our hands by touching them and making them participate in our future activities. This is one virtual engagement that we cannot do without. Just last night, we had our regular club meeting. We are 35 in all, okay? 4, 8, 9, 10. We are still struggling, but struggling we must in order for us to make sure that our club is still there, talking, meeting, whether virtually. From time to time and in due time, magkikita rin kami lahat and everybody will be adept to the virtual requirements of Zoom meetings. Guys, we do not have any choice but to make sure and offer all available method of communication. I'm not offering Zoom as a means of apps. There are a lot of apps available that you can use of, okay? Payayamanin lang natin ang creator ng Zoom. Meron siyang Google Meet, merong WhatsApp, you can use Viber, any means to connect other people. I would like to share one particular story that was extended to me by a Rotarian friend of mine. Sabi niya sa akin, yung daw club niya consisting of 100% female Rotarians. 35 sila all in all. When COVID-19 struck, nagka-problema sila sa meeting. Because before COVID-19, other than meeting personally, they're also keeping up with their communication using Viber. But that is a chat group. That is not a virtual meeting. The thing is this, when this president introduces the virtual meeting, yung mga, I would consider quote-unquote elders, okay? Yung mga hindi techie, ayaw mag-adapt doon sa Zoom because they still prefer the utilization of Viber. Pero sabi ng mga 40% na young ones, it is not a virtual meeting. You cannot discuss much if you're just on the conversation apps like Messenger and Viber. So what this president did, gumawa siya na ng experiment. Sinabi niya doon sa kanyang club members that the following week, they will do the virtual meeting and enjoin everybody to check in and attend. Then the following meeting after that, they will go on the usual Viber app and they enjoin everybody, requested everybody to attend as well. On the third meeting, they will meet all together and try to assess which of the two applications will be applicable for them to utilize. Magandang experiment, okay? But this is what had happened. On the second week after that, guess what? Yung 40% lamang umattend, yung mga bata. And the elders still did not attend the virtual meeting. Ito ang maganda. The next week after that, yung mga elders ang nasa Viber at yung mga young ones are not in attendance. So the following week, nung bumalik sila uli, wala silang ma-assess simply because there's nothing to assess. Sabi nga sa akin, what am I going to do? Sabi ko naman sa kanya, that is one problem that we have to face with. Okay? If they do not want to go on virtual, let them be. Ang importante rito, they are connected. What is important ay wag silang mawala sa connection. Whether whatever means that is available for you to connect them. Maski na even text, maski na even what do you call that, fax copies, maski na small messenger chat groups. What is important is that they are all connected. Bakit? By the time they lose the connection in every undertakings that we have in our group. Sooner or later, this loose connection will surmount to loss of membership. And that is what we don't want to achieve. That because of the loose connection, we will lose our members. Kaya nga, challenge we must, and we have to face this reality that we have to connect with them by all means that is available and necessary. This is one particular story. Are you familiar? Napadali. Are you familiar with this cell phone? This is the old reliable Nokia 3210. Meron po kasing storya behind this phone. Several years back, I have a friend, okay, whom I met in one of the occasions. Nagulat ako. You know why? Because I saw him utilizing a Nokia 3210. Medyo na-intriga ako sa kanya. I called up his attention. Sabi ko, friend, wag ka sana magagalit. Kaya lang, I was so mesmerized by what you are holding. Hindi naman sa gusto kitang maliitin. Alam ko naman na lima-lima kotse mo. Maganda rin ang bahay mo. But I kept on wondering, how come you're still using the Nokia 3210? You know what my friend told me? Sabi niya sa akin, alam mo, Pipimon, my life is just simple. I just need to call and be called upon. Period. Tama nga naman. Ni text, hindi siya nagre-respond. Gusto lang niyang tumawag at matawagan. Well enough, the Nokia 3210 will serve its purpose. Bakit siya mag-i-smartphone kung di naman niya kailanganin ang mga features? You know what? Several years have passed by, then we saw each other again. At alam niyo kung ano nangyari? When I saw him several years after, nakita ko na siya naglalaro ng smartphone. Sabi ko, friend, something happened. You're now using a smartphone. What happened to your Nokia 3210? Kala ko ba simple lang ang buhay mo? Alam mo, sabi niya sa akin, alam mo, Pipimon, I suddenly realized that our cell phone, telephone telcos have now shifted from analog to digital. And because of that, my 3210 is not working anymore. Gustuhin ko pa mang gamitin, hindi na siya gumagana because my phone is an analog phone. What is the moral of this story? Gusto man niyang gamitin an old technology, but by the change of technology, he doesn't have any choice but to adapt. Fellow Rotarians, hintayin lang natin mag-morph into a butterfly ang ating mga fellow members who are not together with us on this virtual meeting. Darating ang panahon that the technology will catch up on them and they will be the one to join us sooner, if not later. What is important is that they are all connected. We have to make sure that consistent messaging will be there available for them so that they will not lose connection, they will not lose communication, ergo, they will not lose their membership. Next, empower your service. Alam nyo, nagpapasalamat ako doon sa grupong TRX. Sasabihin ko na po ngayon, baka makalimutan, hindi ako batiin. Tina Susan, Cheryl, Feli, 100 Islands. So, binati ko na kayo, ha? Michelle, Lady J, Jens, Apple, Didet, Sheila, Sumayet. Okay. Isang message ko lang sa messenger. Thousands upon thousands, truckloads upon truckloads of pictures were given to me, okay, for use in my slides. Ako ngayon na nagka-problema how to fit in one single slide. Ito lang po ang isang vivid example of how Rotarians work in the midst of this pandemic. When the call of duty comes, the Rotarians are there to provide the service to the least of our brethren. Tatahakin nila ang hirap at sagabal ng COVID para lamang sila makapaglingkod. Isa lamang po ang aking gustong ipahiwatig sa inyo. Wala po ako masasabi sa mga serbisyong binigay nyo, and all of those are being acknowledged. Issue lamang po ito ng public image. Kung bibigyan nyo ko ng picture, I would rather gladly receive those pictures that are outcome-based, yung result. Yung bang magandang tingnan sa picture, yung ngiti ng mga recipients na tumanggap ng ating mga ayuda. Okay, sawa na tayo sa pagmumukha natin. Magandang ipakita natin sino ba nakatanggap ng PPE. Ano ba nangyari sa buhay nila nung binigyan natin sila ng relief goods? Sila ba ay nakakain? Yung mga ganung bagay that will spare a difference to those people who do not know us, to see who we are, what we do, and why we are doing it. This is one particular project that caught my attention na very, very timely dito sa midst ng global pandemic. Binigay po sa akin ito, this is a biosafety cabinet that is being used para do sa pag-testing ng mga COVID patients. It was donated at the James Gordon Memorial Hospital, Olongapo City by RC Rotary Club of Downtown Olongapo through a global grant initiated by District 13790. This is one of those laudable projects. It just so happened, and I do know, that there are lots of very good projects such as this one. Wala lang akong picture to show. But I do know na doon sa armory ng District 3790, there are such great projects such as this one that have been extended to the communities sa ating district na naibigay ng mga Rotarians. Para sa tingin ko nga, this one is just a simple project to speak of. But one thing that I would like to share with you, kung titingnan nyo itong picture na to, ito tinatawag namin, ako nag-aaral ako ang tawag namin dito is kurban. Are you familiar with kurban? Tawag po namin sa kurban kurtina ng banyo. Bakit? Kung titingnan mo kasi itong tela na to, pero mukhang kurtina ng banyo. But there is a great story behind these textiles. Actually, these are product, PPE product. Nangyari po to sa isang club somewhere in Eastern Visayas. During the time of the global pandemic, this club, in Eastern Visayas, do not have any choice but to meet virtually. First meeting, second meeting, hi, hello, tawanan, ano ba nangyari sa kanila? Then at the third meeting, they suddenly find themselves, nakakasawa na yung mga walang kwentang usapan natin. Is there something that we can do para naman maging kabuluhan ang ating meeting? You know what? Siguro what we can share by stroke of luck, a doctor member of them who at that time was serving a public hospital.
Feature niya yung mga project niya. Itong magandang project.
O nga po, ano yung feature ng magandang project? Okay, anyway, isang doktor na to who is working in a public hospital suddenly broke the news na kinakapos na sila ng PPE at walang ayuda dumadating galing sa gobyerno. Okay? By leaps and bounds, right at this very moment, nag-usap kagad sila. How can we assist not only our doctor friend, but this particular public hospital, whose frontliners are in need of this PPE? You know what? From that very moment alone, umikot ang usapan sa mga miyembro. There was this member of them who is into business of gown rental. Sabi niya, friends, marami akong mga tela na hindi ko natahi because of this pandemic. And marami rin akong mga tela na mabibilan sa telahan na pwede natin matahi. And we can come up with this PPE. Ang problema ko lang, hindi ko alam i-design itong tela na to. You know what? Doon pa lang sa pagkakasabi niya ng design, another member from that virtual meeting suddenly spoke up. That particular member is an architect at sinabi niya, no problem, I can design for the pattern, a pattern for this PPE. He's an architect. He used to draw houses. Wala namang masyadong curvature ang PPE. Okay, ginamit niya ang talent niya to come up with a pattern. Sooner, in 1 week's time, because of that virtual meeting, all the resources of this club came into the picture and they were able to build one after another one PPE after another. And on the second meeting, while they were showing this bunch of PPEs, another member saw it and offered, sabi niya, teka mga friend, meron akong unused sewing machine sa bahay. Pwede ako manahi ng additional PPE. Can you give me additional pattern ng tela? And so that may magawa naman ako sa bahay kasi I'm doing nothing. So what they did, nagpadala sila ng tela, and when this tela was received, ginamit itong member nito, tinanggal ang laman ng kanyang dining table, tinawag ang kanyang mga member ng kanyang bahay, tinawag kanyang mga anak, and she established a platoon, okay, and she directed an assignment from one child to another. And guess what? She started sewing one PPE after another. At the end of the day, she were able to master 30 sets of PPE. Ano ang storya sa ilalim ng aking storya? At the time na matapos niya yung PPE, she took a picture on Facebook and paged this on her web. Nabasa ko ang kanyang sinabi. Ang sabi niya, it is not that easy to become a dressmaker. But I'm truly happy to be able to help coming up with this dress by sewing up my sewing skill. What caught my attention is the last statement. It's priceless. Friends, this is what Gov Oyan and myself have been telling fellow Rotarians from time to time. We must dirty our hands in order to show the world what we can do. Madali kasing kumuha ng pera sa bulsa. Ipangbili mo. Get some money from the global grants, buy those PPEs, and have it donated. Madaling gawin na Rotarians yan. But what is intriguing and what is important is when people start using their own skills. Okay, and by means of skill, the one I am referring to you is a municipal trial court judge. Okay, na hindi man lamang nakakahawak ng sewing machine. Okay, he is a current judge. Ito pa ang mabigat. Hindi natin masasabi na somehow, somewhere, there might be some possibility that one of the recipients of this PPE natatanggap nitong PPE na to, or a husband, a brother, a close relative, a loved one was sent to jail by this judge. And this judge herself is giving the PPE to the same person. Can you imagine the effect that this particular project can do? Mabiblame ba natin si judge? That is her job, to send people to jail. But the other side of her is a Rotarian calling, coming up with their own prowess to serve mankind, utilizing COVID as a medium for her to think of a laudable project. Saan ito nag-umpisa? Sa virtual meeting. Kung walang virtual meeting, this particular project and story that I'm sharing with you will never prosper. And there is no story for me to share you about. That is what Rotary is all about. And that is what empowering service is what Rotary International is all about. Hindi po kayo nagkakamali sa inyong nakikita. As I was preparing this PowerPoint yesterday, it was on the headline news, okay, that there is this particular incident that is up on the rising. Ito yung tinatawag nila na cybercrime. And because of this cybercrime, teenage pregnancy is on the rise. Why am I showing this to you? Fellow Rotarians, this is another particular battle cry that we can work on in our future virtual meetings. Isang agenda to together with environmental protection na pwede natin pag-usapan as our agenda sa susunod nating pagpupulong. And by all means, baka itong problema ito nasa paligid lamang ng ating community. And it is now a calling for us Rotarians to step up and come up with some laudable projects in order to help our government, okay, decimate and mitigate this growing problem that we are now facing. The rest will all be given to you as to how are you going to come up with such actions. The plan of actions there will be as one of your agendas in your virtual meeting. Friends, elevate our teamwork. By all means, lahat ng kinuwento ko doon sa tatlong items of resiliences will never prosper without any teamwork. Again and again, I'm telling this to you. The projects of the club are never being undertaken by the presidents alone. The Rotary Club is never the club president. And therewith, the teamwork has to come into play in order for us to do a very laudable project. It is not a question of I cannot do it, but it's a question of what I can do in order for us to make a substance in our life. Resilience is the process of adapting in the face of adversity. When we experience a traumatic or stressful event, our brains become activated by a number of pathways to protect it. This biological process helps keep us safe. It is in the recovery of these events that we grow and change and become stronger. Fellow Rotarians, many of us are living this reality right now in the face of COVID pandemic. The good news is there are ways to grow our capacity for resiliency. And we can use this time to strengthen Rotary by working together as a teamwork to grow and foster resilience in our members and our clubs. When we collectively care for our members, we help create pathways. We grow and foster resilience. When we scale these practices to organization level, we unlock new potential to strengthen our clubs and enhance the member experience. The world deserves Rotarians and Rotary clubs that are resilient, adaptable, and strong. Remember, take care of one another, but most especially, fellow Rotarians, take care of yourselves as well. You deserve to be your best and most resilient self. In closing, always remember these four areas of resiliency: embracing the change, connect with others, empower our service, and elevate our teamwork. In closing, ito po lagi iniintay ng aking mga fans. Kapit lang, friend, at malalampasan din natin ang pagsubok. Bakit po? Kung yung DSWD nga, nilampasan tayo eh. Pagsubok pa kaya? That's all, folks. Enjoy Rotary. Thank you.
Wow. That is a very, very inspiring and heart-warming presentation. Mon, thank you. Thank you. Mag-a-adlib lang po ako ng konti. No? PP Mon has been my assistant Rotary coordinator since 2012. We started off, hindi po kami ganito magsalita. PP Mon was always my challenge. Naiyak tuloy ako, Mon. Naiyak ako. I'm sorry. Hindi po kami ganito. We constantly challenge each and everyone. Pati sa pagse-selfie ng mga stewardess aeroplano. We do that. We nag-level up simply because we wanted to give Rotarians the best presentation and inspire the Rotarians. I'm so proud of you, Mon. I'm really, really so proud of you. Nawala na ako. To give the, I'm sorry, I lost myself there. PP Mon, past President Jal, that is a very heartwarming presentation.
True indeed, true indeed, true indeed.
And to give our vote of thanks, Let us start off with past District Governor June first. Can we flash the certificate?
Yes, and the certificate shall be read by past District Governor Boboy Valles.
Yes, past District Governor Buboy, can you take it away? I'm sorry, I'm trying to hold my tears.
Where is the screen? Can I have the screen?
Sa sobrang heartwarming, pati technicalities nasira.
Yes, Delphine, I think has the copy. Delphine. Okay. Certificate of appreciation is hereby granted to past District Governor Virgilio June Farcon for imparting his valuable insights to District 3790 during its District Training Assembly 2020 on topic engaging our members to achieve our TRF goals under the new normal. Granted this 20th day of June 2020, signed myself, Benigno C. Valles, and Jesus Sama, our District Governor. Thank you, Governor June, for your invaluable support to our district.
Governor June, paki-unmute lang please, unmute.
Thank you very much, PDG Boboy, for that vote of thanks and the certificate of appreciation. Alam ko, patadala mo pa naman yung ice cream from Bataan, di ba?
Paki-focus nga si Gov. Jess Sama. Meron yata siyang iba pang vote of thanks. Meron ka ba sample dyan na ipapadala mo sa ano? Sa Marikina?
Galing pang Pampanga, papunta Marikina.
Okay.
Gov. Jess, paki-ano nga, paki-zoom out nga si Gov. Jess.
Ano magdadala?
Volunteer na si ano, si...
Ayan, si Gov. Jess.
Okay.
Ayan.
Okay, screenshot ko para may evidence.
Gov. Jess.
Wala.
Sound.
Audio.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gov. June. I hope you will like these Pampanga products.
Okay. Thank you very much, Gov. Jess.
I will send it through the courier.
Oh, talaga? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Gov. Jess, Nick daw na lang, nakikita kami dyan pag ano. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gov. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Governor Boboy, back to you.
Yes, can I have the screen again? The certificate.
Their screen certificate, please.
Certificate of appreciation is hereby granted to Rotarian Ramon Dacayo for imparting his invaluable insights to District 3790 during District Training Assembly 2020 on topic of science of resilience in the midst of the global pandemic. Signed, Jesus Sama, and Governor and Benigno Valles District Trainer. Thank you, Mon, for always supporting us.
Mon?
Again, back to you, Gov. Jess. Marami kang nakabalot dyan. Pakita na rin.
To PP Mondacayo. These are products of one of our members in Rotary, which is manufacturing, or she is catering on. These are the samples, like this. And some more. These are some of the products that are going to send also to PP Mondacayo through courier. Thank you very much.
Gov. Jess, pakihawak yung bayong. Gov. Jess, pakihawak yung bayong.
Saan daw yung bayong?
Yan. Tapos, extend mo pa kanan. Paki-extend mo pa kanan. Yan, sige. Diretso. Tatanggapin ko rito. Sige. Dito, sa kanan. Yan. Thank you. Okay. Salamat po.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hindi ka nanonood ng Itbulaga, no, Gov. Jess?
Thank you po, Gov Jess. Back to our
District Governor
moderators.
Oyan.
Okay, thank you very much.
District Governor Oyan, the landscape has really changed. And before you announce something to everyone, let me just go and give a shout out to the following clubs who are with us. We will be panning them a little bit later, to the Rotary Club of Metro Rosario, the Rotary Club of Southern La Union, Rotary Club of Dau, the Rotary Club of Vigan, the Rotary Club of Lawag Sunshine, Rotary Club of Bangged, Metro San Fernando La Union, Pampanga Cosmopolitan, Subic Bay Sunshine, and Mariveles Ecozone. They are having watch parties right now. That is why we will feature them later. For the other clubs, please change the name, your name in the Zoom application so that we could put you in later during the video.
Okay, so thank you very much, Pipi Jala. No? So just a reminder, we will have a short break. We will be back in exactly 11 a.m. So we will break muna tayo, tapos gawin nyo muna yung kailangan nyong gawin, and we will be back. As just a reminder, to reiterate what just past President Jala said, please change your rename yung inyong Zoom headers. Later on, we're going to go through all of the clubs, yung mga watch parties nyo, just like what happened yesterday, so that you can be featured and on the screen one by one. Kasi pagka iba yung pangalan nakalagay nyo, we will not be able to identify who you are. So please place your name. Paano gawin yun uli, past President Jal?
Lagay muna nila 3790. Please share screen.
Ayan, share screen please, Fidel.
Share screen, please.
Delphine pala. I always tell you.
Delphine.
Delphine.
Siya nagpapatakbo.
Shout out to past District Governor Mean Solomon from Cebu. Where are you?
Also past District Governor Mayo Ocampo is already part of our panel right now.
Just to past President Jal, all of these three individuals, si past President Mon, past Governor June, si past District Governor Mean, are all my assistants in all of the different positions in the zone. Past President Mons, when I was coordinator in 2012-2015, as well as past Governor June. Si Mean naman is in my assistant for Honolulu, Hamburg. Wow, such wonderful individuals.
I'm quite sure. And together you have really served Rotary and really grown in.
I'm so proud. Hanggang ngayon yung aking mata, Mon, iba na talaga yung level. I'm sorry. I have to medyo nawala
Merong hindi na share si past President Mon.
Ano yun?
May bagong Facebook app kasi na lumabas 2 days ago.
Ano yun? What's that?
Suspended na daw yung Father's Day.
Bakit?
Kasi lahat ng fathers ngayon naging mga babae na, naging mga mothers na rin. Kaya bukas is also Mother's Day.
Wow. So let's give a big shout out to all of the fathers, Rotarian fathers.
Yes, of course.
So
tawag daw doon. Ano yung tawag doon?
Ano tawag doon, Pipi Mon?
Transforming father.
Yeah,
transforming father. That's very good. Very good. So tomorrow, day off po tayo. So
Walang sample.
Lahat ng District Governor nominee Ann Bumagat is in the house. Where are you? Wow, puro mga taga Cebu. Si Ann Bumagat, she's not from Cebu. She's from Leyte. Ormoc. Wow, ang gagaling, ang gaganda ng mga kasama. Can we have their pictures? Pero kailangan elevate mo sila.
Change. Again, Del, can we have Bro Delphine, can we have the share screen?
Yes, we have 10 more minutes to go. Let's do that. Habang
everybody can go on the break.
Yes, Mon.
Gobo yan, pwede mag-butt in. May na-miss akong salita kanina.
Ano yun?
During the time ng Typhoon Haiyan, nung nasa kalagitnaan ng destruction ng Ormoc. There was this particular great Rotarian who visited them. Nag-tricycle tong maman to para lang maihatid ng tulong ang Rotary Club ng Ormoc. At yung isang mamang yon, merong letrang EMGA.
Nako,
okay?
alam ko na yan.
Daw. Na hindi nga napakain ng agahan ng mga Ormoc kasi wala nga silang pagkain. Pero he moved his way to go to Zamar para lang maihatid yung tulong ng Rotary doon sa mga tao. And that, nakalimutan ko lang kanina dahil nawala sa script ko.
Yes,
pero I have to acknowledge the effort of Governor Jesnik daw.
Ano yan, through the foundation, they were able to build 20 plus school, classrooms.
PDGO yan.
Yes.
Though she will be formally introduced later. She's from a different time zone, but she's already part of the panel right now. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Miss Nina Hazhala.
Sorry.
So you have to fix your English to be
English because hindi na pa pwede na yung over here, over there.
No.
So Nina, sige, magta-transform yan ako into so would like to welcome.
Yes, she will be formally introduced later.
Yeah. So teka, mahirap, medyo dumudugo na yung ilong ko.
So again, I think for us to easily trace you and for your group to be part of the zooming in of the clubs later for your watch parties, you have to put in 3790 followed by RC and then your club. Okay? So it's 3790 RC and then the name of your club. That way we can immediately pull up your pictures and have it flash during the Zoom party, most especially during the fellowship. Okay?
Yeah, so we have approximately 7 more minutes, Jal. Ano bang gusto nating pag-usapan dito?
Marami. Yun nga pala.
Wag na yan. So,
Hindi. Makikiramay lang pala ako.
Yes.
Makikiramay ako, may mga namatay na email accounts.
Ay, nako. Condolence po.
Namatay, wala pang COVID, patay na pala. Kasi hindi ginagamit.
Kami po'y nakikiramay sa inyo.
Nakikiramay kami. Pero, the good news is, for certain clubs, nakapasok na sila kanina after trying yesterday. Okay? Would you like to mention them or wag
Sino ba?
I don't have the list with me right now.
Yeah, let's just acknowledge the clubs that are already here. So ito, Rotary Club of San Fernando, Cabalen. Wow, sino ba yung mga yan, no? Wow, thank you very much for joining us. Our next speaker is Nina Hazhala. Wow, I'd like to know where she comes from.
I think she's from Czechoslovakia.
Wow, maganda sa Czechoslovakia. Marami dong Czech.
Spell.
Spell. Pwedeng ano na lang.
Di ba pwedeng USA na lang para mas madali, no?
Napakahirap yata yun. Oo. But I'm sure she's gonna give wow. I think this is the first time that Nina is going to be giving a presentation.
Yes, and then during the afternoon, we'll also be having people from Australia.
Oh wow, yeah. Australia. That's down there.
Yeah, that's why the nice thing about this DISTAS, we are able to get more speakers from actually anywhere in the world.
I was corrected. Nina Hazhala is from Ukraine.
Oh, Ukraine.
Oh. But she's now in Chicago. You know where dun sa amin, sa may
sa Chicago, Cubao?
Chicago doon.
Sa malapit sa New York 'yan.
Tabi lang noon, ganun. Kaliwa ka lang ng konti.
Seattle, Chicago, tama.
Yes, okay. So pinatatawa mo ako, Gob Oyan. Marami dong checks. Si Lyra. Okay. Good. So Wow.
For those having problems, you could still go to our Facebook help desk para mas matulungan kayo if hindi nyo napapalitan pa yung sa Zoom name accounts nyo.
Yes, Bro Jal, can you
Yes.
kasi later on there will be 3 breakout rooms. How do they get to the 3 breakout rooms later?
Wait a minute. Okay.
Meron
If you have chosen the Rotary Foundation,
Meron ba tayong screen dyan na Bro Delphine? Paano gawin yan?
yung ticket.
Yung ticket. So may ticket pala.
Yes.
Nasaan yung
Actually,
ticket na yan?
akala nung iba yung ticket parang meal ticket. Mukha nga siyang meal ticket.
So hindi
Just to explain, no?
Oo.
When you download the link, yan. Yan yung itsura. Mukha siyang meal stub, di ba?
Mukha pala siyang meal stub talaga.
Oo. It's in PDF format. Okay? But what's amazing with this ticket is it is also digital. You just have to click on where you want to go. May embedded kasi na program yan dun sa ilalim. May embedded link.
So all you have to do, medyo nag-i-English lang ako, Bro Jal, ngayon. All you have to do is press on the link and it will guide you to where the breakout room is.
Yes. But except for people going to the Rotary Foundation session.
Bakit ganun, Bro Jal?
Because they are special, because they will be contributing more to TRF.
Okay. Wow.
The people going to the TRF session will stay here.
Sa plenary.
Where we are right now.
Okay.
They don't have to leave anymore.
Okay, good. So after this is all done, after the breakout, babalik ulit tayo sa plenary, correct, PP?
Yes.
Okay, so how do they go about doing that?
Okay. During the mini sessions, they will have small chat groups there, and their moderators will send them a link to go back to the plenary. Now, this is applicable to people who would be going to the membership session and the public image session. And please go back after the small sessions. Usually kasi pag regular conference, naglalakwat siya na yung alam kong Rotarian na iba dyan eh. Diba? Okay. They have to go back because I heard, ito secret lang. Atin dalawa lang o yan. May raffle daw.
May raffle?
May raffle.
Parang coffee machine yata yung iraraffle.
Oo, may raffle.
Oo.
Pero chismis pa lang. Pero kung napuwersa yung may-ari ng kapihan dyan, may machine.
Yes, wow, okay. Wow, ito pala mga Lilibet de la Cruz from Makati. Actually, wow, kasama dito. Lilibet de la Cruz from District 3830 is in the house. Yung mga taga RC Downtown Tarlac 86, good morning. Andito pala kayo ngayon. So, we're now ready. Past President Jal, I turn it over to you.
Okay. Welcome back from the break. Part 3 of the plenary this morning is of particular significance because our public image has to be congruent with our Rotary brand. To introduce our third speaker, I now call on District Secretary, Past President Vanessa Magbu of the Rotary Club of Baguio Highlands. Take it away.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, thank you so much for that introduction, Past President Jal. Good morning, everyone. Our next speaker is a highly experienced specialist in marketing project management, media content creator for over 10 years of working experience in a cross-cultural setting, both in Ukraine and the United States of America. She finished Master of Arts Management, specializing in media management at Columbia College in Chicago, getting honors as the Filet Graduate Merit Award Fellowship. She also finished Master of Arts, specializing in linguistics and Russian Russian literature at Kansas State University in Ukraine. In fact, she is indeed a linguist, as she speaks fluent Russian, Ukrainian, French, and of course, English. She graduated Bachelor of Arts, major in education at Cherkasy State University in Ukraine. Her international working experience includes advertising sales for print media, production of her own radio shows, development of advertising concepts for marketing agency, editorial content management for a lifestyle magazine, organization of concerts and events, facilitation of cross-cultural training for Peace Corps volunteers. Her expertise includes media management, editorial content management, project coordinator, cross-cultural communication, creative team leadership, and administrative management. She is also a co-founder and editorial director of Local Magazine in Chicago, Illinois. She has been an account executive at I Imagine Studio at Evanston, Illinois. She's also a media producer at Bags Entertainment and has been a marketing assistant at the Department of Cultural Affairs at Chicago, Illinois. Currently working as communications specialist at Feldman Financial Services at Deerfield, Illinois. She is a Rotary Public Image Specialist and a regional leader support. Without further ado, let us all welcome our beautiful speaker, no other than Miss Nina Hashala. Take it away, Nina.
Okay, I need a screen. I do not see the option to choose it now. Vanessa, I guess I need help with finding where to share the screen because I only could share the screen when someone other was talking.
Delphine, please give the authority to share the screen. Thank you.
And I also need to share it with sound and video.
Okay. We can actually hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, but I don't have my presentation on a screen.
Technical, please. Technical, please.
There should be a share screen button down below.
I saw it when you guys were sharing the presentation, but for some reason it's not there.
Okay. Just click on the Zoom screen, and it should pop up down or up below.
You can share screen. You can share screen now. You've been promoted as a co-host.
Oh,
there we go.
Yay.
There we go.
I see it now.
Yes, Nina, are you in Chicago right now?
Yes, I am.
Wow.
Okay, I need to see. I can share screen, share computer. Yay.
Yay, there we go. Great.
Almost done.
There it is.
There we go.
Take it away, Nina.
Yep. One more second. Two. Oh. Okay. My name is Nina Hashala. I have been introduced and even blushing with all those things that I did. Thank you so much, Vanessa, for a great introduction. I'm happy to be with all of you here today, and welcome to our session, Branding and How Important It Is in Our Public Image Campaign. The agenda for today's session is on the screen. Our session will consist of 3 sections. We'll talk about Rotary's public image, Rotary's brand, and effective branding tools, and what you can do to support Rotary public image. I don't want this session to be my presentation only. I want it to be kind of mutual interaction. I want you to be highly involved in thinking process, and I want you to form clear understanding why public image is important for Rotary in general and for your club in particular, and what you can do to enhance Rotary's public image and benefit the work of your own club. It would be great if you have a piece of paper and a pen. I also plan to interact a little bit in the chat box, so please familiarize yourself where it is located on the screen. Let me check. I do see mine. That's great. We will also have a Q&A session in the end. So I hope you found a chat box, because I want to start with checking what you think about public image. Please write in the chat box what you think public image is. Do you have understanding what is that? Any ideas are welcome. I'll give you 30 seconds. If there is no idea, we will continue. But I really would like you to be involved in that. Yes, witnessing our values and living them. That's great. Anything else? Public perception, yes. What people think about, yes, perception. So public image is the opinion that people have of an organization based on its action. Thank you so much for sharing the ideas. That's great. So now when you know what public image is, I would like you to think from that perspective, what is Rotary's public image? What people form in their mind when they hear about Rotary? Yes. How we as a club is perceived by public? Yes. So let's check this. We all know this saying, Rotary unites leaders from all continents, cultures, and occupations to exchange ideas and take action for communities around the world. That's how we inside the Rotary see ourselves. But Rotary's public image isn't just what we think of ourselves. It's what people outside of Rotary think about us. How do people who aren't involved with Rotary perceive us and our clubs? People's awareness of Rotary varies around the world. However, just think about it. After more than 110 years of providing service to others and taking actions on the world's most persistent issues, with more than 35,000 clubs in over 200 countries, it's more than McDonald's restaurants in the world, with 1.2 million Rotarians, public awareness of Rotary, and especially our work, is still pretty low. Our 2018 research about Rotary's public image in the United States showed that 47% of respondents in the United States have never heard about Rotary at all. 53% have heard about us. However, half of those people have no idea what Rotary does. Many of us have been asked, what is Rotary? And we answer in different ways. Similarly, when we ask members of the public from around the world, we received a variety of responses that you can actually see on the screen. And I'll pause for 30 seconds just for you to read those answers. As you can see, the latest research reveals that our public image needs some improvement. Rotarians do so much amazing work in their communities. We build houses for homeless. We plant trees to protect the shores from destruction, organize educational camps for low-income families. We fight polio. We volunteer at senior homes. repair properties, and serve meals for those in need. We sew and distribute masks for essential workers, and so much more. How come general public still doesn't know about that work? And if the majority of public is not aware of the great job Rotarians do in their communities, how can we expect them to join and support us in our efforts? Rotary's public image is shaped by what and how we talk about Rotary, how we present what we do in our communities, and how often. If we are not telling those Rotary stories to the public, the impression are often made up of half-truths or not made up at all. It's weakening our brand and harming our public image. So what are the benefits of strong public image? And great. The benefits of strong public image. Strong Rotary's public image motivates public to support our efforts and projects. It inspires to get involved. It engages new members, volunteers, and partners, attracts new donors, and positively distinguishes Rotary from other servicing opportunities. In my position, I always receive a lot of inquiries and questions. Why does my Rotary Club or district logo need to look this particular way? Why do I need to follow those guidelines? Why can't I just go with my own club logo or my old logo, let's say with a wheel and a rising sun, in my own colors and with my own symbols? Well, before answering those popular questions, let's do this little exercise. Please use the list of strong public image benefits on the screen that you can see right now and make up questions out of them in regards of your own club. Do I want to motivate people around me to support my club's efforts? Do I want to inspire others in my community to get involved in what we do? Do I want to engage new members, volunteers, and partners? Do I want to attract new donors? Do I want to distinguish my Rotary Club in the community from many other humanitarian or service organizations on the market? In other words, do I want people to get involved in my Rotary Club or work with my competitors? Think about those questions. And most important, think about the answers. If you answered yes to at least one of those questions, that is exactly the reason why your club logo should be consistent with all the Rotary's logos in the world. To create consistent recognition and strong, trusting reputation. After all, it's the face of Rotary. Using creative variations of Rotary logo is like wearing various wigs, fake mustaches, theatrical makeup, and expect others to recognize you. We will talk about logo and visual recognition as a part of branding in our next section. But before that, let's take a minute and write down up to 3 actions or items that may improve your club's public image in the community. I'll give you a minute to do that. Again, it shouldn't be 3, no more than 3, it can be 1. Please keep that list till the end of our session because we will continue working with it later, closer to the end of the session. Before moving to our next section and talking about two powerful branding tools that would help you to strengthen public image in your community, I would like to recommend our Building Rotary's Public Image course available for you at Rotary's Learning Center. To get there, you need to have my Rotary account. It's very easy to create if you still haven't. I would strongly recommend to do that because it's an easy way to access a great collection of various Rotary resources. From that page, you go to, and actually how to get there, you can see on the screen. From My Rotary, go to Learning and Reference tab, then choose Learning Center. While on the Learning Center, go to Categories, and choose Public Image folder. You'll find Building Rotary's Public Image there. So now let's move to our next very important topic, Rotary's branding tools and how to use them effectively to enhance Rotary's public image. What is the correlation between public image and brand? I was asking my friend, and a lot of people don't really tell apart those two notions. I would like to know what you think about it. Please use chat box to share. The difference between public image and brand. Okay, we can move forward if we don't have ideas yet. I hope we'll have it. So, how does public image differ from brand? And does it? Brand, okay, we do have some ideas in my chat pane. Brand is what you project. Public image is how people see you. Absolutely correct. Oh, okay. So both public image and brand are not physical assets. However, they share same goals and are shaped by communication. Brand is about visual and emotional perception that can be controlled, shaped, and nurtured by an organization. It's an internally managed asset. And public image, on contrary, is the external public opinion about an organization's actions. Organization can't really control it. For example, a good brand impression can be created through a smart advertising campaign. But you can't really advertise your way to a good public image. Brand makes you relevant, while public image makes you credible. I would say public image and brand is a reflection of each other, kind of two mirroring concepts. When I was thinking what would be a good metaphor to represent correlation between brand and public image, I thought of a tree. If we do a great work, gardening, taking care, and strengthening the roots, there will be a beautiful tree crown for the public joy and attraction. And you're welcome to share your metaphors in case you have them, and I would use them with pleasure in my other presentations. So see, like, brand is kind of fruit that we can nurture because that depends on us. So brand is controlled by organization, it is internal, and public image is as a tree crown that public can see and enjoy, because public really doesn't see the work, not all the work, but doesn't see our all efforts that we put there. However, they see the result. They form their opinion about us. So public image is not controlled by organization, and it is external notion. Rotary brand is our way to communicate who we are and what we do for the external public. And that answers the main question and the theme of today's session. Why branding is that important for our public image campaign? Because if we do not communicate with our brand consistency, brand voice, brand stories, the external public will continue thinking that we are just a bunch of guys meeting and having lunch. So let's summarize what we know about the brand. I just want to add this picture that I really like and I found during preparing for this presentation. Those 2 cups of coffee. Why do you think people pay 4 times more for that Starbucks cup of coffee? You may share your ideas, or I just really want you to think. I want you to look at those cups, like looking at the benefits of branding, because one is obviously not branded, the other one is branded, and see the benefits, but not only for Starbucks coffee, but for your own club. So let's summarize. Brand is an identifying symbol. It can be a mark, logo, name, word, sentence that companies use to distinguish their products from others. Brand is not just a tangible symbol that you can see or touch. Brand is way more. It is a promise to consumers. It is also an emotional connection. Brand includes the feeling that consumers get when they use products and services. In a nutshell, brand is visual and emotional connection with the product or service. So now let's think, what is Rotary's brand? I want you to think about it. And again, we're going to use the chat box. While you're thinking about the Rotary's brand, I want you to look at those pictures. I want you to think, what is the key components that Rotary brand consists of? At those 2 pictures, do you see any identifying symbols? So when people looking at those pictures, they clearly understand what organization is that. And what is the promise? What is the emotion there? How does external public recognize us? And really the most important, I want you to think, is there an emotion that can touch someone's heart? Someone who is not connected with Rotary yet. Rotary International has 2 powerful communication tools designed to create visual recognition and emotional connection with Rotary's brand. Remember, like 2 parts, visual and emotional. So Rotary's visual branding, it's Rotary's brand representation in logos, marks, colors, typography, and Rotary's People of Action campaign. It's a tool designed to tell a visual and emotional story of work and projects we do, to create that emotional connection with community and general public. One of the Rotary's key visual identity elements is logo. A consistent use of logo is an essential component of a strong brand look in communications about your Rotary Club. Remember, it's our face. Our face should be recognizable and familiar if we want to create trust and make new friends, like new members, sponsors, and volunteers. I'm not going to talk a lot about using and creating correct logos because you will have a separate session on this subject later today. However, there are 5 key points I would like to draw your attention to. First, in 2013, Rotary logo was updated and modernized. Therefore, our heritage logo retired in 2013. Therefore, we do not use it anymore. Master brand signature, which is number 2. It's our official logo and combines the wheel and the word Rotary. It should only be used by Rotary International. If by any chance you need to use that logo, the only way to obtain it is through the Rotary International Licensing Service. Number 3, club, districts, zones must create and use their own Rotary logos. They consist of master brand signature, remember to recognize the face, but also with the district or zone number, just to give the meaning to your own community. No countries or any other additional identifiers should be listed. All of them can be easily generated on Rotary's Brand Center. Same rules are applied to Rotaract and Interact logos. Number 4, while working with internal or external partnering organizations or collaborative projects, we should create a partnership lockup logo. Only one partner may be displayed within the lockup. And number 5, keep the master brand signature clear of outlines, special effects, or other graphic elements. Keep the master brand signature free of other shapes and do not replace the word mark with a font. Keep all elements undistorted and in the right order. So what is the correct club logo and what is not? Let's see the short video that I prepared for you, and I really hope it's going to work. Yes. That very helpful slide and very helpful video to understand how we cannot manipulate the club logo and how it should be created. To get more information on that, I really advise you to visit Brand Center. So the 2 main sources of branding references are Voice and Visual Identity Guidelines. It has plenty of in-depth details and aspects to consider how to create logo and all the visual identity on 43 pages of the document. For a short summarized version of this guide, I would recommend to use Voice and Visual Identity at a glance. It's on the right. It's a very simple and easy, clear, and compact document. I personally have it printed version on my desk for a quick handy reference. Both documents can be downloaded from Brand Center. In the guidelines section, the route is shown on the slide. I'm not sure what is that, but I will pause for a second and we will move further. I just want you to write down if someone is interested where to find it. I have no idea what are those lines and where they came from. Okay. I cannot control it, so I guess we'll continue that way. Let's talk about people of action. Another important branding tool that is crucial to use for enhancing Rotary's public image is People of Action campaign. Yeah, thank you for muting. I'm not sure what was that. So it is a tool that members can use to show the meaningful impact that Rotary clubs make in their communities. The campaign portrays Rotarians as people of action, professional, community and civic leaders who share a passion for taking action to improve the world around them. Look at this picture. It's easy to recognize organizational face and name by visual markers. You can see our logo, our brand colors. I hope you know that it's blue and some orange and also gray. But it also gives the answer to that frequent question. I heard about Rotary, but what do you guys exactly do? Well, we fight hunger and we do so much more. You name it. A good People of Action story shows Rotary members as the achievers we are. Leaders who work together in communities to inspire, to transform, to connect and celebrate what's possible. Individuals who get things done and have a great time working, growing, and learning together. I want to pause for a few minutes here. I want you guys to think and come up at least with one example of the project your club did this year that improved the life of your community in any way. It shouldn't be something drastic and huge. So think about it. What projects did you do that changed the life of your community in some way? And write it down, please. While you're thinking about it, I will add some more questions so to make your brain think. How did you come out with that idea, with that exact idea? How did you assess the need of your community for that project? What was the challenge that your community had? And why did it bother you so much and keep you sleepless and thinking about it at night? Why did you want to help? What did you exactly do to solve that challenge? And who helped you to solve it? What was the outcome, the positive impact on your community? Think about it. And use those key points that you see on the screen to describe your story. Write it down. And I'll pause for a minute so you can think it through and write down that story. It's very important to understand, for understanding this exact branding tool. So now you have a story, and your club is almost ready to promote itself to the external public as people of action and tell them what you do for the positive change in their community. That's the way to touch their hearts with your impactful and inspiring story. What is left is to choose a right image to show it. Selecting images can be hard, but we have helpful tips for you. Show only positive images. Show real life, everyday moments. Show several people working or connecting. Use warm lighting and natural colors. Represent the diversity of your club and community. Include just a few people. Avoid large group shots. So right now on the screen, you see 4 images. Please choose those that are not good for telling people's action story. In the chat pane, just wrote those numbers. The one of wrong images. The one, like 2 of them will not really work, and we will discuss why. And the right answers about incorrect images are number 2, a fake posing handshake. Handshaking photos don't really show Rotary's members in action that benefits their communities. Okay, there are 2 guys posing together, but what are they doing? Like if they're shaking hands for each other, is it beneficial for the community really? Are they helping to solve the problems? Maybe in the idea, but it doesn't communicate that to the general public. And number 3, a huge group of people, no faces, no emotions showed. So we can't really connect with those people on the photo, and we really don't know what those people do, what are their actions, and how they help the community in that way. So that is the thing. We need to think what public think about us, because let's say it's a big event for Rotarians. We all were there, we were all invited, we participated, we know that it's great. But if a person from the outside world look at this photo, what they will see, will they know anything about it? Not really. So this is not a good image to use. And we're going to the next slide. And these are kind of images we want to use for telling a story of our actions and connect with members of our community emotionally to show that we care and act on it. Please look at those pictures and just think, what do they communicate? To create people of action ads or social media posts, we include a phrase, together we, as you can see on those 3 photos, and add 1 of 10 action verbs for your headline. You can see those examples on the screen as well. So together we inspire, together we transform, together we connect. The list of the Rotary's officially approved action verbs can be found in People of Action Guidelines on the Brand Center. And now that you have written down your own story a few slides ago, you know the tips how to select a correct image. You are ready to create your own People of Action ad and social media post and tell the world your inspiring Rotary story. You can easily generate those ads using your own images or images from Rotary Collection on our fabulous Brand Center. You can even download already designed People of Action ads, Facebook banners, or Instagram posts. It's #1 place to get or generate promo resources you need, including your club logo and People of Action materials. That will also help you to save some money because you can skip hiring a designer. Always a good point. There are some other resources I would like to recommend for your review. Some of them I already mentioned earlier, but I really want to have them all together on this page for your final review. Your #1 public image resource, as I just said, it's Rotary's Brand Center. It has everything you need for your public image needs. I listed a few documents that I personally find very helpful for understanding the concepts we learned today. It's People of Action campaign guidelines. It would be a great document to familiarize with all the aspects of the campaign, from the general concept to their photography tips. I would also recommend to download People of Action Style Guide at a Glance. It's a one-pager that has all the campaign elements explained. And please feel free to write down while the slide is on the screen. If you are interested in certain guidelines or certain resources, please free to write down for your further use. If you need tips or ideas or examples how to create powerful images for your future ads or social media campaigns, I would advise you to find and save the People of Action flyer with writing and photo tips and use it as a cheat sheet for a quick reference. I must say it's my favorite one. I've already recommended Voice and Visual Identity Guidelines and Voice and Visual Identity at a Glance, but I will never get tired of recommending those because they contain very important rules of Rotary's branding. Another important place where you can find really great educational resources is the Learning Center. Currently, there are 3 public image courses available, but in July, we plan to add 2 new courses, one on logo, how to create logo, how clubs should create their own logos, and the other on People of Action campaign. They're being finalized right now, so very soon, both of them will be on Learning Center right on time. I invite you to explore the Learning Center for other courses as well, for club development, for funding, like everything, you name it, you will be able to find them and take a course. And of course, I cannot recommend great public image experts in your district. It's Regional Public Image Coordinator Ray Castillo, Assistant ARPICs, and also District Public Image Chairs. They are great experts, and they themselves are great resources of information. You can reach out to them, and they will definitely be able to help you. And the last but not least, there is an important rule that works the most effectively both for branding and public image. It's the rule of consistency. When companies have logos and designs across different outlets that don't match, it makes consumers feel uneasy and unsure about the brand validity. Be a brand champion. Promote brand fidelity through all the communication channels that you use for your Rotary Club. Consistency in communication is the only way to make Rotary's brand well recognized and Rotary's public image reliable, solid, and trustworthy. If you remember, at the beginning of our session, I asked you to write down up to 3 actions or items that may improve your club's public image in the community. I haven't forgot about it. Now, after we went through and learned about Rotary's public branding tools, I want to update that list. What strategies would you use to improve your club's public image in the community. What tools that we were talking about today you will apply? And I'll make a pause for 1 minute, and I want you to remember everything we were talking today and apply those tools and strategies to the ideas that you develop at the beginning of the session. I also will ask you to implement that people of action story that you wrote down today. Find a good image from your project. I don't know, talk to your colleagues. I know that we all love to take photos. Go to Brand Center and create a Facebook or Instagram post and tell that story to the public. Show what you really do to make this world a better place. So people around us finally know that we're not just eating lunch or meeting for our own benefits. And I think the presentation is over. I want to thank you for your time today. I hope this session helped you better understand why unified branding strategies are important for Rotary's public image and how those concepts and tools can benefit the work of your own club. I wish you all the best luck in your public image aspirations. And now I open for the questions, if you have some. I'll find the chat box or how we're going to accept the questions.
Okay. So Nina is open for questions in the next 10 minutes. So anybody have a question, please type them in the chat box down below. Okay, somebody says, thank you, Nina. P.E. Mai Lopez from RC Baguio North. And Richard Dionco said, thank you, Nina. Any questions for Nina? All the way from Chicago. What time is it in Chicago right now, Nina?
It's almost 11 p.m.
Oh, wow. Wow, 11 p.m. Okay. So, okay, so please type in your questions now because, thank you, Nina, for sharing your wisdom on public image by Vanessa, who introduced you.
2 thumbs up.
Thank you.
Kabayan.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a past district governor. Our Rotary Regional Public Image Coordinator is in the house. Past district governor Ray Castillo. Let's welcome him.
Thank you very much, Kabayan. I would just like.
Hello, Ray.
Hi, how are you, Nina? I just
Good.
like
How are you?
the opportunity to greet you and welcome to our virtual show.
Thank you.
790 in the Philippines. Thank you very much for your very well informative presentation. You do it all for us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for very sweet words.
So we're still welcoming some questions. Strategy, update or change existing club's Facebook business page to fix the issues. Boost this page periodically, strategically. Any comment on that, Nina?
I think it's a really great idea to change and make it more brand compliant, brand unified, like using Rotary's colors. That would be a great idea. And yeah, go ahead. And posting pictures using that people of action advertising that you can generate on Brand Center, but also just share the pictures. Just share the pictures of what you do, because it looks like the biggest problem of public image is people don't know that what we do for their communities. People think of us that we just sit together and and just do something for our own benefits.
Okay.
And I think when we having Facebook pages, we have Instagram pages, why not to take those pictures from the projects you do, the project that benefiting the community, and show them there. So people don't just recognize the logo, which is very, very important, right? Like when we're making friends, we need to recognize person, the appearance at first, right? To trust. But then we need to learn about our own interest, our own passions, about our, like, how do we help this community to solve the issues they have? That's how you can touch people's heart and attract to the clubs.
Okay, Nina, there's the Philippines is one of the heaviest users of Facebook. How do you suggest to use Facebook as a way to advertise the Rotary clubs?
I must say, we just going to publish an article in our regional leaders newsletter in August issue. It was an article prepared by Arpic Lee Ann, and she actually is giving really great tips on using Facebook. For example, she advised to use videos because currently Facebook apply algorithm that promote videos better than photos.
Okay.
So if you have video, show it. Also, it's another very interesting tip. For example, you had an event and you have plenty of photos you want to share with public. So you created a folder, right, with the photos and sharing it on Facebook. The thing is that every time you add a new photo to that folder, it's showing up in on the page of your followers. So just don't add all the photos together, just add one by one. So it's always pop up in the Facebook feed, or ask your colleagues to add their own photos to the same folder. That's a great tip to use.
Okay, interesting. We have some questions right now.
Great.
From PP Dick Chan of RC Magalang. If you create an artwork with your club name in it without the Rotary logo, does that violate any intellectual property or not conforming with rules of branding?
Okay, if you created artwork with your club name in it without the Rotary logo. But what do you mean under club name?
I believe they already have their logo before. Historically, a lot of Rotary clubs have their own old logos. Essentially, what they're asking is, how do you now blend the use of the old logo with the new branding and logo?
Well, the rule number one that was shown. Old logo has been retired.
Okay, so
That's putting it very simple. That's putting it very simple. Retire the old club logos.
Okay.
Well, the thing is that we do understand that it takes time because people have emotional connection with their own logos as well. But the thing is that the logo should be unified, and time is changing. Even like visual fashion, let's say, is changing. So that is why it is important to be updated in visual terms as well. And I understand that people try to hold to their own logo, but I also was thinking, like, for example, you have your own logo, which kind of differs a lot from other, right? Like the logo that should be used. So how can people, when people see this logo that probably recognizable for club Rotary, those Rotary club members, but people from outside, because we're talking about public image, right? We're talking about outside group of people, how they would recognize that it's a huge organization? They will not, because that visual doesn't go around the world. That's just that visual familiar for the club. And I was thinking that let's say, so yes, there is this very unique club with very unique logo that not unified with all the others. Its voice is kind of a voice of one person. But if all the club logos are unified looking, it's more like a choir. It's a choir of 35,000 voices. That is way stronger, right? Than just about one voice.
Okay, I see what you're getting at. So it's synergy. At the end of the day, you can have your own identity, and you'd like to hold on to that identity. but if all of us sing the same tune, then everybody will hear us. I got you. And one of the things you said a while ago is about posting videos instead of pictures in Facebook. Does that get a lot of reach? Would you say?
I guess it depends. It depends how many followers you have. But those are little tech tricks that RP Lian shared with us.
Okay.
Also, actually, live videos are very popular as well.
Oh, live videos.
Yeah, live videos are very popular, and also Facebook pushing it with its own algorithm.
Do you have any example, perhaps, that?
No,
oh, no. Okay.
I'm just saying that it's a great trick. So if you ever decide, like not just you, like everyone decide to have a live video, it can be pretty tricky at the beginning, but usually just choose 3 topics, like 3 items that you want to discuss. And when you have just 3 of them, it would be easy. The video shouldn't be long. Actually, short video is good.
Yeah, go ahead.
And another trick.
Okay, go ahead. We'll love tricks. We'll love tricks. Go ahead, please.
Usually it is considered that Facebook posts should be very short. So yes, while short Facebook post attracts a lot of attention, longer posts, they have better engagement.
Oh, okay. So a shorter post is better. So you limit the number of texts as well.
No, it's not. It's better. Like if you want to attract fast attention, that's great. People will look, like, and go away. But if you have a longer text, people will be engaging. They will be engaged in conversation. And if you engage, actually Facebook algorithm would be pushing it on top of the feed.
So it has to be catchy then, huh?
Yeah, at least the first phrase.
Okay. So I think our time is up. We've had a very wonderful conversation. Thank you very much, Miss Nina Hashala from straight from Chicago. Yes, I love the pizza and the burgers there. The hot dogs. I'm sorry. In these most trying of times, we appreciate the thespians in input in branding and with this knowledge to maximize know-how in our public image campaign. Now we are very, very enlightened. So now I turn you over to our district trainer, past District Governor Boboy Valias.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate being with you.
Thank you very much, Nina. Thank you very much, Nina. Past District Governor Boboy.
Yes, can I have the screen? Good morning, Nina.
Good morning.
My task is to award you the certificate of appreciation. Can you please put on the screen? While they're putting it, I'll read. Certificate of appreciation is hereby granted to Ms. Nina Hashala for imparting her invaluable insights to District 3790 during its District Training Assembly 2020 on topic branding, how important is it in our public image campaign? Granted this 20th day of June 2020. Signed, Benigno C. Valles, District Trainer, and Susama, District Governor, Rotary Year 2020-2021. Okay, can you show Nina the certificate, please? Who's posting the certificate, please?
Buboy, the basket daw, you can send it to me.
No problem.
Delphine, can you post the certificate of appreciation on the screen? Where is it? Okay. While waiting, can we show Gov Jess, our governor, for the vote of thanks, another vote of thanks? Gov Jess, are you there? Governor Jess Sama.
Eating lunch, I think.
Governor Jess, where are you?
Naka-mute. Let me unmute.
Okay, that's Governor Jess. Yes, that's the certificate of appreciation.
Please press the unmute button of Governor Jess, please.
Anong gawin ko?
We'll just send this to you in Chicago.
Turn off. Huh?
Gov Jess.
Please unmute your laptop, please. Governor Jess, you are on mute.
Gov Jess, please unmute.
Please unmute yourself. I've already given you the unmute request. Okay, so Gov Boboy, I turn it back to you. Paki ano na lang.
Yeah, that's our governor, Gov Jess Sama, is showing the usual Filipino tradition of handing over some goodies from our region, from our part of the globe, to our guest speaker as a vote of thanks. Thank you, Nina.
Okay, thank you very much, Gov Jess. Thank you very much, Nina. Bro Jal, you have any words to say?
Fellow Rotarians, before we go on a break for lunch, we would just like to remind you of two things. First, the meeting rooms shall open by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. For those attending the Rotary Foundation, for those attending the Rotary Foundation, you do not have to leave this room, okay? You will use the same link that you used for today's plenary. You have premium seats because we know that you work hard for the foundation. For those attending membership and public image, you have to click on the link on the District 2020 digital ticket, which is now on your screen. This ticket sent to you in PDF format has an embedded link that will lead you to your respective room meetings. Okay? And PDG Oyan?
Sorry. Medyo nagpupunas lang ako ng ilong ko kasi medyo nag-nosebleed yata ako. After the breakout sessions, we shall again go back to the plenary. A digital link shall be provided by your moderator during the breakout classrooms. This is particular for those attending the membership and public image sessions. Okay, remember that. If you are already in the foundation, you do not have to leave this room. For those attending the Rotary Foundation, you need not do anything, not only because you're already in the plenary, but because you are more special.
Again,
you are more...
Oyan, do we really have to come back after the breakout sessions to the plenary?
No, you just stay on this room. Do not leave. Do not close, and you will just stay on the Rotary Foundation session.
And what incentive do I have in staying on this afternoon?
Coffee machine. A mini coffee machine. Mamaya pakikita ko, nandun lang sa taas eh. So,
and aside from that, I think the district also prepared.
Yes, meron we have raffles as well.
Okay.
We have raffles as well. Yes.
So once again, may we remind clubs to change the name of your account in Zoom. Okay, it's up. Okay, the slide is there. Rename it to 3790 followed by your club so that we can have a Zoom fellowship later this afternoon. That would be all. Miss Nina, good
Miss
night.
Nina,
Good night.
we're
And to the other Rotarians, have a wonderful lunch. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. Take it away, PDG
Okay,
Oyan.
Nina.
Bye. Thank you
Hopefully,
so much.
thank you.
Bye,
You.
Nina. Bye-bye, Nina. Thank you.
And
Bye.
see you in
Thank you,
Chicago.
Nina.
See you in Chicago. Okay.
Thank
See
you.
you.
Thank you very much, Nina. I
Ayun.
will-
Okay. Governor Jess, can you please give some words to Nina?
Yeah, thank you very much, Nina. I know by this
Thank you
time
so
you
much.
must be in bed, but you share your time with us. Thank you very much.
was
I am sending you this package through my sister in Chicago. I am
Thank
sending
you.
it to
It
you.
was my pleasure. It was my
Yeah.
pleasure. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much. I know all Rotarians of District 3790 learn a lot from your
Thank
public
you.
image. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Okay, so let's go on a break. Let's have some lunch. We have some sandwich over here and some, what else do we have? Okay, so,
And you can send some here in Baguio, Oyan.
okay.
Yes,
Okay.
Actually, I'm in Pasig. I'm in
Okay.
Pasig. Yes.
Yeah.
I am all inviting you for a lunch here. Come please.
Yeah, maybe you can Uber it right over here, Gob. Sorry, grab it over here. Okay, so
Okay.
let's
See you later.
see you later.
1
Okay,
o'clock.
we are temporarily suspending this task and be back at 1 o'clock p.m. this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Gob.
Thank you, Governor Jess.
I saw my classmate, Rich Reyes from Davao. Thank you for joining us, Mate Rich.
isend ko sa iyo yung menu. May pork, may beef, may
Ganon.
chicken, may seafood.
Ano yun?
Send ko pa yung, sa iyo yung menu.
Oo.
Gusto mo mag-survey tayo kung ilang darating?
O, sige.
Kasi baka mamaya naman wala pa tayong 10.
Kumakain si Gobit, ah. Ito, oh.
Ikaw nandito na.
Sige. Naka-unmute na ako.
Kailangan talaga di ako sumama.
Cards? Cards?
Cards? Oo.
Okay. Okay na. Kanina nagkakaproblema eh.
Ganon. Pards
Hindi ako sinama sa panelist.
Nang? Dito?
Oo. So, ngayon
Tayo ang host.
Hindi. I don't know kung sino bang may host, moderator.
Pards? Bakit maingay? Feedback. Yan. Okay. Parang nagpipidback.
Pareho. Pati yung dito sa
Parts. I'm still, I sent the, nag-echo. Teka, saan ang echo? Yan. Baka Dr. Ron? I can hear the echo. Parts, nawawala ka.
Cards? Hindi, sige, ano problema? I'm here lang.
How do we come in, boys? Palagay ko yung computer ni Ron. Can you talk, Elmer? Para marinig ka namin.
Hello.
Check natin si Elmer.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Maybe naririnig mo si Elmer. Merong echo.
Mute ko niya.
Hindi siya nakakano.
Cards? Hi, Linda. Hi, Goblinda. How are you? How's the Lola? How's the Lola?
Babysitting while watching.
Oh, okay. Very good. Nasa beach ako, nasa beach. Parts, 1:30 ba? Ang start?
Oo. Pero meanwhile...
1:30, no?
Oo. So let's give some guidelines. How come I hear some echo.
May echo.
Naririnig mo yung echo?
Boss James. James. Ayos ba yung hairdo ko?
Ayos na ayos.
Ayos.
Puti yan ah.
Galing nasa beach ka.
Nasa beach eh.
Oh. Init dyan, nakasuit ka pa.
Siyempre, hindi, malamig nag-snow.
Echo to, patay mo rin. Please, patay mo rin.
Okay.
Parts, paano tanggalin yung echo?
Sa amin, no, dito, yung isang phone nakabukas, so siya na nag-echo. So, muted na. So, how are you? Kamusta yung apo mo na maganda?
Nagmana sa lola. Yabang.
Nagmana sa lola. Good. Oo, napabinyagan mo na ba, of course?
Ay, wala pa nga eh. We scheduled for this year. Ay, sa first birthday niya, pero with this pandemic thing, wag muna. But we'll see. Baka sa bahay na lang na ano.
Oo. Tatakbo kami dyan sa Baguio. Pagka, diba?
Bawal, hindi ka makalusot.
Ganun? Euro. Now, pupunta ako sa gallery view to look at our participants. Hi, AG, Past AG Lily. How are you? Andito Northern Tarlac. Hi, I see the group of Lawag Metro. What happened to social distancing? Anyway, you look nice. RC Metro Rosario, Lawag RCDO. Hi Lily, AJ Lily. Go Tony! How are you? Can you hear us? Mute ka namin. Hi Go Tony! Yan. I was about to say, your loved one is here.
Hi, Piato.
So we have P. Adelia. How are you? Atom. Urdaneta.
Hi, Pizlo. Hi, Gov, Linda. Sorry na, may pangalawang Zoom ako dun sa meeting natin.
O, sige, batian muna kayo hanggang mga 10 minutes.
Sige.
Greet each other. Yan, meet ko kaya muna kayo. No? Participants, unmute all. Okay, Aurora, wag muna. Unmute yourself pag magsasalita. So, hi. Andito ang ating alalay, si Governor Jess. Huwag kang aalis, Parge. Si P.E. Donting. Tony. Deputy District Governor, Tony. Ayan, si Heidel. Ofi. Andiyan ka na ba? Aha. A familiar one. Maki. PDG Maki. How are you? Wala kang video. So, si Vanessa. DS Vanessa, wala pa. Chito?
I am here po.
Nandiyan ka. Yeah.
Yes.
O, sige. So, you'll stay in the plenary. Hello to AG ng Cluster 3B, Chito. Darcy Dau, Benket. Si William, AG William. Ay, si Magala. Nilo. Ipi Romel, how are you? Elmer, I think you have two windows. One is Elmer and one is DGSC.
Yeah, i-kakap ko na isa.
Oh, sige. Barry, the other one.
Hello, Glo.
Hello. Teka, hanapin kita. Where are you?
Oh, hello everyone.
Hello, hi. Yeah. Ilakas lang yung pangalan ng club.
RC Dau here. Dau.
Oh, good.
Hello, Glo.
Hi, how are you? Isang grupo kayo dyan, ano?
Yes.
O, sige. Maganda mga speakers natin.
Hello.
Straight from the quadrangle of Rotary Foundation.
Protocol.
Yung isang grupo, ang dami nila social distancing.
Social distancing, tigisa
Social
metro
distancing na
kayo.
po kami.
Okay.
Sana ano tayo. Oh, ayun ka na. Oh. Hello po. RC Metro Rosario po. RC Metro Rosario.
Para hindi ako makita yun. I see you.
Ipiglo, narinig mo ko?
Sobra. Oo.
Okay.
Sige. Magbatian kayo ng 5 minutes, ha?
Hello.
Good afternoon, Parj.
Hi, Parch. How are you? No. This is
P.E. Bing Gonzales ba nandiyan?
wala dito si Bing Gonzales, baka napunta yun sa sa club admin, no?
Hindi siya naisama doon sa ano kahapon.
Oo, doon sa marcha. Oo. Sabi niya, 2 beses na nangyayari sa akin.
Oo. Gagawa ko na lang siya ng separate marcha.
Isang solo. Gagawa ka isang solo. Sige, sabi mo sa kanya,
Sabihin mo sa kanya, kami dalawang magmarcha.
This is your private march. Huh?
Good afternoon.
Rosalind is here.
Good afternoon, Gop.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Malapit na tayo. Ha? Nandito na si Rosalind, si Charis.
Everyone.
Charis, how are you? Andito ka?
Hi, andito na po.
O sige. Pause ka. O, pwede ba ikaw ang taga-mute?
Sige po. Bigyan niyo lang po ako ng access.
Oo, hingi ka ng access sa Baguio. Unmute and unmute, no?
Sige po.
Mute and unmute.
Pipiglo.
Yes, dear.
Taas kang konti, Pipi. Hindi ko masyadong makita yung face mo.
Okay, Aurora. Ayan.
Yan. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay. Hello, kamusta? DGN.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, Vanessa.
Si DGN Willie.
Musta? This Vanessa.
Hi po. RC Lawag. Hi there.
Hi, this is Pipi Noel. Wala pa yung mga iba. I'm supposed to be in public image, pero I don't know why I'm here in the Rotary Foundation, pero I'd rather stay here na lang.
Oo. No? Siyempre.
Alright.
O sige. Now, anong mga clubs na nandito? So meanwhile, mag-guideline tayo, no? So si Charis as co-host will mute and unmute. Charis, mababasa mo yung chat section, no? So you know who are asking the questions? No, Charis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pero hindi pa po ako ginagawang co-host. Wala pa po.
No, you are a co-host. No, nakita ko sa program.
Pero ngayon po wala pa. Hindi pa po ako binibigyan ng access.
Malapit na ang time natin. You better ask sina Anton.
Teka po, I'll chat.
As from Delphine. Hello, RC, John Metro, Francis Cornejo. Hi.
Ano tayo, ha? Magsisimula ng eksakto 1:30. Ang 1:30 is 1.30, ha? Hindi 1. Hindi 31, not 32.
Ito kaya ilagay ko dyan. Uy, naririnig ka doon.
O, paki-mute muna habang nagsiset up.
Pipiglo, may mga nagpapabati. Shout out daw.
Ay, ikaw na bumate, ano? Sige, ikaw ang taga-bate.
Mag-ano na ako dito.
O, sige.
Next na lang ako. Yeah. Nag-ano ako kanina. Ayan. Hello po.
Hello, how are you? Vanes, pakibati mo yung mga ano natin, mga barkada.
Pipiglo, bigla. Okay, hello
Before we
everyone.
start. O, sige. Yung mga pumapasok, kasi hindi ko nababasa. Oh, yes. You are right. 26 na sila. No?
RC Dolores. RC San Fabian. RC Mabalacat, syempre.
Of
RC
course.
Southern La Union, nandyan sila.
Metro.
RC Mangaldan, RC Southern La Union. Yung iba naka-mute, hindi ko alam kung nandyan sila.
Hanapin natin si... Hi, Ross.
Oh, unmute.
Hi, Ross. You're around already?
Opo, nandito na po ako.
Oh, good. Nasabihan mo si, si Annie?
Yes, pero since Annie kasi po, I think it's 2 a.m. in US right now, kaya mag-join na lang daw po siya 10 minutes before her turn.
Magigising siya ng before your, after your talk. And then,
Opo.
Sige.
Ross,
Yeah.
Rosalind?
Yes, hello po. Yes
This is
po.
Gov JP. Mag-English ka. Sabi namin from Australia ka eh. Mag-English ka. From Australia.
Oy.
Mahirap.
We're very proud
Meron po
na
tayo,
Pinoy.
Binibiro lang kita.
Opo. Meron po ba tayong meron po tayong non-English, non-Tagalog speaking na
Ito na.
Si Annie lang. Si Annie lang, tsaka ako.
Si Annie lang po.
Oo, tsaka ako.
Yung aking asawa, no? Oo. Pero pinagsabihan ko na. Pinagsabihan ko na siya, wala siyang magagawa.
Kasi alam tayo ng club, sa Angeles po ba yun?
Naririnig na tayo, wala na tayo sa video niya.
Pipiglo, pag nag-start tayo mamaya, i-mute ko lahat ha. Tapos yung
Yes,
magsasalita,
yes.
paki-unmute na lang yung sarili nyo. So when we start, i-mute ko lahat. So
Yes, please.
if you're the speaker, just unmute. Unmute yourself.
The picture is saan yung video
ito?
Ha?
Ayan na.
If you want to see you.
Hello po.
Wala kasi, naka-cellphone lang ako eh. Mobile pa rin. Pero I can manage naman. But if you wanted to see me without my background, pwede.
Hello.
Yeah.
Naka-mute.
Kaso lang.
Wala yung book. Hindi pala.
What time to tayo mag-start?
Norma. Hi, Norma. Oh. Nakunang ka kanina. Nakunang ka kanina. You were resting.
My picture. Hello, Tita Offie.
Saan?
Hello, Tita Offie.
Habang hindi pa nag-start, shout out sa mga nandito na. So we have AJ Larry Apostol, RC Northern Tarlac, good afternoon. Pipi Lily Yu Chong Chan. Of course, Piglo.
Yeah.
Hello. Metro Rosario.
Hello. Hello po.
Ayun.
Francis. AG Michelle. Metro Olongapo. Good afternoon. Tony Bautista. Asik Norma. Hello. PE Adalia Sorio. Of course, si DG Ija Sama. Good afternoon. Luis Chito Gutierrez. Ophelia Wang. Ramos. RC Southern La Union. RC Baguio. RC Lawag Sunshine. RC San Fernando La Union Inc.
Rotary Club.
Joven Dinos, Rotary Club. President-elect Mary Jane Noble, RC Lawag Sunshine. Ang hahaba nung ano nung mga names.
Okay. Now, Vanessa,
Yes.
as we go along, no, pag immediately meron kayong questions, use the chat button right away. I-type nyo kagad doon ang questions nyo. No. And we will read all the questions afterwards. Ang gagawin natin, tatapusin natin up to the last speaker, yung grant coordinator na Koreano. No? Kung gusto magchismisan, Tagalog lang ha, kasi mababasa tayo. Hindi ba, Goban o JP? Mababasa. Ay, si Rosalind. Mabibisi tayo ni Rosalind.
Oo. Maintindihan kayo ni Ross.
Oo. Ross, no?
Chismisan, ano na lang. Chat na lang. You can chat them personally naman yung mga participants. Just go to through the names, then you can chat them privately. Para
Now, to give you an idea, so meron tayong stewardship of funds na magsasalita, no? So this is taking care of funds. So ask anything about how you can control disbursed funds. Pagdating kay sa Rotary Foundation, contribution, maraming tanong diyan, di ba? Kasi nangyayari natatanong tayo So all your questions now can be directed to Ross. No, how do you keep track of your contribution? Paano kayo magiging major donor and so on. Di ba no, JP? And then to Anishin, ayan, you can ask anything about global grants, yung mga bagong guidelines ngayon ng global grants. Okay? So, it's beginning to look like, not Christmas, look like the start of our session. So we'll be quiet until Governor JP, the most famous PR governor in district, in the zone 7A, not only zone 7A, no, pinag-aawayan ng mga districts para magsalita. No. So how many Zoom do you have now?
Well, so we are now incoming zone 10A ngayon, di ba?
Alam ko, tatlo-tatlo yung Zoom mo. O dito ka mag-concentrate. Dalawa. Okay. So Charis, paki-mute na lahat.
Mute all.
Yes.
Thanks. Glo. Itlat. Glo.
Oo, Parj.
Oo, di ba na present ni past President Mon yung yung cabinet, biosafety cabinet.
Nagkamali, no?
Yeah, no.
Malakas ang downtown Olongapo.
True, downtown Olongapo.
Oo.
Pero, okay lang, it's okay.
Hindi bale, here you will explain, no? Dito pakita natin yung retrato.
Okay lang naman yun.
Okay, are we counting? Go, ikaw magsisimula.
Yeah, okay. Are we on? Are we all ready?
Yes, Bob, you may go ahead.
You may go ahead. Well, okay. Well, a pleasant good afternoon, fellow Rotarians and Rotary leaders. This workshop is all about the Rotary Foundation, what it does, and what it can do to be an effective tool service to our community this COVID-19 pandemic time. We should take a look at the pandemic as an opportunity for us to show our potential as service leader. As in the words of Winston Churchill, sabi niya, never waste a good crisis. In this photo of a charity eye center in Pampanga, a Rotarian volunteer managed to do his work even in an uncomfortable condition. The pandemic will challenge our very existence as Rotarians and community leaders in building our broken community and economy. More than ever, we are needed in this time of uncertainty. You will be glad to know that many Rotary clubs and districts around the world have mobilized quickly to prevent the spread of COVID-19 virus in their respective communities. Most of these projects are funded by the Rotary, by our foundation. We see Rotary clubs and districts working hand in hand to prevent the spread of the virus. And while Rotarians cannot make physical contact, bawal na, they discovered that they can use internet technology like this seminar and many Rotary coordination meetings by Zoom. They get proficient and ultimately enjoy the technology.
Sa pilitan na kasi, Gov. But ultimately, we are finding out that we can reach more people and more Rotarians and many more. No, alam mo bang, Gov, mas madaling mag-recruit ngayon, no, having this Zoom meeting.
Sa pilitan nga. Well, friends, that was Assistant Regional Rotary Foundation Coordinator, past President Glo Nederkat of Rotary Club of Mabalacat, our facilitator for this workshop. We will be joined also by past President Elmer Hernandez, the current Assistant Governor and incoming Grant Chair for the district. Later on, we will have some resource speakers, past District Governor Penny Policarpio of District 3870, and two officers from the Rotary Foundation in the Chicago office, and nandiyan na si Ross, our very own, from South Pacific Australia office. Both of whom are the very officers, I repeat, both of whom are the very officers we need to hear because they will be giving us new guidelines about Rotary Foundation. We ask you to listen well. Mute your microphones when somebody's speaking. As we go along, you may write your comments or questions by clicking the chat button below, and we will answer you during the open forum. Past President Elmer, ano ba ang topics natin?
Yes, Gov. Good afternoon, transforming team and fellow Rotarians. This afternoon, we'll be discussing the use of our district grant fund, our district grant, and what global grant projects we can do as a response to COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the Rotary Foundation has approved about 210 disaster response grants worth over $5 million in the amount of $25,000 each district around the world to address the COVID-19 pandemic. Likewise, it has approved about 169 grants implemented by Rotarians around the world worth more than $4 million. Many clubs around the world were allowed to use portions of their existing grants for COVID-19 projects. In total, there are more than $19 million, where 3790, one of the districts, receives $25,000 fund. Now, the unused balance of Gov Sunny's district grant was used for COVID-19 project. We know for some clubs in our district who were allowed to designate a portion of their global grants to help the communities during this pandemic. Now, the disaster fund of $25,000 or $1.2 million from Governor Sunny's district grant and personal contributions of general Rotarians, particularly the transforming team, were used to buy personal protective gear for our frontliners. Those were distributed to about 32 hospitals within the district. Many Rotary clubs in their own way managed to pool their funds to help their communities. by distributing food to the frontliners, donating sanitizers, face masks, and other medical supplies.
If I may interrupt you, Assistant Governor Elmer, other clubs applied for global grants, which were acted upon by the Rotary Foundation in the fastest time possible. I think it was 24 hours. In 24 hours, it was approved. It was a global grant that provided biosafety cabinets to 4 testing centers. If you were listening to past President Mon, the one in James Gordon Hospital was this was through the effort of the Rotary Club of Downtown Olongapo, but this is actually a project of ano bang club yan? Rotary Club of Midtown Tarlac, and they gave 4 Midtown Tarlac, and they gave 4, one in Zambales, one in Tarlac, one in the molecular lab in Clark of Red Cross. The biosafety cabinet contains test specimens of COVID-19 tested individuals. It helps protect staff and immediate environment from the spread of the pathogen. Ang maganda rito, kahit hindi COVID-19, any diseases na infectious diseases, they can still use this. Here you can see the Red Cross Molecular Laboratory in Clark Freeport Zone, where one biosafety cabinet was installed through the efforts of Rotary Club Health and efforts of the Rotary Club of Mabalacat. We also delivered to Tarlac Provincial Hospital, Gordon Memorial through, as I have mentioned, Olongapo, downtown Olongapo, one in Zambales, which is the Ramon Magsaysay Memorial Hospital, through and with the help of Rotary Club of Iba.
Yes, go. Our club also has an approved grant, and we will use the funds to buy personal protective gear to hospitals that do charity work. Like, for example, the KDF Jesus A. Datu Medical Center in Bacolor. So many people are waiting in line to get treatment from this hospital. KDF Judd MC gives free surgery to hair lip, cataract, and prosthetic patients, and serves mostly the physically handicapped indigents. This charity hospital has found a way to reopen and treat their indigent persons, at the same time trying to protect themselves.
This is what Rotarians do, Assistant Governor Elmer, help the disadvantaged. However, the social distancing required by the new normal will now change the ways and means we help our communities. Now it is possible. Now, is it possible to feed children, conduct dental and medical missions, and do physical interactions with fellow Rotarians during this pandemic time? Assistant Governor Elmer, can you serve our community with this pandemic time?
Yeah, the best way we can help our community now is to develop funding, and that is through this global grant system to address our current problem as a result of the pandemic. So let me name a few of things that we can do. 1, to prevent the spread of coronavirus. 2, to develop projects that will give livelihood to those who lost their jobs. 3, to help in the education of children who are not in school as a result of the pandemic. 4, to find ways to deliver food, medical supplies to the hungry, to those working in the front line, and to those who are keeping us safe. And lastly, as a result of the pandemic, indigent individuals who need routine checkups or those who need to be treated for diseases other than COVID-19 have a hard time getting medical care. So we need to show them the way to a global grant. In doing COVID-19 Global Grant Project, we still need to have an international partner. So I believe now is the time for all Rotary clubs in our district to talk to your sister clubs and convince them to do a global grant. Many districts were not able to use the district designated fund or DDF since the start of the virus. Now, The minimum grant amount is still $30,000, and the project should be within the 6 areas of focus. Now, there are about 700 hospitals in the country who need protective equipment, especially those that are designated COVID hospitals. Many of them have to reuse their PPE due to lack of supply. That would be dangerous to themselves and to the patients they serve. That is why our help is needed. We will be wearing masks for a long time as a result of the new normal. Now, here are some masks that we can supply to hospitals and frontliners. The KN95 is made in China. The N95 is made in the USA. And the one prepared by hospital because of its high filtration grade. The same kind is produced also in other countries like Australia, Korea, Japan, and Europe. Now, we can also provide ventilators to hospitals with COVID-19 patients, to clinics, barangays, health centers, home for the aged, disabled, checkpoints, and front desks. We can provide fever detection kits, sanitizers, and proper trash disposal items. There are a number of protective gear that can be made by household. Yes, that's true. A lot of gears right now are being made by locals here in the Philippines, especially those who are in need of additional income. Now, the washable face masks, the medical gowns, shoe covers, and face shields. This activity will bring livelihood and income to the jobless. Now, this will fall under economic and community development. Now, a big budget can also provide isolation or testing tents that can be equipped with state-of-the-art coronavirus testing equipment. Now, it's called the RT-PCR machine. Now, the National Red Cross and most of its branches have this equipment and charges about 1,000 pesos for a single test. Now, a Rotary project can make COVID-19 testing affordable to affected individuals. Also, putting up maybe a hand washing facility in the market areas, transportation terminals, and public centers, all will help in sanitation. To those who are unable to continue school, you can bring the school to them through transport of educational materials and teachers, as long as social distancing is observed. This is an activity under basic education and literacy. Most of the students now are working on computers at home. Now we can mentor them on computer education. We can provide reasonably priced tablets for their use or raise funds to purchase computer units. We can organize food distribution outlets to store or deliver food to frontliners and needy households. However, no more than 50% of the budget should be used on food items alone. Now, allow the rest of the budget for educational training and other supplies for COVID-19 prevention. Another would be giving loan to farmers and livestock growers, as a microcredit supplement is a COVID-19 project, but it is a relevant project under community development. Now, ARRFC GLOW will give us some updates about the global grants, but the most current updates will come from our last speaker, Grant Coordinator Annie Shin, who reviews and approves our global grants application.
Thank you, AG Elder. You will be past AG already, huh? When the new term begins.
In a few days.
Oo, pero mas magandang title mo, pagiging DGSC Elmer Hernandez. Now, under the new guidelines, which will be later expanded by the last speaker, Ms. Annie Shin, where you can ask all the questions you need to ask. So we'll just give you some references for you to ask the question to her, okay? Now, as you can see from this slide, as much as 30% of the budget Okay. So I was talking while being muted. So if you can hear me now, I made a joke earlier that the new title of Elmer will be much better because it will be Grant Chair, DGSC, which is District Grant Subcommittee Chair, Grant Chair yan. Okay, back to my slide. As you can see from this slide, almost 30% of the budget can be allocated for emergency expenses, contingencies, project management, admin costs. Admin costs would mean paying for the meals, transportation, communication, even salaries of staff. But then you have also another 10% of the budget to cover expenses of the staff who will do survey to measure the success of your project. Okay? At the same time, we have about 1,000 or not more than $1,000, say 999, which you can spend for your project sign and promotion. Before, it used to be only 500. Okay, and then the $500 could now remain in your bank account as balance. Now, before it used to be just 200. So I think if you can leave this amount in your bank account, you can reuse the bank account for your next global grant. That is something we have to ask Miss Anishin. That's a question for Anishin. Can we use our previous global grant bank account, di ba? Kasi ang hirap mag-establish. Every time you have a new global grant, kailangan bagong account, bagong project account. No? Eh, minsan mahirap mag-open sa bangko. Baka kung sakaling 500 na lang naiiwan o less than 500 naiiwan sa bangko, pwede na siyang magamit as the account for the next global grant. Okay? So remember that question. Now, this is an example how you can build up your budget. About 70%, as you can see, is allocated for materials and labor, installation, and so on. And 10% for your contingency. Again, that would answer for price increases. Another 10% for your admin and project management. See here, the promotion of the project, this is almost $1,000 for a total project cost of 1.5 million, and at 51 pesos, $30,000. That is the minimum amount of the global grant. Yes. Now, if your project is not COVID-19 related, you would need to provide a budget for yung mga training, yung mga evaluation, the activities, no? Pero pag COVID-19, no. So, ito lang kailangan nyo, mga materyales saka yung mga contingencies. If your project is about COVID-19, you need to submit this requirement, letter of support or requirement from your beneficiary hospital. The hospital should tell you why it needs yung mga ibibigay nyo. Let's say PPE, mask, or ventilator, whatever. At lahat ng isusupply nyo should be supported with a quotation. This is an example of COVID-19 funding. As you can see here, you are the host club, the host district, tayo yon, 3790, no, can now contribute more than the international partner or sponsor. Dati kasi,
ang international partners should fund at least 30% of the budget. So, ibig sabihin, ang contribution niya ay dapat 9,000 or 10,000. So, ngayon, pwede nang mas maliit. COVID-19 lang ito, ha? No, so that means mas magagamit natin ang ating DDF. Now, the DDF contributions of the district are matched 1:1 by the World Fund. So kung 13,000 ang total contributions, another 13,000 will come from TRF. Kaya, ayan, 26,000 kagad. Now, unfortunately, sa kasamaang palad, starting July 1, the cash contribution of the club will not be much anymore. Dati, you get additional 50% from the World Fund. But starting July 1, hindi na siya mamamatch. No, this is another question you can ask our grant coordinator mamaya. No? Now, look at this. Dahil now many of the clubs would say, kung hindi mamamatch yung aming contribution, hindi na lang kami mag-contribute. Okay, so zero contribution. But you will need more DDF. No, di ba? O, dyan si Governor JP at saka si Governor Jess, yan ang hinihinga ng DDF. Di ba, Gov? And then, okay, the total contributions would be 15,000 and another match from the World Fund. 1:1, 100% match. Kaya, ayan. So, nakikita niyo to purely contributions from the DDF. No. Oh, DDF tayo ng DDF. So, we have to explain that. So, this is how we fund the program of the Rotary Foundation. It's called Share System. At the end of the Rotary year, okay, at the end of the, may mga messages ako dito, Gov kasi, no? So I'm looking at two computers now. Any contribution that we give at the end of the Rotary year, it is split. Gov JP, paki ano mga si Governor Penny. I think he's trying to come in.
I cannot si Vanessa
Charis.
siguro host.
Vanessa, Charis, no? Please take care of Governor Penny dahil susunod na siya. Okay? So every time we contribute, our contribution is split into half will go as district designated fund, which we call DDF, and is managed by the district, and half will go to the World Fund, managed by the Rotary Foundation. Dito natin sa World Fund kinukuha yung pang-match sa global grant natin. Okay? That is why we need to support our annual giving with contributions. The higher annual giving that we have, the higher is our DDF, which we can use to fund our global grants. So the DDF is always used on the third year. Kaya dito, you can see the annual, the DDF of Governor Jess came from the annual fund program of Governor Boboy, which is the highest, $422,000 from generous Rotarians. Kalahati niyan, 50% pupunta sa DDF. So that's 211,000 something. Kalahati nitong DDF ay pwedeng gamitin ni Governor Jess as his district grant. Okay? Which is about $105,000. Now, regarding your applications, huwag kayong ma-despair. No? Because those whose application are still in the authorizations required and submitted status, meron pa kayong tatanggaping World Fund on your club cash contributions. Meron pa kayong 50% additional from the Rotary Foundation. However, yung nasa draft or new applications ay wala na. No, hindi na magkakaroon ng match. This is what will happen to your outstanding global grant applications. Mamaya, during the talk of our grant coordinator, tanungin nyo kung pwedeng amend yung global grant application nyo, kung pwedeng gawing COVID-19 kasi mas madaling ma-approve pag COVID-19 project, di ba? So those of you who have outstanding applications, kahit nasa authorization required or submitted status, no, pwede niyong i-apply for amendment, gawin yung COVID-19. But you have to ask for permission. So that's a question you can ask mamaya sa ating grant coordinator who reviews and approves our global grants. Now, so itong status ng ating mga global grants. So we have 2 clubs awaiting approval. No? Congratulations. Malapit na yung ma-approve. Malaki. For Metro Olonga po, $60,000. And then the applications, nagkukulang na lang ng authorization required. What does it mean? O GovJP, ano yung authorizations required?
Authorization required. Well, let me dito authorization required. One, you should have finish your draft, and I think the Anishin will inform you that we need for authorization. Ani will tell us if it will be submitted, and the next step will be authorization from me, from Governor Jess Sama, and from your counterparts, from our counterparts.
Correct. Pag nasubmit na niyo ang global grant niyo, you will be notified. Authorizations required. No? So that means authorization from the primary contacts, yung dalawang club, yung host club at saka yung partner. Authorization from Governor JP. Pag malakas kayo, madali yan. Authorization from Governor Jesama, and then of course authorization from the side of the international partners. Ngayon, ito yung mga applications, draft status, pero with complete contents. Ayan. Now, these are, Gov, sa'yo to.
Yeah.
Ito ang ating approved and ongoing global grants. Here is your biosafety cabinet. And here we apply for PPE. This is a COVID-19 project. Ito approved. Yeah.
Teka. Pero bago ang lahat, Glo, no? It is very important for all clubs who will try to make or apply for a global grant, that you first ask the permission of Governor Jess Sama, and of course me, kung magkano ibibigay namin sa inyo, or you could tell us first na this is what we want, how much we want, but Governor Jess and me will still decide whether we can give it or not. And the best thing is if you are a perennial contributor to the Rotary Foundation, mas mabilis yun. Kasi nga you are contributing to the Rotary Foundation. Imagine if you're not contributing any to the Rotary Foundation and you are asking a lot from the Rotary Foundation, hindi naman yata tama yun, di ba, Glo?
Tama yun.
So,
at saka dahil hindi na sila mako-contribute sa global grant in case. So yung contribution para sa global grant, dali na lang nila sa annual giving.
Giving.
Right. Dito pumapasok yung give and you shall receive.
Correct. Okay, yun. I'm having echo. All right. Now, this is a reminder. And notice to clubs with global grant applications. Itong mga numbers. So clubs, tandaan niyo yan. Look at these applications. Kung kayo itong club na to, you have until January 24 to inform the grant coordinator na interesado pa kayong ituloy yung grant. Otherwise, ika-cancel na yan. Okay? So, I'll give you 10 seconds para kunan niyo yan. I-selfie. Now, we all know that there are only two kinds of grant, yung ating global grant now with $30,000 minimum. Ang district grant, wala tong maximum, walang minimum. Okay? Now, in fact, when Governor Sama applies for a district grant, pwede niya itong i-distribute sa mga clubs. Katulad ng ginagawa ng mga past governors. Di ba kay Governor Sani, nakatanggap kayo? Now, Governor Sama could also do that. Distribute to clubs. Or, he has an option, pwedeng gawin niyang isang project lang. And it can be any project. Okay? Now, the district grant can have as much as 20% contingencies and 3% admin cost. This is an example of a spending plan. You can see here that there can be a provision for clubs to be reimbursed. Is only yung pera nyo, yung nagastos nyo, no? For COVID-19 projects that you did from March 15 up to January 20. Wala nang time. So, Governor Jasama can allow reimbursement, no? Bahala siya. Example lang ito, okay? And then he can have a solo project as a district project, or he can assign the COVID-19 projects to about 20 clubs, or some clubs to do literacy projects, and he can have contingencies, and then 3% admin costs. Excuse me, why? Okay. Yeah. It's my husband. He has some criticism about...
Bring the mic closer to you or zoom up.
No, this is the microphone. It's close to me.
That's the screen.
That is the...
camera, please.
That's the camera.
Camera, I know.
You want the mic? Because you only see my head. Okay.
Barely.
That's okay. No? Okay. Now, where am I? Ito. Yeah. Yung district grant ni Governor Sani 2089351, many clubs have received the district grant fund, no, which you use not for COVID-19 project kasi earlier ito. Now you have up to 30 June to submit. Why? Kasi pag hindi niyo sinubmit, si Governor Jasama, hindi niya pwedeng i-apply yung kanyang district grant. Sayang naman. That's $105,000 na pwedeng ipamudmud sa club. Okay? So please submit your report hanggang 30 June. No, para ma-liquidate na natin. Now, what kind of report? Simple lang, tinatanong, do you have a format? Hindi. So you just describe the project. Ano bang ginawa nyo? Say, feeding to this school, And then so many beneficiaries. We started on this date and finished on this date. And then magbigay lang kayo ng simpleng breakdown of expenses. Ito po nagastos namin. You can even include your meals, transportation, and so on. But just supply us with yung tunay na accounting where you really spent the money. Then pakita nyo if you have balance, no, okay. And then sabihin nyo lang kung saan nyo gagamitin yung balance nyo. Kasi may naiwan kayong 10,000 pesos. We have a balance of 10,000 pesos, but we will use this for related activity and so on. And send us pictures of the project. This is very important. Okay?
Thank you, Pipido. Now, going back naman sa mga clubs who would like to apply for global grants, now these are the basic qualifications for clubs. The district and the
Okay, sorry. Now, the district and clubs must not have any pending or overdue final account for their previous grants. Now, attendance to this seminar is also a requirement. Now, the president and the president-elect of your club should sign a memorandum of understanding with the district. And the MOU should contain the guidelines and stewardship of funds. Now, that is the pre-qualification for those who would like to apply for a new grant. Now, this global grant can be applied anytime, but the district grant is only up to May 31 of each Rotary year. Now, all grants are applied online. So, lahat ng grants natin will have to go through the online system. GovDP?
Yeah, sorry. Well, yeah, I know. I was just trying to check whether our audience are still here. Okay. Well, tell our Rotary story to show the good that we do, the good we did. And we must observe the Rotary branding so that we are consistent. Branding is the result of what we did, diba? When we say it reflects our project actually tells about what our brand is. So the best project, the quality project, when they see our branding, it came from a good brand, meaning. So your signage should tell what is the project, who are the project participants, and how is the project funded. With the quarantine time and while staying at home, we have time to navigate the Rotary website and find out how best you can help your district. Apply for global grant now. Good na. Now, our next speaker will give us an idea how we can treat the funds that we receive from the foundation. The next lectures are the ones that you should not also miss because they are the ones who can answer your questions about the things you need to know when making a contribution to the Rotary Club, to the Rotary Foundation, and that is Miss Ross, and applying for global grant, and that would be Miss Annie Shin. Now, please use the chat button, yan, to write down your question, or use the raise hand icon, or simply raise your hand to ask questions during the forum. Now, for the safeguarding of foundation funds, we will hear from past district governor. Poporma na rin ako ngayon ni past si Governor Penny. Past si Governor Penny Policarpio, the 26th District Governor of District 3780. Elmer, can you do the honor of introducing our guest speaker?
Yes, go.
Elmer? Nawawala ka. Nakamute ka.
Nakamute pa, okay.
Alright,
PDG Rupino Policarpio III served as the 26th District Governor of RI District 3780 during the Rotary year 2012-2013. Now, he's the past president of the Rotary Club of San Francisco del Monte and a Rotarian since 1993 with a classification of corporate law practice. A major donor level 1 this year, he serves as Assistant Regional Rotary Foundation Coordinator for Zone 10A, Philippines. He's a dynamic professional and civic leader with a passion for service combined with 27 years of experience and Rotary service. He was a founding member of the Rotary Leadership Institute, a practicing lawyer for the past 30 years, and he co-founded his own law firm in 1995, now known as the Policarpio and Accorda Law Office, and continues to serve as managing partner. He currently serves as corporate director, legal counsel, and corporate secretary to several domestic and multinational companies. He is also a fellow of the Institute of Corporate Directors and a faculty of the University of Asia and the Pacific School of Law and Governance. Okay, may I present to you again, PDG Rupino Penny Policarpio III. Rob?
Hinihintay natin.
We are waiting for Governor Penny Policarpio. Screen sharing. Parang nawawala.
Okay.
Nawawala
So, in presentation. Okay, so we'll just wait for the presentation.
Nawawala yata si Governor Penny. Anyway, yung mga questions nyo, kung meron kayong questions, medyo ilagay nyo na sa ating chat. Governor Penny. Hi, Ross.
Yes, hi, Pipiglo.
What about you? You switch with Governor Penny. Nasa plenary room daw siya.
Nasa plenary.
Oo. Kailangan siguro hahanapin ko, no?
Sige, unahin natin si Miss Rosalie.
Okay, sige po.
No.
O sige, papakilala muna kita.
Sige po.
Okay, so we'll go ahead with Miss Rosalyn Ong, who comes from the Northern Philippines herself. After graduating with a bachelor's degree as cum laude and earning her CPA qualifications in 2003, she works in various finance roles in the Philippines for more than 10 years, mostly as assistant controller in a 5-star hotel, while also handling accountant role for nonprofit organizations. However, she found most joy in starting the day lecturing accountancy to students in the university as her role as part-time associate professor before the daily grind in the office. 6 years ago, she migrated to Sydney, Australia with her husband and a son, and soon thereafter earned her CPA qualifications in Australia. Half a decade in Rotary went very swiftly as a financial accountant in RISPPO. Rose handled finance-related matters for the clubs in the Philippines, and she looks forward to continue providing support to volunteers in her home country. Again, may I call on Ms. Rosalyn Ong.
Thank you, DGSC Elmer, for your introduction. Naimbag nga malung tayo amin. Thank you for having me as a speaker in this breakout session for TRF. Can you please confirm that you can see my screen po?
Yes.
Yes po, okay. All right po.
Yeah.
So before I speak about my topic, I just wanted to give you a quick introduction of the regional office that supports the districts and clubs in the Philippines. And so you are probably familiar with the acronym RISPO or RISPPO. This actually stands for Rotary International South Pacific and Philippines Office. So you would know that the headquarters is, so the headquarters the world headquarters is in Evanston in Illinois, USA. Now there are several regional offices around the globe, one of which is the RISPO in Parramatta in Sydney, Australia. So RISPO looks after 17 countries in this region of the globe, and we have team members that can assist you on matters relating to finance, to club and district support, to the Rotary Foundation. We have a membership officer member, Ms. Mifsud, and we also have a new communications officer member in the team. And of course, we have administration members in the team. So you would probably notice that we do not have a grants officer that's based in the regional office, the RISPO. But as PP Glo and the GSA Elmer has already mentioned, the grants officer that is in charge of District 3790 is Annie Sheen, and she is based in Evanston in the headquarters. So after my speak today, my presentation today, she will be presenting in relation to global grants. So today I was asked to present ways, means, and status in relation to the Rotary Foundation. So for us to start, I just wanted to introduce, or it would be nice to appreciate the mission of our foundation in order to appreciate what we do in the Rotary Foundation. So our mission is to enable Rotary members to advance world understanding, goodwill, and peace through the improvement of health, support of education, and alleviation of poverty. And of course, in order to carry out our mission in the foundation, we need to fund grants, right? So we have different types of grants. We have the Polio Plus grants, but the Polio Plus grants are being submitted primarily by our implementing partner agencies, which are UNICEF, the World Health Organization, and these grant applications are considered by the foundation trustees regularly in their meetings. But in our community, because as you would know, we are no longer affected by Polio Plus. So in our communities, what we apply for are district grants and the global grants. So the district grants, like Glo was saying a while ago, this is managed in the district, and these are block grants that enable the clubs and the districts to address the immediate needs in our communities and abroad. All right. So on the other hand, your global grants are strategically focused, high impact activities. They are large. They fund the large scale international humanitarian projects, vocational training teams, graduate and postgraduate scholarships that have sustainable and measurable outcomes. So when we're talking about sustainability in the foundation, we're talking about those projects that can be maintained even after the grant funding ends. All right. So it has been discussed earlier today, and it will be discussed further by my colleague in the headquarters, Anishit. So I'll move on from the global grants. Now, of course, in order to fund these grants, it is your contributions to the foundation that funds this grant. So we need your help in order to be able to carry out our mission in the foundation. So PP Glo also has already explained earlier, your contribution, the most common fund that we put our contributions into is the annual fund share or APF share. So I think APF share has stayed in, we're very familiar with APF share because this is the old name for annual fund share, which actually means annual program fund share. So when you donate into annual fund share, 50% of this goes into the World Fund and 50% goes into the DDF or the district designated fund, like PP Glo has already explained earlier. So the World Fund, which is managed by TRF, this is available to all the Rotary districts. So it pays for worldwide grant and program opportunities. on the other hand, your DDF empowers your district to undertake the projects that are most important to the Rotarians in your area. So this is very more, it's very more focused on the district. But this is true for the Philippines. Actually, this is not applicable to all the, because you would know that DDF, for example, for the developed countries, they are sometimes also putting it a lot of it into grants for the developing countries. So also, like PP Glo has already explained a while ago, we have a funding cycle of 3 years. So they are spent 3 years after they are received. And thus it is important that, because when you are contributing to annual fund share, it is providing DDF for the future, right? So it is very important. It's a very important fund. And so the strategy was for us to be able to, we designed ARRAY, the Every Rotarian Every Year, as a fundraising initiative to encourage the members of Rotary, of RI, to give to annual fund every year. Okay, so eventually, if these Rotarians are putting in every year, eventually it will become a habit, and then they will be giving in, even if it's not just as a compliance to ARRAY. Okay, so apart from annual fund share, there are other types of funds that are also under annual fund. So we have the World Fund, so we also have the disaster response, and the 6 areas of focus. So you might want to put your funds or your donations directly into these funds, which are also annual fund. Okay. So the World Fund is the one that is available to all the districts. The disaster response is actually a recently created fund for disaster recovery, and it also supports rebuilding efforts after a disaster. So even if it were just recently created, it has already shown how important it is in the past months. In fact, in the Philippines, for the past 3 months, since the first disaster response grant that I issued, or I transferred to the Philippines, was on the 30th of March. So since then, the Philippines has already been in receipt of 9 grants out of the disaster response, 8 of which are related to COVID, and 1 was relating to the Taal volcano eruption. So already we were able to get nine grants out of the disaster response. So I'm trying to put a focus on this, because you might want to also put some focus on this disaster response and put some contributions in it, because like we all know, the Philippines is we're always experiencing disasters, and so we always do need grants for these purposes as well. Okay, so there are also other types of funds apart from your annual fund. We have the endowment fund and the global grant, the cash contributions into an approved global grant, like PP Glow has mentioned earlier, and of course Polio Plus, which is the Rotary's top philanthropic priority, which was launched in 1985 through the vision and leadership of past RI President Sir Clem Renouf of Queensland, Australia. So, but sadly, past RI President Clem passed away last Friday, not this Friday, last Friday, at the age of 99. He will be greatly missed, but then he does have a legacy which will long survive him. So now, how do you put in your contributions to the foundation? So there are 2 ways, right? You can put it in through My Rotary. So if you do not have an account with My Rotary, you can always register. Go to myrotary.org and in there register. But then if you do register, please make sure, and if you are a Rotarian, please make sure that the email address that are using to register My Rotary is recorded in your membership, in your data as a member of the Rotary Club. Because if you use an email address that is not in your membership profile, it will create a duplicate account in your name. So you will have a new account in your name that's not connected as a member of the Rotary Club. Okay. So now let's suppose that you already have an account in my Rotary. So in order to donate, you just go sign in on my Rotary, put and then you are directed to the dashboard, of course, at the top page. Click on donate, and then you will be asked to choose the type of fund that you would like to support. So we have our featured causes at the front page. It will either be to annual fund, to polio fund, to world fund, or to disaster response fund. So the annual fund that you are seeing on that screen is actually the annual fund share, right? So the annual fund, world fund is separate in there. So now if you can't see the type of fund that you want to donate to in the featured causes, so you can browse at the top of the page under areas of focus or endowment. So you just browse or move your mouse to the right, you will find in there the global grants, the other types of funds that you may want to donate into. Okay? So after you've chosen the type of fund that you want to donate into, you select your country, and if you choose Philippines as your country, you will automatically have US dollar as your currency. Okay, so uh, uh, if you're donating through my Rotary, you will have to use a credit card. Right now, if your credit card is issued in the Philippines and you are being billed in Philippine peso, but you were billed here in US dollars, they will be converting your donation in Philippine peso, but the conversion rate that they will be using will be the bank's conversion rate. It's not the RI exchange rate. So at the start of the month that RI issues an exchange rate. Like for example, for this month, it is 51 pesos per dollar. So this is not the exchange rate that will be used to convert your donation in your bank statement or in your credit card statement. It will be the bank's exchange rate. So sometimes the bank's exchange rate is better. Like for example, this month it has been good for US dollar. I think it's currently at 50 point something. A few weeks before, I think was even 49. So you can use that to your advantage. But in my experience, most of the time the R exchange rate is better than the bank's exchange rate. Okay, so now you can choose to donate a one-time donation or a recurring donation. So if you want to donate a recurring donation, if you choose recurring donation, it will be charged to you every start of the month. All right, now you can always go back into my Rotary to cancel this, or you may want to change the details in there. Perhaps you want to make it higher, you want to put it down, or you want to cancel it. Then if you want to do this, go back into my Rotary, look for that recurring donation and cancel it. If you want to change, for example, you want to increase it, you'll still have to cancel the current recurring donation and then set up a new recurring donation. Okay. So choose the amount that you would like to donate. And then in here, I just wanted to show you, you can choose to donate to make a donation in honor or memory of someone. So perhaps the family of someone who passed away is saying, um, instead of giving us flowers, please make a donation to the Rotary Foundation, and you can do this. And it has started to become very popular, this practice. So if you do make a donation in honor or in memory of someone, this will still be credited to you. Okay, it will still be credited to you. It will count towards your PHF, to your major donor, etc. Okay, so after you've chosen that, you will be asked to put in your details, your credit card details, and then you get a confirmation. Now, if you make a donation through my Rotary, you do not have to send the details to me. Okay, just monitor your contributions, the transactions, and it should appear in there in a couple of days. So you actually do not have to send it to me unless you find problems. Maybe you can't see the donation in your transactions, in your list of transactions. That's the time that you ask me to investigate further. But otherwise, you don't have to inform me that you've made a donation through my Rotary. Now, if you are an officer of the club, you can actually donate in behalf of the members, but you can only access this function in my Rotary if your role as an officer of the club is recorded in the system, and if you as an officer have an account in my Rotary. So only officers have this access, where they can click this donation is from my club or its members. Okay, so you are making a donation in behalf of the members. If you click on this, you can choose to donate from the club or donate from the members, right? So if you donate from the club, the credit goes into the club, the points go into the club. But if you click on donate from the members, at the bottom you will find the list of the current list of the members, and there you put in the amount of donations relating to each member. Okay. So another way for you to put in your contribution is, of course, by depositing your contribution in the bank accounts of Rotary Foundation with the Bank of the Philippine Islands. So you can choose to go to pay over the counter, and I have left here the details of the bank details of Rotary Foundation. So I'll leave it here, and I assume that the slides will be shared with you, so you can refer to this presentation in the future when you make your donation. But I just want to remind you that Rotary International have different bank accounts. So if you are paying your dues, or you are paying the charter fees for a new club, or perhaps you are certifying a new Rotary club, then you deposit these payments in the Rotary International bank accounts. So I'm just sharing with you now the details of Rotary Foundation bank accounts, because this is our topic. Now, also, you probably would have known and appreciated this, that BPI has an online payment system, so you can do it at home. You don't have to go to BPI and queue for 1 hour. So you can just transfer into someone else's BPI account if you yourself have a BPI account. So if you are doing this, please make sure to use bills payment, because there are options in there. So by using bills payment, you will need to enroll the Rotary Foundation as a recipient first. So to do this, when you log into BPI Express Online, on your dashboard, you will see other services. Click on the other services and click Manage Recipients, add the Rotary Foundation, add new recipient, and then under Billers, look for the Rotary Foundation. This is a PHP account. There's also a USD account. There's also a Rotary International there. So choose Rotary Foundation for contributions, and under reference number, put in your club's ID / your club name. So after enrolling enrolling the Rotary Foundation as a recipient, you can now go back into the dashboard, choose payments or load, and under payments or load, click on pay bills. All right. So please, when you're doing this, do not use transfer money. There's an option to transfer money. And if you're transferring money, you don't need to enroll TRF as a recipient. So this is wrong, because even if you put your details in there, we do not get the details in the bank reports. So your contribution may float, may not be posted in your credit if you do not let me know that you've made a contribution. So this is difficult, very difficult to trace. In fact, for the past 3 months, a lot of people have been using BPI online payment system, and they have been using transfer money. There are a lot of floating contributions at the moment. So if you did this and transferred money to the Rotary Foundation using transfer money, let me know, because one of those floating contributions may be yours, and they may not have been recorded in your credit. So we don't want that to happen. There are even $1,000 contributions in there that have not yet even been posted. So when you're depositing in BPI, as a reference, for lump sum deposits for multiple donors, please use the club's ID and name as a reference. The club ID is the last 5 digits in the long club ID that you are provided. You might have noticed yung club ID has C000168856. Ang gamitin nyo lang po is yung last 5 digits, which is 16856, and then AGOO. Okay? So make sure that you use your own club ID. I'm just using AGOO as an example. If you use AGOO and you're from another Rotary club, then it will go to Agoo, right? It will be credited to you. Now, if you're putting in a deposit for an individual, use your own donor ID and the donor name. So in here, I used GovJazz as an example. So now, if you are depositing for multiple donors, for multiple donors, it is best that you put in just one lump sum amount. Pwede isa lang. And we are actually encouraging people to do this because apart from the fact na hindi kayo mag-fill up ng napakaraming deposit slip, also it is helping the Rotary Foundation because BPI charges 60 pesos for each deposit that we put in. So let's say you put in 1,275 pesos, tatanggalin pa ng BPI yung 60 pesos doon. Siya pa po yun na panggamit natin sa, sa mga projects ng TRF. So it's better you put in just one lump sum amount instead of so many multiple deposits. Okay, so if you do so, send us the breakdown of the donors by filling up a multiple donor form and preferably in Excel file. Okay, now your contributions earn you recognitions. So as an individual, what recognitions do we get? Do you get? If you are donating $100 or more each Rotary year to the annual fund, you are a sustaining member, and this contribution counts towards your Paul Harris Fellow, your multiple Paul Harris Fellow, your Paul Harris Society membership, and of course your multiple donor level, your being a multiple donor, and it also is recognized in the club recognition banners. Now, if you have a cumulative donation of $1,000 or more to Annual Fund, to Polio Plus, or to Global Grant, then you earn a Paul Harris Fellow. And for being a Paul Harris Fellow, we recognize you by giving you a certificate and a pin. But you would know as well that you can earn Paul Harris Fellow as well by through recognition points transfers. So let's say someone wants to recognize you as a Paul Harris Fellow, then they can transfer points to you, and it will earn you a Paul Harris Fellow or a multiple Paul Harris Fellow. So it can be a partly recognition points and partly contributions, can be full contributions, can be full recognition points. All right, so this will be this earns you a Paul Harris Fellow. Okay, now if businesses contribute to the Rotary Foundation, they do not earn Paul Harris Fellow. Okay, so we can give them a certificate of appreciation, but we can give certificate of appreciations to businesses or organizations once only. Now, you have, if you have subsequent $1,000 contributions, then you earn multiple Paul Harris Fellows, and I've left here the ranges for your reference. So the highest level is PHF plus 8 if you contributed or received points at a range of $9,000 to $9,999. So that's the highest Paul Harris Fellow level, PHF plus 8, and you get 3 rubies, a pin with 3 rubies. You do not get a certificate for each Paul Harris Fellow level. The Paul certificate will only be sent to you once when you earn your first Paul Harris Fellow. Okay, the multiple Paul Harris Fellows, you just get the pin. Okay, so now the Paul Harris Society, if you make a commitment to contribute at least $1,000 or more every Rotary year, then you become a member of the Paul Harris Society. So there are people who may be eligible to become members of the Paul Harris Society. Suppose they have been giving $1,000 or more every year for the past 3 years. So they are eligible, but they are not members of the Paul Harris Society until they sign a pledge, a commitment form, and submit this to the Paul Harris Society coordinator in the district. Now, once you sign this pledge or the commitment form, and submit it to the district's PHS coordinator, you get a chevron style pin and a certificate. It's beautiful. I think this one is something that you would want to get. And if you are a member of the Paul Harris Society, then you are listed in the Paul Harris Society report. So I think our TRF team reminds the Paul Harris Society members about the balances a few times each year. I think once or twice a year. So please don't get offended when we send you the reminder, because we are basing it on the reports, the Paul Harris Society reports. Okay, so after once you've donated more than $10,000 or $10,000 or more, you become a major donor, right? So the major donor levels are from levels 1 to 4 until you reach a contribution of 249,999. So in determining your major donor level, we only look at your personal contributions. So a while ago were saying that points earns you Paul Harris Fellow levels, but those points will not be considered when determining your major donor level. Okay, so not because, let's say, you are currently PHF plus 8, and then let's say your PHF plus 8 shows that you have a PHF recognition amount of let's say $9,000. Okay, it doesn't mean that you put in 1,000 you become a major donor, because we'll have to look at the component of the $9,000 to see if there is a recognition points transfer made to you that made you a PHF level. So only the personal contributions count towards major donor levels. Okay, so the next level after your major donor level, once you donate more than 250,000 or 250,000 and more, is the Arch Clump Society. Of course, we have one Arch Clump Society member in our district, EMGA Jesnick Dao. When you are a part of this society, you receive a recognition of lapel pins, pendants, certificates. You are invited to exclusive events held worldwide. And on the 17th floor of the Rotary International World Headquarters in Evanston in USA, your portrait is there, or biographies, and in some cases even video clips. They are in the Arch Clump Gallery. If some of you may have already seen that level in the building in Evanston. So all of our Arch Clump Society members are there. Okay, so we also have a benefactor. If you have a provision of $1,000 or more in your estate, or make an outright gift to the endowment fund, then you are a benefactor. We will send you a certificate and an insignia, and you will be listed in the benefactor report. And this is also shown in the CRS, or the club recognition summary report. Now, if your provision is for $10,000 or more, your provision in the estate plan is for $10,000 or more to the endowment fund, then you are a member of the Bequest Society. For District 3790, I'm proud to say we have 2 members who are in the Bequest Society. I'm not sure if it's okay to share, so I'll keep safe and not share anymore who they are. But yes, so they have made provisions in their estate of $10,000 or more. So Rotary Foundation will be one of their of the people who will be one of the organizations who will be receiving from their estate. Okay. Now, on a club recognition level, we have several awards each year that we give out to clubs, and one of this is the 100% foundation giving. So to receive this, you have to have an average of $100 in per capita. You have to have 100% participation in giving, and at least $25 each member. So you would notice dito sa foundation giving, it doesn't have to be an annual fund. At least as long as all of the members make a donation, can be to Polio, can be to Global Grant, then the club will receive the 100% foundation giving. All right. So we also have a 100% PHF club. So this is a one-time only award. Now, we award this if at the time of reckoning, you find that all of the members in the club, all of the dues paying members in the club are Paul Harris Fellow, then you make a request to the district governor, and the district governor will send an email to us, right? So at that time, all of the members of the club are Paul Harris Fellow, then we will send you a 100% Paul Harris Fellow club. So while this is only a one-time award, we give it to you when everyone is Paul Harris Fellow, the intention, of course, is for the club to maintain that all of the members are 100% Paul Harris Fellow. Syempre, may aalis, merong bagong members. So if you're a 100% Paul Harris Fellow club, of course, we're expecting that you keep it this way because you will be in the list of 100% Paul Harris Fellow clubs. Now, we have the 100% ERE, or every Rotarian every year. And this is very familiar to you. Now, this one, the difference to the 100% foundation giving a while ago, for 100% ERE, it has to be a minimum annual fund contribution of 100 per capita, and at least all the members have contributed at least $25 each in annual fund. All right. In this case, it has to be in annual fund, right? So this one, I really hope that all of our clubs try to achieve 100% ERE, so that we can, encourage clubs to make it a habit to put in contributions in the foundation every year. So at least 25. Also, pala, I forgot to mention a while ago, your contributions to the other types of annual fund. Diba kanina we were saying in annual fund there is World Fund, there is disaster response, and there are the 6 areas of focus. So you can contribute in this, and the contributions will count towards the calculation of per capita and to the annual fund giving goals of the club, but then it will not count towards DDF. Okay, so I forgot to mention a while ago. There are also 100% Paul Harris Society Club and top 3 per capita in annual fund giving. Okay, so what are the reports that are available to you as an individual? If you go into my Rotary, you can find your donor history report in there. So this is a very useful report for you to see what your current status is. So in this example, you will find, hold on, let me just, in this example, you will find that this person has contributed 20,575.27. Let me just quickly, okay. So the total contribution is 20,575.27. The spouse has given 25. Because this donor is a major donor level 1, you can link your contributions with your spouse. So let's say you have a spouse who is also a member of the Rotary Club, and she let's say the husband has made $6,000 in personal contributions, the wife has made $4,000 in personal contributions. You can merge this or link your accounts so that you become major donors as spouses, and then your total contribution will be 10,000. Okay, so in this case, the spouse has given $25. The Rotarian has given 20,575.27. So you will find that the PHF recognition amount is 20,575.27. Ang ibig sabihin po nito, wala siyang na-receive na points. Okay? Kasi PHF recognition amount includes points. So kung kunyari po, yung total giving nyo is 20,000, tapos ang nakikita nyo po sa PHF recognition amount, 20,500. Ibig sabihin po, may na-receive kayong 500 points at one point. Okay, now notice that the Paul Harris Fellow level is PHF plus 8, pero major donor level 1 na siya. It's because PHF plus 8 po ang highest level of Paul Harris Fellow natin. Okay, but then he's a major donor level 1, and if he gives an additional 4,500, he will reach major donor level 2. Okay, so you will also find in here what types of funds you have been contributing into, and a summary of all of your contributions. Now, if you download your donor history report, you will actually see that, or if you look into your donor history report, there's a second tab in there which will show the detail of all of this, of all of what is summarized in this page. So you will find the details in there. Kailan ka nag-donate, kailan ka nagbigay ng points, kailan ka naka-receive ng points. Okay, so on a club officer level, if you're a club officer, these are the reports that are available to you. So I'll just discuss the club recognition summary and the club foundation banner report, as these are the most common report that you look into. Okay, so the club recognition summary, or the CRS. So if you look into your CRS, please do not expect that you are looking at the donations of the members in the club, because the donations of the members of the club are actually not available to the view of the club officers, because they're private to the donor. So if you want to know how much someone has donated, you need to ask for the permission of that donor in order to see how much they have donated, or even the details of the transactions. So in this recognition summary, what you can find as an officer, nakikita nyo po dito po sa column na to, the club member column, you will see whether the member is still a member or not. So there you will find Y or N, and then under the recognition amount, you will see what the PHF recognition amount is, which determines the current PHF level. So if, for example, you see that the recognition amount is 1,200, then the current PHF level will be Paul Harris Fellow. And then there is also a column for foundation recognition points available. So let's say wala pa siyang binibigay na points. So perhaps the foundation recognition points available is showing 1,200. Ibig sabihin wala siyang binibigay na points. So sometimes this is your basis for swapping of points. Okay? So wala po ditong sa club recognition summary yung total donations ng mga members. Okay, that's private. Now, for basis of determining whether you will be eligible to the awards at the end of the year, the Club Foundation Banner Report is very useful. So you will find in here you will find whether all of the members of the club have donated to TRF, have donated to TRF in whatever type of fund. Ito po yung TRF giving. Okay, so if all of the members donated to annual fund for $25 each, they will get 100% area, and naturally you will get 100% in TRF giving. But then that doesn't mean na 100% ito 100% na ito, because some of them may have donated in Polio Plus and did not donate in annual fund. So if that were the case, they will not reach area. Okay, so area, as we said earlier, is based on annual fund donations. But even if the members have reached 100% participation, if the annual fund per capita is less than 100, then you do not receive the award. So the annual fund per capita will have to be $100 or more in order for you to receive the awards. Okay, so those are the most common banner reports. I mean, the most common reports in club officer level. So that brings us to the end of the session. And if you have any questions, please feel free to contact us or email us. The Rotary Foundation team for the Philippines. Actually, there are 4 members in the Rotary Foundation team. Oh, sorry. Okay, going back. So there are, sorry. Okay, so there are four members in the Rotary Foundation team, but those who are involved in the Philippines are Gretchen, of course, who looks after major donors, Arch Plum Society, and Bequest Society or Legacy Society, you can call her in this local number 639-1746-2376, or send her an email. She's always available to talk. Okay. Now, Chrissy is your regalia person. If you have any questions relating to regalia, please send her an email directly. You don't have to send it to me. If you would like to transfer points, please send it to Chrissy. And then, of course, I'm your finance personnel, and you can contact me at the contact details that I have left in here. Okay. So I look after dues payments, the contributions, the donations. I send out reports as well to the district officers, and I look after statutory reporting in the Philippines. And I think I will.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ross. That's quite a load of information. Huh? There are several questions, in fact. We would have to read after the last speaker. But for now, we just like to ask, because I'm interested in your answer. Now, if someone would like to donate in the name of a corporation to the annual fund, can he get a receipt in the name of the corporation?
Uh, will it be credited? In whose credit will the contribution be recorded?
Gusto niya sa corporation.
Oh, okay. Yes, po. We can always create a corporation as a donor, and it will be credited in the corporation's name. And yes, we will be able to issue a receipt in the name of the corporation, po.
Wow, that's nice. Okay, we will read the other questions later. But right now, we miss one speaker before you. And
Yes.
okay, now Governor Penny Policarpio, you can start sharing your screen. He's a past president of the Rotary Club of San Francisco del Monte, and he's a corporate lawyer. He's also a fellow assistant regional Rotary Foundation chair. So let us welcome PDG. There he is. To know the stewardship of funds. Every fund is sacred, so we will know how sacred. So let's bring in PDG Penny Policarpio of District 3870. 3780.
3780.
Come in, boss.
Thank you very much, my fellow ARRC Glo. Thank you very much for that. And where I am now, it's a very beautiful Saturday afternoon, and the skies are clear. And I'm sure wherever you guys are, things are also looking up and beautiful. So I'd like to just greet everyone. District 3790, good afternoon. And to our district governor, our transforming district governor, Jess Sama, and to his entire transforming team, good afternoon, and wishing you all the best in this months to come. I'd also like to greet my one of my favorite governors, PDG, Nelson Yuchong Chan. Thank you for greeting me a while ago, and of course my classmate from this great District 3790, PDG, Peace Governor, Tony Bautista. Earlier, I was joining the other side, the other group with Governor Oyan. And for some strange reason, we got a little mixed up. So I'm very sorry for the delay, but I'm sure this topic comes more timely or more relevant after Ms. Rosalind Ong gave us a very good presentation on the foundation funds and how to contribute. But let me just say that your presence here this afternoon is really a very eloquent expression of your commitment to Rotary. And we really appreciate you zooming in with us and joining DISTAS. So to all the club presidents, district officers, fellow Rotarians of District 3790, We need you to keep Rotary alive and to survive and to thrive in these difficult months and weeks ahead. So I keep telling my fellow Rotarians in 3780 that you know, the Rotary Foundation actually is our best resource. No? Now that we are facing a very uncertain future, a very uncertain Rotary year ahead, it is only the Rotary Foundation that will assure us and ensure that there will be some resources coming to us by way of the foundation funds. And that is why we have to take care to support, continuously support the foundation now more than ever. I'd like to also mention that I'd also like to acknowledge, by the way, our past district governor, J.P. Kadaing. I meant to acknowledge you earlier, but somehow I missed that note. So JP, thank you for inviting us again here. And so, fellow Rotarians, now more than ever, we need the foundation. We need to support the foundation. We need to be generous to the foundation. There is a saying, I'm sure you've heard of this, no? To whom much is given, much is expected. And that is the flip side of, the blessings that we have received. We have been given so much. The foundation is really there as a blessing to us in Rotary. And so we are expected really to share more, be more generous, be more supportive now in this very difficult time. And we are also expected to be more careful, to be more caring, to be more aware of our sacred duty, to take good care of the funds of our foundation. And that is my topic for today, taking care of our foundation grant funds. Earlier, there was a question and answer, there was a question posed in the Q&A, and it said, are there any procedures on due diligence to take care of the funds? The answer to that is this presentation that I'm about to share with you. Okay, so fellow Rotarians, we are in the topic of stewardship and financial management. We are talking about the donations given by very generous Rotarians who must be given that confidence and assurance that their contributions will not go to waste, they will not be misappropriated, and it is being handled by a responsible set of officers and a responsible set of leaders. So in other words, if we are confident that the foundation money is well taken care of, we are going to give more to the foundation. And that's why the duty of raising funds is not only the duty of the district governor, it is everyone's duty to support the foundation. And it is also everyone's duty to be good stewards of the foundation, to be good caretakers. We must be able to demonstrate to our donors that we are very careful and we are very conscientious and prudent in the use and accounting of their funds. The trustees must rely on the integrity of every district, every club, every Rotarian engaged in any project that is given or granted funds for to implement these global grants or district grants. So, my dear friends, we are really talking about integrity. This is really the occasion, the opportunity where integrity comes really into the picture, because integrity, as defined by this great author C.S. Lewis, is doing the right thing even when no one is watching. So, my dear friends, stewardship is integrity, and integrity is all about stewardship. We have to realize that this is not ours. It is not our money we're handling. This is the money of the foundation, and this foundation is the foundation of every Rotarian. If you look at our core values, integrity is right there in the middle. Integrity, integrity, integrity. That is the essence of our character as a Rotarian. And integrity in the sense of stewardship is simply accountability, transparency, and being fair, to everybody concerned. We have to preserve and think of our honor as Rotarians when we are actually given this responsibility to take care of grant funds. Yes, there have been problems in the past, and that's why so many practices and so many procedures have been instituted to help us become better stewards of the foundation's funds. This is not updated, this data, but yes, there have been hundreds of allegations of misuse in the Philippines and, well, worldwide. The problems range from lack of understanding, and ignorance is really the greatest enemy of everyone, Rotarians and non-Rotarians alike. But for a Rotary leader to be ignorant of this is really a big embarrassment, and a big sin, to our organization. That's why we have these seminars, to educate us further. Currently, there are a good number, maybe 65 or more or less, under investigation for this sort of allegations of misuse. The types of problems, are the following. There are people who deliberately or inadvertently divert the funds. If it is deliberate, you call it fraud. You call it estafa. There are cases of false documentation. Yes, people can falsify. There's irresponsibility, or meaning, they just simply didn't care. Irresponsible. They didn't do their duty. They were careless. They did not apply the standard of care that is needed, which is really the care or the diligence of a good father of a family. That is the kind of responsibility that we should exercise, in handling the funds. We treat it like it was our own. We treat it like we are, like it is our family. It is our family's resource. Okay, and then of course, let's not forget this big C. I call it the big CI, conflict of interest. At the slightest indication, or the slightest idea that there will be a conflict of interest between you, between your club, between anyone in the project, please disclose it and please avoid it. Meaning, if it is going to be a conflict of interest, then you just have to walk away from it. And finally, number 5, there are those monopolists still, in our ranks sometimes. They want everything to be their own. They treat it like it was their own funds, and they monopolize all the grants. Let's try to avoid that. Let's try to get everyone involved, and let's try to be equitable and democratic about it. What are the solutions to this? Well, those who commit these things are asked to return the funds. One very proactive solution is what we're doing now. We are conducting a stewardship training. And the worst, of course, is if you overstep the line, you have to be suspended and your district will suffer. So remember, the act of one is the act of all. Meaning, if a club or an individual commits a violation, violates our stewardship responsibilities, the entire district can possibly suffer. So let us remember that. We are not alone. We are in this together. And of course, I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. Clubs can be terminated. In my own district, there was, unfortunately, maybe 10 years ago or more than 10 years ago, there was a club that was terminated because of gross violation of stewardship responsibilities. To answer that question, what is the Rotary International or the foundation doing to address this? Part of it is this, random audits. The Rotary Foundation sends auditors, of course, and they have a what you call a cadre of technical advisors and who can also be auditors. We'll talk about it in a short while. So yes, you have global grants that are given. They are at least 30,000. No? But if your global grant is 50,000 or more, you will have a prior review. If your global grant is more than 100,000, you will have an advanced party monitoring and asking questions. What is this all about? So that is a precaution, and I hope you understand that it is part of this stewardship procedure. What were the common audit findings? Most common are, well, we've listed it. No? Funds were turned over to another organization and they forgot all about it. So please be careful about your partner organizations. And then they noticed that the clubs don't even know. Many of the members of these clubs do not even know what they're doing, or they have this global grant project or district grant project. So involve many of everyone in the club as much as possible. Lack of documentation, insufficient financial management, lack of signages. If you get money from the foundation and you implement a project, please put a sign, to give honor to our foundation. That to show everybody the extent of the assistance given by our foundation. Insufficient project planning. Yes, it happens. Deviation from the budget and resulting in so many expenses that will later on be declared ineligible, and you will be asked to refund it. So these are the very sad experiences which we hope you will avoid in the in the weeks and years to come. What can we do to ensure proper stewardship? My answer is integrity, integrity, integrity. But what does integrity mean? Integrity means you conduct a transparent bidding process. You make it fair, you make it clear, transparent, simple. The goods and services should be of the highest quality. The invoices need to be received. There must be proper invoicing or statements of account, receipts. And payments should be made directly to the vendors. Payments should be made by check. Now, in this time of COVID, check payments, while check payments may be preferred, or there is a very clear paper trail, but online banking and online payments are already becoming the mode of the day. So you may have to also adjust and do payments online, but maintain proper documentation. At least take a screenshot or what is the equivalent of that in your computer. Download it so you have a paper trail, electronic or actual paper. Proper financial management, my dear fellow Rotarians, is really the essence of stewardship. Not only do you need to be honest and have integrity, but you have to be knowledgeable and competent on financial management. Remember, the TRF must be treated as a sacred trust. It is a trust fund. It is not yours. It is not your club's. It is actually the TRF's fund that you are just handling and that you are taking care of. So we are caretakers. Another word for steward is a caretaker. Another word for stewardship is being a good caretaker. Let's ensure transparency. That is the only way. Sunshine. Everything is in the light of day. Competent and thorough supervision of the project. If you have many people looking at it, there will be less temptation and there will be less probabilities of mistakes or wrongdoing. And of course, always employ our business standard business practices, accounting practices, and proper accounting and proper, shall we say, disbursements of funds. Okay. A financial management system is a must, no? And you must be able to demonstrate that the funds given was used effectively and efficiently. It was used for the purpose for which it was given. It was used very well with minimal or no waste at all. And this helps the foundation meet its legal requirements. It helps the foundation become more and more efficient and effective, and of course credible. It provides us transparency that of course maintains the integrity of the Rotary International and the foundation. And of course it will actually speak well of us because we will embody the trust and open the doors for future projects. If people trust you, then there will be more opportunities. It will open the doors for future projects. You must have a bank account, no? A project bank account. Never commingle the funds of the foundation with the club funds, or worse, your personal funds. Now, this is a little difficult because sometimes the banks are very strict, but you just have to find a way. And normally we have fellow Rotarians who are connected with banks. Sometimes they're a big help, and they are able to guide you through this difficulty. Always have a separate bank account that has at least two signatories, and it must always remain as a grant project account. When the project is done, completed, you have to close that account as well. Okay, project accounts for global grants should be distinguished also from project accounts for district grants. District grants, as you know, is given by our district, and you have to also segregate that from whatever funds that you will receive from the foundation or any entity for that matter. Okay. The use of grant funds should be determined by a grant project committee in your club. And there is always a grant project committee or a grants committee in the district. You can always get guidance from them. Committees ensure that the funds will be spent accordingly. A committee is more than one, and more than one will ensure security, meaning it will discourage, it will lessen the temptation, obviously. So make it a collective responsibility. Hindi lamang iisa, kundi dapat lahat ay merong katungkulan, na pangalagaan ang mga salapi o ang pondo ng ating foundation na ibibigay sa bawat club. Our tip here is you discuss the projects every club meeting so that hindi nakakalimutan, and you record the minutes so that everything is clear and everything is on the record. When you buy things because of this, as part of the project, you have to conduct it in a very transparent way, short of a bidding. There is a budgeting stage, there is an implementation stage, and you have to look at the best quality possible. It is suggested that you buy locally, because you are also helping the local economy. Okay, so the tip here is that if the prices have changed from the time you applied to the time that you are now buying or purchasing, please inform the foundation immediately through the grant coordinator, and you will receive the approval. So at any given stage, be transparent by disclosing. So disclosure is very, very important and very, very timely. Okay. And of course, the foundation coordinators are just one call or one email away, and they can already take note of the possible changes or the necessary changes for that matter. When you're making payments, make sure they are supported by invoices. Very simple lang naman to. I mean, every self-respecting business person or even professional, will know this and will do this. If you're doing it for your businesses, with more reason, you have to do it for the foundation. Payments should be made directly. I don't think we should make this mistake or this careless mistake of doing otherwise. No? The tip is if you purchase is made by another party, such as an organization, the invoice must be received before payment or reimbursement is made. Mag-ingat lang po. No? Ingatan lang po natin ang transaction. Well, the must-dos of payments, of course, you have to do it by check so that there's a paper trail, or if you're doing it online, you have to also make the equivalent of a paper trail. Do not make any payments that others are not aware. So you always have to tell your clubmen or your club officers what you are doing. And then you have to retain these documents, no? Whether electronically or actually in hard copies or soft copies, preferably both, because the project records should be maintained for at least 5 years. Well, Rotary Foundation you might need it for future references. Your clubs will, of course, be proud to have that as part of their records of achievement. So keep it with you. If you're the club president, that is your trophy. Take care of it. If you are the TRF chairman, that is your shining achievement. Take good care of it. These records are important because you learn from them. You learn for future references. Okay, just to give you some updates, no, and this is probably the final information that we want to share. You have to get your international service committee chair persons involved in if you have an international project from or a grant from the foundation. So the district international service committee will be involved. The club international service committee chairs should also be involved because you are dealing with international relations. You're dealing now with international partner clubs, and therefore the more communications or communication lines there are, the better. And of course, we have been recommending that there should be a district cadre, equivalent of the TRF technical cadre, a cadre of technical advisors who will also be equally knowledgeable and that can give us technical or expert advice at the district level. And also, it is also good when the technical advisors come around, they can actually share or cooperate with each other. So our update is simply get everyone involved in the district level, get everyone involved in the club level. No? If you can form a cadre of technical advisors at the district level, please do so. There is a regional Rotary Foundation team that can help out, led by our Rotary Foundation coordinator, zone coordinator, Pasig Governor June Farcon, and in our district 3790, your district, ARRFC Glow Nethercut is always at your service to help us in these very technical matters, to arrange for training if necessary. So on that note, fellow Rotarians, I again want to thank you for this opportunity to be with you in this important district training assembly. And when you talk of stewardship, just remember that our leadership in Rotary is not about ownership. It is about stewardship. We are just here to take care of what has been given to us as a blessing from the Rotary Foundation and from those who are generous enough to share their resources and wealth with Rotary. Maraming salamat po, and we wish you all the best in the months to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Gob. Thank you. I think the lawyer in you will keep your district in tow. Huh? Well, for our speakers, our governor has prepared tokens of basket of tokens. I don't know how he will send those tokens, Governor. Anyway, I think we had
Gob Penny.
Yeah.
You inspired us, and now we are excited to resume our office already. Thank you very much. I will send you my token by courier. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And
Okay.
yeah, looking
I think
forward.
Gob, I think we have the correct sequencing because you talk about grants and now we'll talk about funding. You talk about sacredness of the funds. Now we'll talk about the grants. And to introduce,
I would like to thank Rosalind Ong also. I was not able to thank him after his presentation.
You're
Thank
welcome
you
po.
very much. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you po.
Time between the Philippines and Australia is about 8 hours or something. So,
Oh, hindi.
hours.
We're just 2 hours ahead po, Gov Jess.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
okay,
Gov Jess. Thank you very
okay,
much.
Ross. We have many questions in line now. So let's go ahead with our next speaker.
Yes. So I wanted to introduce to you our next speaker, our grants officer, Annie. So Annie has been a regional grants officer with the Rotary Grants since January of 2017. She manages grants in the Korea, New Zealand, and Pacific Islands, as well as districts 3790, 3800, and 3810 in the Philippines. She brings her 10 years of experience working at a community-based nonprofit Korean Community Services in New York. She's a Korean native and earned her undergraduate degree with a major in German language and literature and minor in diplomacy and political science in Korea. She then earned her master's degree at a State University of New York and also has a certificate of TESOL from Sukmyung Women's University in Seoul, Korea. She speaks fluently in both English and Korea. Thank you for joining us today, Annie. Over to you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Can you guys hear me okay? I don't know.
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Can hear you.
Good, okay. Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. Actually, it's my first time to be okay. Yes. So yeah, it's my first time to participate in a district assembly. I'm honored to be here via Zoom meeting. I hope I can visit you guys in person and visit all the projects that you guys did. I mean, we did it together. I'm more like see it as a teamwork. So yes, and then I'm working based in Chicago at the headquarters of Rotary International. So because of this time difference, is actually 2:20 a.m. in the morning. So if I fall asleep during my speech, sorry about that. Yes, but I'm excited, even though there's time difference. I mean, of course, for COVID, we cannot really go anywhere, but I'm really excited. I'm really enjoy, getting all the emails from you guys, all the questions, suggestions, preliminary reviews and all that stuff. Anyway, so yes, I mean, basically that's what I do. I review grants and I handle applications from parts in Korea, New Zealand, and also Philippines, your district, District 3790. It's my first time to see Glow, actually. We exchange so many emails, pretty much like, almost like, not every day, but yeah, like weekly basis. You guys are very, very active. You guys are such a very organized teamwork, I think, and very professional and very organized. So I really appreciate that for your hard work and, basically your services and your hearts for the community and the people in need. So I really appreciate that. Unfortunately, I did not have my presentation with me. It's just me. But I just prepare some key points for having a successful global grants, and of course have your application approved as soon as possible. We get that all the time, right? Doesn't matter how many applications we have, just like, oh, just approve mine within 24 hours. I know I get that all the time, but it's okay. I understand that. So yes, yeah, thank you. I'm looking at the chat screen also. So just a few key points. And actually, the goal of my meeting today is, I don't know, time is limited, but I'm more like want to hear from you guys, your concerns and questions and suggestions. I mean, I want to say this first. I know our checklist questions and all that, I know some might doesn't make sense to you because we don't know your system, we don't know your social services system, government system, we don't know the area, you know, and we, you know, people might see that like, oh, it might work in the US or in very developed countries, but it's not working here. That's why we have to update our terms and conditions and our policies and our, you know, all that based on your situation. So yeah, I just actually love to hear from you guys and how we can help you better, how we can help you guys do a better, more tangible, more feasible and successful projects in your areas. So yeah, just shoot me and questions and suggestions, any recommendations, anything in the chat box. If time is over, send me an email. I'm sure everybody has my email address, but if not, I will type it here later. Anyway, so just key points for having the successful global grants. The first I want to mention is, of course, know your beneficiaries and know them very well and put them in an application in a very simple format, right? Like, you know your regions, you know your communities and corporate organizations and all that. But unfortunately, we are very limited. Like, we don't know, right? I've never been to your regions and all that. So, you know, just kind of just, you know, you explain your project in a very plain language and just make sure you include all the basic information, including the number of beneficiaries, the ages and demographic information, and of course, why this project is needed. And often, I mean, yeah, and also include your beneficiaries, include your corporate organizations into the dialogues. And we love to hear from them, especially if you want to do a project within the school basis. I know you guys doing ton of water and sanitation projects. You guys love to do vocational training programs for your high schools. You love to do basic education and literacy for your schools, and you know, all that, like, you know, hospitals for disease prevention and treatment, all that stuff. So again, like, a lot of projects are taking place in schools and also in the hospitals. You know, DPT, MCH, those medical grants are much better than water, sanitation, and basic education. Again, if you're gonna work with the school and if the project is taking place in schools, please make sure that you provide enough information and also very specific data and needs from the school representatives and school officers. I'm not sure how challenging that is, but again, for example, for the WASH project, water and sanitation, you know, we love to hear from the school teachers for hygiene education trainings and the future financial sustainability and all that kind of stuff. So I know you work very closely with your partners and beneficiaries, but please make sure that you work with them and then get as much as data and then put them in application in a very simple, plain language. That's why the community assessment is needed, and that's why we send a lot of checklist questions. Of course, I don't want to, like do a back and forth 1,000 times just to, clarify one little things and all that stuff. It's very frustrating, so just limit that conversation and also save the time. Have your application approved as soon as possible. Make sure that you know the basic required document. Just filling out the application is not enough, unfortunately, and we cannot really process the applications with that only. That's why we ask a lot of supporting documents, and not just for the sake of submitting documents to meet the our requirements, but we love to see how holistic and how comprehensive your services are and your projects are. So that's why we want to know more about your water situation, your hygiene education curriculum and a current budget system, and how you're gonna improve it, and what is the root causes of these problems, and how you're gonna improve the project and things like that. For vocational training also, your, of course, instructors bios and training curriculums, but also the employment services and internship and opportunities and all that. I know people often say that it's very challenging in Philippines to work with the government offices, but we want to make sure that your projects are very sustainable in the long run. That's why we encourage you guys to work with government offices, more like bigger partners, to create a more comprehensive and holistic grants and projects. So that's will be my second point. The third one is, some people again, like Glow, and we are exchanging emails all the time. But if your clubs or your districts interest in participating in a global grants, just try to shoot me an email and give me the idea. Maybe with a one-page like grant summary or something to get a preliminary review. I feel really bad. You guys send me the document, and then I get back to you just saying, no, I'm sorry, this is not eligible. And then you shoot me an email saying, oh my God, Annie, how can you do that? We've been working this for several months. And then, this been our dream, our baby. You guys are killing the babies, and please accept this as make a one-time exception. I'm sorry, I don't have that much power. Is not eligible because that's not fit with our 6 areas focuses and all that. So please have that our supporting document, read it over, and then talk about it and check with me in an early stage, so that I can check with the area focus manager and give you proper guidance and coaching that you needed. So you don't need to waste the time and save from the headaches and all that kind of stuff. Yes, again, like Philippines, I'm sure you guys will be like top 3 countries, right? Like India is super active. You guys are super active in Asian countries. We love to visit you guys. And actually, we've been talking about sending, for example, sending our water and sanitation area focus manager, and have all of the Philippine districts water project, the approved ones, and have some sort of focus group, kind of hear from you what's been challenging so far to do a good water projects, and how Rotary can support you. Even like, oh, take this question out of your checklist, but instead of this, add this, because based on our situation, this is more urgent, this is more needed information. We'd love to hear that. We've been actually before the corona, we've been talking about and planning to do that. And I whenever I talk to my manager, I keep telling them, like, I would love to go there and then visit the projects and meet my districts and my Rotarians. But again, it's limited. But yeah, I mean, I cannot go there now, but the Zoom meetings, I've been starting having more Zoom meetings with my primary contacts and the club leaders and district leaders to discuss the global grant ideas and kind of provide a more direct coaching and all that. I think the people found it more effective and helpful. So if you, yeah, if you have specific GG idea or any idea that you want to discuss, just shoot me an email and we can schedule and just have a meeting like this over the Zoom. Yeah, so just take advantage of me as long as I'm your RGO. Yeah, I'll try to do my best to help you guys out do the successful project. Just two quick updates. I'm pretty sure you guys know all this by now, but I just want to mention it again because it's a kind of recent update. And I cannot tell everything now, but there'll be more updates coming up in like next week or so. In 2 weeks, just if you are district leaders, club leaders and all that, just watch all the emails from the foundation because we're making a lot of changes and updates. But the two things I could share now is, of course, first, you know that there's a no cash matching to the global grant applications. The applications that are submitted after July 1st. But some people got confused, like, oh, how about my application is stuck at the authorization required? Can my grant get the match? Yes. If your application is at the authorization required, yes, you will still get the cash match for your cash contributions. How about my application is submitted on July 1st? Yes, you still get the match. How about my application was authorization required and sent it back to draft by RGO, Regional Grants Officer, because there's some document I need to, they want me to work on. Am I still, my grants are still getting the match? Yes, those are all this, like the ones that you've been already working on. It was a draft and authorization required, they submitted now, all this get the cash match. But let's say you submit an application August 1st, and there is a $5,000 cash. Unfortunately, starting from July 1 after, we cannot match cash to 50% anymore. But that's the only change. All others are same. DDFs are same, 100% match for DDF. For World Fund is the same. Minimum World Fund minimum 15,000 is the same. For cash match, you still get the recognition for Paul Harris and all that. For cash match, you still need to pay a 5% processing fee and all that. So no change to other conditions. It's just one thing that unfortunately we cannot match cash contributions anymore. It's more DDF, but still you can, if you want, you can still send your cash contributions for your specific global grants and all that. And second of all, I mean, it's already June 20th, but I'm sure you already got all the emails and all that. The Corona, after Corona hit, especially US in March this year, the number of global grants just like skyrocketed. The percentage of the global grant is increased 33%. I don't remember exact number, but like last year, April 2019, we approved about like 120 grant applications a month. But then year later, this COVID month, April 2020, we have to process double global grants because of the Corona. I think as someone put in a question, the live question, can we still apply for COVID-19 global grants? Yes, you can still apply for the new Rotary year starting July 1st this year. You can still submitting Corona COVID-19 response global grants because is still going around. It's still hitting really hard in the U.S. I think it's really hard in the Philippines too. I'm sorry that all the like death rate is going up. I checked. I do care the Philippines. So I checked that the corona situation, and unfortunately, your number goes up and up at over 1,000 a few weeks ago when I checked this. So yes, if you think that is necessary and needed, you can still apply for the COVID-19 global applications. There'll be an update about disaster response grant and all that stuff. So I will keep you updated. Unfortunately, your district assembly is taking place today, but again, there will be more updates coming up next week or so. So keep an eye on that. Yes, I think I don't. Yeah, I'm sorry. I tend to speak really fast when I'm nervous, but hopefully you can catch everything. What else? How much time do I have? Can I like take questions? Because again, all my point is I love to hear from you guys, your concerns and questions and suggestions, recommendations. We really want to know your districts more, your needs more, and to hear from you guys to find the ways how we can help you better. We don't want to be your blocking stones. We don't want to be a just like hierarchy organization. We love to help you guys out as much as we can, because the Philippines, you guys are very active and you guys doing very good project. But there's things that you need to improve. So we love to help you guys out with our resources. So can I take questions? Anything? I'm sorry.
Yes, yes, Annie. First of all, thank you for being here and for staying awake for us. Oh, we jug you. Huh? Yeah. So I I have several questions in fact, but I would like to start with: is there a time limit for COVID-19 global grant application? Say only within this year, something like that. Is there a time limit to apply for COVID-19 project?
That's good.
Cannot say.
Yes. Okay. Put it in a really simple way, for global grants, no, not yet. So we don't have any time. Because again, COVID-19 is still around. It's very serious disease, very serious virus. So we didn't talk about, okay, maybe, next year we're gonna stop it. No, still next year, you can apply for COVID-19 response grant. Again, I don't have any time limit for disaster response grant. There might be, so again, I will keep you updated. Again, this week the trustees got a virtual trust meeting. Yes. Did you know that, or you didn't know that?
Another updates? More updates?
This week they had a virtual meeting, and there's a lot of updates coming up, but is still confidential, because our direct trustees should announce it first. I mean, of course, I don't know all that. I don't know.
We will not force you now.
Yeah. They have to announce it first, and then I will communicate it to you guys. So Glow, I'm sure I will send you an email. And that again, yes. Okay. Did I answer?
We would like to thank you for telling us that we can submit our project brief to you for evaluation, so that we will know whether it is eligible or not. That would save us time and save you time also. Okay. I have another question, Annie.
Sorry, Glow. It happened to my colleague. So that she got one email, and then they're like, okay, Annie, can you review this 15 grant applications all at once and then answer to me as soon as possible. I'm sorry.
No,
I
we
can't
won't
do
do
that.
that to you.
Our priority, okay, my computer, all the grant applications piled up. My work order goes like this. I'm supposed to review submitted global grants first, okay? And then, so we don't review draft applications unless you ask me, okay? And then, yeah, we don't, because we don't see that.
Okay.
So my computer screen, the application that I see only is submitted to me. So if it's authorization required or drafts, I don't see them at all unless you tell me. And when you send me the pre-review, please send me one by one with a little more explanation. Don't dump me like 20 applications and Annie, do this right now. No, I cannot do that. And for the global grants, we prioritize COVID-19 grants first because it's very urgent. So unfortunately, other regular water, education, peace building and all that will be reviewed after I review coronavirus, the COVID-19 application. Still, yes, I just, District 38, I mean, this is a District 3790, but I know your neighbor District 3800 has been working on submitting on other two COVID-19 grant applications and that, and all that stuff. But yeah, again, so do the pre-review. And yes, if it's in draft, actually just give me the GG number because I can pull out it right now. And then I will give you those supporting document, the templates and all that. And I will just kind of give you the key points like, oh, how about this and how about this, and make sure you prepare document for this and this and this. So I think I don't know. I hope that that's helpful. But if not, let me know how I can help you.
That's very helpful. Talking about COVID-19, will it be okay to, let's say, amend our submitted global grant applications, which are already awaiting authorization and awaiting approval, amend them to COVID-19 project? Would that be possible?
Like 100%?
Like some yes, or partially, or 100%.
Okay, so my answer will be, it will be like question, case by case. Like if you, for example, oh, okay, like, oh, this is approved one, but can we spend $1,000 just to buy the mask and only? And our budget for the application is a 60,000 US, 60,000. Can I just spend $1,000 to buy a mask for the volunteers and program participants? Yes, that's like easy, like easy and doable. But your application, you mean the submitted or you're working on it?
Submitted.
Oh, okay. It's a submitted. So it is a submitted to the foundation. That means we are reviewing.
Yes.
But you want to modify it to COVID one. Okay. So yeah, that's the case by case two. Let me know how, because if it's like disease prevention and treatment and DPT, and then you would just want to add more COVID, that makes sense. But if it's like vocational training and teach baker how to bake, how to cook to the migrant women workers, and then you want to change it to COVID. For the COVID response grant application, you have to work with the local hospitals. And of course, it's just medical related. So again, you need to submit the quotations again, needs assessment and things like that. So, grant application contents, a supporting document should be updated and changed. So we really don't recommend it because your application is already submitted. But if you want to cancel it so that all the DDF and the budget is like, the DDF's untagged, it's kind of free again. And then you submit another COVID-19 global application, and that's okay. But I think is a Glow is your question, right? Is like, oh, ours is approved, but we didn't spend any money. Can we spend $10,000 for the COVID-19 first? And then when we got the grant funding for the COVID-19 and just put it back. I thought that like, yeah, it's reasonable. Like, it's more like switching accounts, right? So I asked my manager, and then I thought that it was equivalent. And then my manager is like, no way. We, Rotary grants, we don't, move the money around like that. Again, I mean, I didn't listen the whole part of the AARFC's presentation about stewardship, but I just listened like last 5 minutes, but I loved it. I loved it. I think he really hit the points. These are the point that I really wanted to talk to you guys actually in person. Hope that it will happen pretty soon. I hope the COVID goes away right away so I can travel. But yes, it's case by case. Just go back to the question, case by case, send me the scenario and I'll talk to my manager. But if it's already submitted one and you switch. So now my question for you is that because you want to use the funding, or what's the reasoning behind it? Use the funding for the COVID-19 projects?
If you're talking about our global grant, we already settled that. You already gave me your answer, and we obeyed that. I'm talking about global grants of other clubs. Some are just some were submitted and just awaiting authorization. Then suddenly the COVID-19 crisis came, and they want to switch to COVID-19 project. But then again, they want to maintain the 50% World Fund match. Could it be done? Could we still have the 50%?
50%?
The club contribution.
You mean the cash contribution?
Correct. Yeah. If we change to COVID-19 project, okay, then the 50% World Fund match still apply.
Oh, okay. So if the application is for COVID-19 response grant after July 1st, do you mean, right?
No, after amending the global grant application.
Oh, okay. Got it. That's interesting. And I didn't think about it. I didn't get that question yet. But okay, just amend it. So more like you secure 50%.
Let's say you approve the amendment. So is the 50% match still okay?
I mean, technically, yes. But then let's say this is a basic education literacy application. If you want to switch to COVID, it's like you have to change 100% of the content of the application, right? Like, you know what I mean?
Yes, I get.
It's not you submit the basic education, and what you want to do is that provide 100 iPad, and then you change the COVID. Oh, we want to buy 2 ventilators. Annie, can you approve it? Right? You know what I mean? I cannot do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
I get. Because it's a different area of focus. You cannot just switch from basic education to disease prevention.
Yeah, because so there's two different things. Like the first one is, let's say, approved global grants, and then some funding we call the repurpose. Like it's approved. Let's say there's an approved one. Like I think the Glow, you asked me that question. Like, oh, it's approved and paid.
Not yet approved.
Not yet approved. It's so it's just submitted, and you want to change it to COVID.
Yeah.
When it's submitted, let's say it was submitted as a basic education literacy, or submitted as a vocational training, or submit as a water and sanitation. Now you want to change it to COVID. That means you have to change the content attachment, and you need to provide the letter from the hospital. So basically it's two different projects, right? You cannot just change the title and then budget and then submit as COVID, because it's not COVID, because it was basic education literacy.
I get that, because we conduct lectures on grant and so on, so we are asked these questions. Now talking about the the 50% match on club contribution, what brought the Rotary Foundation to do that?
Okay.
I got that question from my other seminar,
Okay. What? So basically, why?
Why? Why?
I mean, actually, I really don't have full answer to that.
A lack of fans, no more fans, or I don't believe that.
We just found it. So some people complain like, oh, you should have let us know like at least 1 year before, so we can, prepare and make a plans and all that. I'm sorry, I just, we just got it same time. So the trustee made a decision. So the reasoning is that
maybe it's a lot of work.
No, it's not a lot of work, but the one of the reason is that it's actually good. It's a good thing is that whenever we are anyway, the good thing is, especially after COVID-19 happened, the number of global grants is increased so much. So that means we have to match all those DDF and the cash contribution. And our World Fund is not enough. And I'm not sure you know that, but the disaster response grant, you apply, right? Like 25,000. Yes. I think over 300 districts apply around the world. That funding is also came from the World Fund. So it's like a pizza. Like we had one, and then we got some funding for the disaster response grant, and then some funding for the actually project of scale. And so the funding, the World Fund was one, and there's so much need. So we have to share with other programs. And global grants is increased at 33%. I have the numbers over there. So yeah, like World Fund is limited, and we cannot. So if we match everything as it is, we will run out of World Fund very soon too. So that, Glow, I think some of your COVID-19 grant, the grant application, I sent you the email saying that this is approved internally, but because we ran out of the World Fund, we cannot process it officially and give you the funding right now. We will do that after July 1st. So your contribution will come from next Rotary year's World Fund match. You got that, right?
I got that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So your district, all the district, Korea, like New Zealand, all my districts are same. I have list of I have about like 15 global grant, and including scholarship, it'll be 20. Global grant application that's approved now, but we ran out of World Fund in May, this year. Unfortunately, we have to wait until next Rotary year starts. So the matching is coming from the next Rotary year. So hopefully, again, your donation, grows. This World Fund match is like doubled up. Then I don't know, again, it's about donation and funding and all that. So, but as a grant officer, I'm happy that more people apply for the global grant. It's unfortunate that COVID happened and we have to do all this natural disaster grants and all that. I hope that there's no natural disaster, so we don't need to spend money on it, but you never know. So is that kind of like makes sense to you? Like the the needs is growing so much, and our World Fund is limited. Unfortunately, we're not making money. We're not printing. We're not collecting money from the tree. You know, and then is coming from your contribution. I'm sorry. I don't know. Did I answer your question okay? So I can't hear you, Glow. No, you're mute. I can't. Yeah.
I muted myself.
Yeah.
I said I got it. I
Good.
think. I think there's somebody here who would like to, in fact, talk to you and Ross, to you and Ross. Because this is quite the first time we saw you, Annie. And of course, we are excited to hear from you at last, not only by email. When you answer us in email and you say, do this, do that. So we are picturing somebody, it's very ultra strict. And
Tell her hello from me.
yeah, so everybody is seeing you now and they're saying, oh, wow. And our past district governor, EMGA, Jesnik Gao, is around here, and he would like to give, well, the token would wait. We have to visit you in Chicago to bring your token for that's my husband. And yeah. He's an American. He is an American. Yeah.
So he's in Rotary Club too.
Yeah.
He is. He's a past president.
Past AG.
Yeah, past AG. He used to be in Louisiana, Rotary Club of Hammond, and he transferred here because of me, of course.
Nice.
I'm
I like that.
I'm looking for President Governor Jesnik Gao.
Yeah, I'm here, Glo. Yeah.
Oh, Parj, ayan na. Pati si Ross nakikinig. May I present our EMGA PDG Jesnik Gao.
Hi, Annie. I'm glad to hear and very pleased to hear your presentation. I think a lot of the clubs will be ready to present their global grant applications, but I'm not sure if our funding will suffice to support all their applications. But I believe we can do better on global grants this year and in the coming years. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. I was supposed to meet you in April in Chicago, but my second year of EMGA training was canceled. So sorry about that. Yeah, but we had our virtual training also.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
But,
all the meetings and everything is canceled, unfortunately. But I mean, I think the Zoom is
yeah, it's doing
right?
well. Yeah.
It's fantastic. Like, it's amazing. There's 106 people and all
And,
that. Yeah.
and we can invite the president and the trustee chair anytime now. So
Yeah.
thank you again, Annie. Thank you. I think there are questions from others.
Thank you so much.
I think we have more chances of having new members with this Zoom, isn't it? The younger individuals would like who are so techy. They would like this kind of communication by cyber, by Zoom.
That's good. Yeah.
So this is a plus to us.
You guys doing great. Yeah, love it. Yeah.
And I think since you're not giving us any more 50% on our cash contribution, then maybe we will derail or we will divert our contribution to annual giving, to add to our annual fund. What do you think?
Sorry,
because some clubs, because when we say that, okay, the contributions of the club, you don't get the match of 50% anymore. So some clubs would say, so why will I contribute to the global grant? And yeah, so we can tell them you can divert your contribution to the to the annual giving so that the governor will have more DDF to give to global grant. Yes.
I see. Yeah. 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 I mean, makes sense. But okay. Again, I mean, that's the fact that we have a limitation on World Fund, unfortunately. So that's something I can change. But why do I need to still contribute to global grant? That's a good question. Um, because you can still get a match for your DDFs, right? Like 100%.
Yes.
And you can still contribute your cash so that you can do a good projects, right? I mean, the global grant exists to help our youth community members and support them. It's not about just money, right? Like, it's not just your district grant or so, and for global grants, and you guys working so hard to help the communities in need, and there's so much needs, right?
Right.
Your community. So yeah, again, my director in our the grants team, like she's so proud of you guys because the number of grant application has been increasing. The every year roughly we approve about 1,400 or 1,500 global grant applications around the world, and I think in Philippines you guys are doing a lot. The glow, do you have any number? I'm sorry, you have a number how many global grants you guys did this year or last year?
You approved 12.
Okay.
12 global grants approved
This
and
year?
ongoing this Rotary year. Yes.
Okay. Is that my number is good or bad?
That's good. That's very good, because before last year, I think we had much less. And now it's, I'm quite surprised, despite the COVID. We had more grants now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. See, the clubs are growing. You guys doing more global grants, and I hope that I really hope that Rotary International increased the World Fund or change the system.
Yeah,
I don't know, the share system. This is like system like 3 years of investment, and then we use it and all that. I hope that there is like major change and increase. So this, you guys can do more global grants and all that stuff. But these are good questions. Yeah, I will share that with my manager or so. And I mean, we are working so hard to make sure that we are meeting your needs and you know i- develop the way of
you know
improving.
what prevents, say, others from applying for global grants? Because they learn that after submitting the grants, and they get news that they will receive so much questions and so much requirement and so on. So what will be your advice to the clubs?
That Glow, that's the district leaders. You are the one of the district leaders.
I know.
Glow, you are familiar with all the forms that I sent you. You know what I'm talking
I
about.
know, yeah, but you might have a better recommendation. This is what you have to do. And the first recommendation that you did was very nice, not to submit first the project, not the draft from the online, but the brief, project description for your pre-evaluation. That's very nice. So I'll start to tell that to the clubs, But of course, I will not tell them to flood you with the applications, but one or two clubs who are doing global grant, I will tell them, you know, you submit it first to Miss Anishin for review. Mm-hmm.
I have a question actually, Glo. In your district, you have like a committee or some sort of like global grant.
We have
like committee kind of discuss the eligibility together or something. If you have those are key people, and maybe you guys can invite me, and just with those key people, we can have really intensive training, and then you guys so that you guys can go out and teach the clubs and you know the members. Like new members.
Wow, that's a very good idea. You know, our district grant chair next year is past President Elmer. Elmer,
Okay.
Elmer, give your comments.
Yeah. Hi, Annie.
Hi.
We
Well,
will do that.
Yeah. Well, I had an opportunity to write a grant also, which was last year. So I'm hoping, as grant chair, I'll be able to help the clubs of this district.
Yes, yeah. I love to. I was you know, maybe you read my bio. I was a teacher for a long time, so I love to teach my students. You guys are my students. I love
Yeah.
talk about global grants. I know it's a lot of questions and a lot of forms and all that, but you know, we want to make sure that your project is a successful and very comprehensive and very strong. You know, we don't like to see your projects fail and yours, you know, precious donation is wasted. You know, we want to, you know, make it happen. We want to make a success. That's why we want to help you guys kind of like think deeper and work harder. So you, in the beginning of the project, instead of like, oh, after we receive funding, we found out that hospital is not ready or not functioning well to perform the surgery. Here's the money back. Just take our money back again. It happens. It happens, you know, and all these cases around the world. So we want to make sure that you know, you guys are know how to build a strong project. But I already said that, like, you guys are amazing. You know, I work in a social service setting for more than 10 years. I mean, I'm not a social worker, but my job, one of my job was writing a grant applications. You know, so I know how hard that is. You know, my application was approved a few times. Sometimes it failed. You know, I work in so much for several months. I submitted, you know, my got rejected, and then I know how that is.
You did not cry. Now, Annie, we have one district officer who would like to ask a question. Okay, go ahead, Apple.
Yeah, sure.
Apple, you may come in. Or Wayne. Go ahead, Wayne.
Okay. How can I?
Wayne, you can unmute yourself. Because they raised their hands and
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Can I send it to?
Okay, Wayne.
Hello. Yes. The glows. Some people asked me about my email addresses, and could you please share that?
Yes,
with
please.
Everybody.
Yeah.
I know my inbox will go crazy, but that's okay. But again, let's organize. The Elmer and Glow. Let's organize some incoming training session. I don't know when is a good time, but
I will do that.
I'll be available. And just, you know, just let me know. I can talk about each area focus and what is a required document. What is you know, tips for the, you know, do the global grants or don't do it. Like, don't do this. Your application will not be approved. Something like that.
That's very good.
I will give you
We
all
will
the
get that
tips.
suggestion, Annie.
I
No.
will give you all the tips, you know. I mean, but yeah, just let's organize any the foundation, global grant, people and staff. I don't know, like anybody can come. And I'm not sure but I'm doing a YouTube training for my Korean Rotarian. And yeah, I have a 350 subscribers, and I do a monthly training. And then the YouTube video is saved there, so they can watch it again and share with other clubs and all that. But I think, but for a Philippine, I think Zoom is better because I like to discuss and talk instead of me talking all the time. For Philippine, I love to learn from you guys. I love to hear from you guys because I keep asking my friends who's lived in Philippines, like, what, is this a project okay? Like, I love to know more about the project. It actually is very challenging for me to know that. Wait, sorry, someone's gonna like talk to me or ask me a question?
Yeah. I think two raise their hands. Yeah. So I will unmute. A president-elect from Subic Freeport. You may unmute yourself. Okay, then we'll give you permission to talk. Ask your question.
I don't know. I don't know why it keeps on saying that I'm asking a question. I'm not asking a question, so I have no questions.
Because you raise your hand. Okay. So I will lower your hand. Thank you.
Okay.
And I will mute you. Thank you. In the we have cluster. Our district is divided into clusters. We have 16 clusters, Ani, and Elmer and I and Governor Jess, we visit the clusters to deliver the grant talk. Yeah, and what we will do now, since you can be available for a small group of grant. What do you call this, facilitators. So we would like to invite you and sit with us and explain more and have that nice smile. Now we know that you're not the very strict Annie that we can picture from our email. RRFC June Farcon in fact talk about you. Yeah, she gave us the grant training in Chicago. And now I know when he said she's very fluent because you're not showing any presentation, you just talk out of your head. Yeah, that's very impressive, Annie.
I mean, it's just like a little over 3 years, but I do that I review grant applications every day from all these districts. Of course, I'm very familiar with it and all that stuff. I just got a question, and can I answer the question that someone asked? Can you enlighten? So the question is, can you enlighten us how much of total amount of grant can be allocated to indirect expenses such as miscellaneous, admin cost, exchange rate, and all that? So the answer is you can add contingency for exchange the rate fluctuations and all that. Also, you can add a project administration budget for that. But there's a limitation. Of course, you cannot put half of that for your project management. So for contingency, just 10%, and also project management up to 10% of the entire your budget you can allocate for your expenses. Again, so let's say your total grant application is at 30,000, and then you can allocate 3,000 for contingency for the currency, the vendor increased the price and all that, and another 10% of the 30,000, which it's like 3,000. Sorry, 3,000, right? Is my math correct for the project on administration? So yeah, just to put that project admin or project management for 10% of your total budget, or 10% for your contingency. For not sure.
And when you talk about project management, that means we can employ project managers and pay some staff that's managing the project or implementing the project, something like that.
Yes, yeah,
partially.
Their salary, if they're the main people implementing and all that, if they're that's their like kind of full-time job, and they have, if you have to have that the person, then yeah, you can do that. But yeah, up to 10%. Monitoring, you can also add a lot of times you guys don't add that, like monitoring or evaluation. I recommend that you add at monitoring and evaluation, the budget or so, and yeah, just break it down. Not just like, oh, $45,000 X-ray machine, that's it, like, or $55,000, but the vocational training, the facility equipment, that's it. Like, of course you need a funding to execute your project and evaluate and make sure it's running okay. So yeah, you can allocate that. The very detailed breakdown of the budget is actually plus point instead of just like lump sum one chunk, because we don't, we love to know how you're gonna spend 150,000 in the next year or so.
Oh, there's one comment here. Very nice, Annie. It said, actually, we found Annie a very nice person and accommodating. She helped us and guided us on the last minute, December 31 in US and January 1 in the Philippines. We almost didn't meet the deadline submitting our application with the Rotary Club of Tamjin last year. This would be, I don't know if this one belongs to our district, because we allowed other districts to attend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
When we mentioned that you will be here, they said, oh, we would like to hear Miss Annie.
Yeah. I mean, I really enjoy reading your emails and talking to you. I'm a people person. I cannot find a job just like, I don't talk to people and just work by my, alone. I don't like that. I like to work with the people, work for people. So yeah. And then you guys always bring very interesting questions and all that.
And the one who said that is from the Rotary Club of Bayambang. I think they had an old project which they revived, and then they were able to catch the deadline, and you helped them.
Okay.
I didn't know that. How can you help other clubs and not ours? No. I'm just kidding.
This is at 3 a.m. in the morning glow. You were
okay. I think we would have to allow you to go back to sleep, Annie. I don't know how to thank you. No, but we look forward to this meeting and to seeing you in person.
Yes.
Yeah? Everyone would like to know how tall you are.
Yes, I mean, yeah, like seriously, I would love to visit your project.
Tayo, nawala.
Nawala tayo.
Okay.
What happened?
Oh, we're back.
We got lost.
I didn't do anything.
I would like to go back to plenary now, and our governor would like to thank you. Governor Jess,
Thank you very much, Annie. I'm the district governor-elect, and I am already instructed. I have instructed already my 96 presidents 1 month ago to prepare their global grant application. So expect by July 1st that application for 3790 will be flooding your office. I hope you can. Thank you very much. It's very informative. Thank you very much, Sunny. I am going to send you my tokens via Korean Airlines. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Annie.
yeah.
We will now allow you to sleep.
All
You can,
right, fine.
Thank you,
you
Annie.
can go back to sleep now.
Finally.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much. I'm
Annie.
sorry that I cannot really stay more,
Yeah,
but
that's
yeah,
okay.
it was fun. It was fun. I love to see you guys, and yeah, I'm sorry I could have like organized this kind of thing earlier, but again, thank you so much for inviting me. This is awesome. You guys
You've
are
been
the
very
best.
helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
thank
mean,
you.
you guys are awesome. Just keep up the good work, okay, everybody? Yeah.
We'll do that.
All right, so I'm gonna go. Sorry, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna.
Okay, thank you. Thank
Bye,
you.
Annie.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Annie. Bye.
Bye. Have a good weekend. Bye.
You too. Stay safe.
Morning, Annie.
Oh, nawala na siya. Okay, Gob. Back to you.
안녕하세요.
Oh, wala siyang presentation cards, but it went well and she's very good. Oh,
Okay.
you know, the nice thing she said here, we can always ask her to help us. Di ba, Gob?
Hindi
Gob,
naman
yan.
pala error.
Hindi siya, she does not look terror. Oo, di ba? Ikaw lang, Nilo, nagsasabi.
Terror lang sa email pala.
Sa email, no? Oo.
Thank you very much, Past President Lo. And thank you very much, Annie. As we continue on, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Rotarians, welcome back to the plenary. I will now turn you over to Past District Governor Oyan Vinueva, who will preside over the business meeting of this district assembly. And he will be discussing 4 major resolutions for District 3790. Without any further ado, Past District Governor Oyan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Past President Jal. The next part of the program is the business meeting, which should have been held during our district conference. But unfortunately, we do not have any district conference. So we are going to proceed with the district meeting because it needs to be ratified, proposed and ratified in a major district function. So may I have, I'm now as the moderator for this business meeting. I am now open for proposals for this district meeting.
Gob?
Yes,
Boboyan.
Past District Governor Boboy.
One of the proposition that we want to approve today is the presentation of the financial report of Gob Panding. Can we give him the authority to present his financial report and further for the approval?
Okay, the permission is hereby granted to present the financial report of past District Governor Panding Nise, Rotary year 2019-2020.
Host, can you please give me authority to share screen? Delphine, authority to share screen, please.
I think it's still in public image. They are not yet done, I think. Delphine?
Co-host ka na, Anton?
There you go. Whenever you're ready, go Panding.
Go Panding, you have the floor.
Thank you, Past President Anton, District Governor Sani Pahed, District Governor Jesama, Past District Governor, Past and President District Officers, Past and President Club Presidents, fellow Rotarians, pleasant afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Congratulations
Go.
to District Governor Jesama and his officers for a
Oh,
very
in order na, Angelo.
Hold on, Gob, paki-unmute lang, i-unmute lang natin yung mga ibang participants. Okay. I think it's silent already. Go Panding, go ahead.
First, allow me to thank Governor Jesama and Pacific Governor Oyan Villanueva and Pacific Governor Buboy for giving me the time to present my financial report on this year's DISTAS. At the outset, I would like to mention that my financial report concerning my liquidation of Rotary International funds for 2018-19 have been submitted last year and was also have been approved by Rotary International. Thank you, Rotary International. As I have thought that my financial report presentation will be on July 4 at Governor Sani Pahed year-end review, I was not able to invite District Treasurer Past President Sleeve and District Auditor Past President Danny Rojo to today's report. Having said that, may I now proceed to my financial report for 2018-19. The sources of our income for Rotary 2018-19 is, of course, first is the District Governor's Levy. This is the 200 pesos paid by the clubs to the District Governor. And the District Governor's funding, this comes from Rotary International. This is a part of the DRF of Past District Governor Mai Ocampo. Thank you, Past District Governor Mai. This is our expenses, my fellow Rotarians. District Governor nominee expenses, 122,930.66. District Governor elect expenses, 185,775.53. And these are our District Governor's district event expenses. For pre-PETS DTTS, it's 62,650. The sets 1 and 2, 191,595. District Assembly, 32,083.15. Membership Development Seminar, we have for Area 1 and 2 and for Area 3 and 4, 52,920.77. TRISEM, 3,740. RILA, 5,624. And Polio, 10,202.57. Past President Anton, will you kindly adjust? Okay. The Rotary, thank you. The Rotary Foundation Banquet, 41,920.71. Rotaract DISTAS, 5,028. Mid-year and Candidates Forum, 34,078.13. Rotary Forum, 21,040. District Conference 2019, 1,216,907.16. Year-end report, 451,190. Governor's Club visitations. Accommodations, 190,874.54. Transportation, 305,635. Banneret, uniform, t-shirts, nameplates, manuals, kits, neckties, scarves, rotary pins, 493,617. DDF distribution, 32,195.83. Our district projects, 200 wheelchair donations, 500,000. Governor's year-end newsletter, 96,000. District directory, 46,250. And now the expenses of the Office of the Governor. Seed money for host clubs, 170,000. Office secretary allowance, 36,000. Office supplies and equipment, 96,082.50. Trainer on information technology, 34,717.26. Postage, 14,940.91. Giveaways and tokens on district events to speakers and trainers, 100,000. Communication expenses, telephone, mobile, 18,073.03. Internet services, 14,472. Auto repair, 21,191. Miscellaneous expenses, 21,232. For a total of expenses of 4,611,966.65, or a deficit of 3,101,888.65. Another source of income, or another source of funds by the district, is from the calamity fund. Rollover calamity fund from immediate past district governor Boboy Valles is 138,900. Calamity fund from district 3790 clubs, this is 100 pesos per members of our district, 255,600. Calamity funds donations, 217,000. That's a total of 611,500. Our expenses are calamity expenses, 443,788.93. Delivery expenses of 20,891.25, for a total calamity expense of 464,680.18. We have forwarded the excess money to District Governor-elect Sani Pahed of 146,819.82. My fellow Rotarians, that is my financial report for District 3790 for your Rotary year 2018-19. Thank you.
Thank you very much, past District Governor Panding Nise, with your financial reports. Are there any reactions or questions regarding the financial report hereby submitted by past District Governor Panding Nise?
Gov,
Yes, Governor Boboy.
I move for the approval of 2018-2019 financial report by immediate past district governor Pancracio Panding Nise to be approved.
There is a move to approve the financial report hereby submitted by past District Governor Panding Nise. Are there any second?
Gob, second.
Second the motion.
Second the motion.
That is the second motion is submitted by past District Governor Digna Masa, and another second by I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
I second the motion. PDG Oyan Binulera.
Okay, past President Jal. Thank you very much for that. Let us move on to the next. Proposal. Any other proposal? I think Governor Bobo, you have another proposal and that needs to be approved by the body.
I want to move for the confirmation of our Vice Governor as elected by the Council and selected by the incoming District Governor Just Sama, Governor Bit Ocampo.
There is
Gutierrez.
Objection!
Sabi ko sa'yo, makinig ka eh.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor recommending, based on the recommendation of the District 3790 Council of Governors, recommending the approval of past District Governor Vit Gutierrez as the Vice Chair for Rotary year. Vice
Governor po.
Ano ba sinabi ko?
Vice Governor. Vice Chair.
Sorry, Vice Governor for Rotary year 2021.
Gob, tanungin mo muna kung pumapayag siya.
Tanungin niyo yung asawa ko kung papayag.
Meron mo ba? Okay, so can I hear any violent reactions or
violent reaction?
Let's approve.
Move to approve is given.
Serve at the pleasure of the governor.
Second.
To approve, Gob.
Second by past District Governor Digna Ragasa. Thank you very much. Let us move on to our next proposal.
The next The next assignment given to me is for the confirmation of the District 3790 representative to Council of Legislation, Past District Governor Digna Ragasa.
Okay. Fellow retirees, there is now a motion on the floor recommending past District Governor Digna Ragasa from the Rotary Club of Vigan to be the next Council of Legislation delegate to the next Council of Legislation to Rotary International in Chicago, Illinois.
Second.
Gob, may
Second.
I amend?
Ano yung amendment mo, Gob?
It should include also the alternate.
Okay, alternate.
Alternate Past District Governor Jesse Chua.
Okay, so there is an amendment to that proposal, which is to recommend the Past District Governor Digna Ragasa as the main delegate, and as an alternate delegate to the Council of Legislation to Chicago is Past District Governor Jesse Cano Chua from the Rotary Club of Tarlac, Midtown Tarlac.
I second.
Second the motion.
Okay, sino yung nag ano?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Past District Governor Jesnick Dow and seconded by Past President June Tol of the Rotary Club.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much. Yes.
I move for the confirmation of Past District Governor Boboy Valles as the Council of Governors representative to the PCRG.
Okay, there is now a motion on the floor.
Second the motion.
Ang bilis na yung Parang gumaganti lang.
There is a motion on the floor appointing from the Council of Governors of District 3790 appointing past District Governor Boboy Valles to be the next representative of on behalf of District 3790 to the Philippine College of Governors in the Rotary year 2020 and 2021. Are there any reactions or comments?
Second the motion.
Sino yung
Clarification, Gob.
Yes, Governor
Am I
Boboy.
also being confirmed as the chairman of the Council of Rotary Governors for District 3790?
Yes, I amend.
Okay.
Yes.
There is an amendment on the floor to
third the motion.
Yeah.
So aside from being the chairman, aside from being appointed to as the representative of the Philippine College of Rotary Governors, he will also stand as the chairman of the Council of Governors for District 790 for Rotary year 2020-2021. Any comments, sir? Approved by
Second the motion.
by District Governor Vit Gutierrez, Ocampo Gutierrez, and
Second the motion.
by District Governor nominee designate Ann Lorenzana. Okay?
Another motion. Go.
Yes, Governor.
I move for the adoption of the virtual conferences, the use of virtual media for our future conferences until such time that until we will be able to have a face-to-face conventions or conferences.
Okay. So there is now a motion on the floor. Is that a request? Stating that all of the succeeding district functions should be held in virtual format until such time that the safety of the Rotarians of District 3790 is assured in such a close contact that it will be held without any COVID-19 incidents.
Approve. Second the motion.
Sino nagsabi ng approve? Yung governor ko ba yon?
Yes.
Okay, past district John Paul Kadaing and seconded by
Second the motion.
okay, past district Vic Ocampo Gutierrez.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any more proposals on the floor?
Ocampo Gutierrez.
Okay. There being none, I now conclude this business meeting of the District Assembly 2020, and the resolutions are hereby recommended to be drafted and signed by the different entities who proposed and seconded. Okay, thank you very much for the participation. I now turn it over to Past President Jal Martirez.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, PDD Bayan, ladies and gentlemen.
Paki-mute muna yung ano, please. There we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it is with honor that I personally introduce our immediate past district governor, who would like to share with us a short message. My fellow Rotarians, a kind-hearted and benevolent man, Inspiration Governor Pancracio Panding Nise.
Thank you, Past Assistant Governor Jal Martirez. My short talk is about, it's because we are now presenting the citations be given by the Rotary International to different clubs of our district for their exemplary performance, and general good governance for Rotary year 2018-19. Congratulations, inspiring presidents and their respective clubs for a very successful Rotary 2018-19. That's why you have been recognized by Rotary International by their presentation of citations. My sincerest thanks to the inspiring club officers, especially inspiring presidents, for their warm welcome and generous support during my term. My sincerest thanks to inspiring district officers for their love to serve Rotary International 3790, and also, of course, to the TRF contributors, which we have to recognize also every year. To all my fellow Rotarians, a big thank you. You have all been my inspiration during my term. Very auspicious, as our Rotary International theme is be an inspiration. As I end my short talk, of course, this is a Zoom, baka tayo medyo pwede na tayo uminom mamaya. Seriously, my fellow Rotarians, thank you to all Rotarians. You have been an inspiration. You have generously given your time and resources for the Rotary 2018-19. Continue to do so for all the years that you are Rotarian. And I hope and I pray that you will be a Rotarian forever. Thank you. And we will now proceed to the presentation of the citations from Rotary International.
Thank you very much, Past District Governor Panding Nise. At this point, may we request everyone to sit back, relax as we present to you clubs of District 3790 who were given Rotary citations for Rotary year 2018-2019 in their respective categories as Silver, Gold, and Platinum. The bro Delphine, Fidel. The presentation, please. There we go. Rotary Club of Mabalacat. Rotary
Metro
Club of
Baguio.
Baguio. San Fernando, Pampanga. And gold.
For
Bro
gold
Jack.
category, we have the Rotary Club of Angeles North.
Rotary Club of Baguio South.
The Rotary Club of Baguio.
The Rotary Club of Baguio Sunrise.
The Rotary Club of Bawang.
The Rotary Club of Bayambang.
The Rotary Club of Central Tarlac.
The Rotary Club of Central Pampanga.
The Rotary Club of Dagupan.
The Rotary Club of Dau.
The Rotary Club of Dolores.
The Rotary Club of Downtown Olongapo.
The Rotary Club of Downtown Session.
The Rotary Club of Greater
Tayo,
Florida.
Mag-yahi tayo dyan.
The Rotary Club of 100 Islands.
Yay!
The Rotary
O
Club
yan
of
na, iba. Yay!
Yay!
Rotary
The
Club of
Rotary
Lawag
Club of
Metro.
Lawag Metro.
Sorry. The Rotary Club of Balacat Clark.
The Rotary Club of Masingal North.
Mag-single.
Rotary Club of Metro Angeles Centennial.
Wow, naka-gold sila.
The Rotary Club of Metro Angeles. Yay!
The Rotary Club of Metro Malasiki.
The Rotary Club of Metro Olongapo.
The Rotary Club of Metro San Fernando, La Union.
Yes.
The Rotary Club of Metro San Fernando.
The Rotary Club of Midtown Tarlac.
The Rotary Club of Northern Tarlac.
The Rotary Club of Orani.
The Rotary Club of Pampanga North.
The Rotary Club of San Pavian.
The Rotary Club of San Fernando La Union, Inc.
The Rotary Club of Southern La Union.
The Rotary Club of Santa Barbara.
The Rotary Club of Santa Cruz.
Yay! The Rotary Club of Subic.
The Rotary Club of Pearl.
The Rotary Club of Tarlac.
The Rotary Club of Uptown Dagupan 2000.
The Rotary Club of Ordinary.
The Rotary Club of Villa de Bacolor.
The Rotary Club of Western Pampanga. Presenting to you the Platinum awardees for Rotary Salutation.
Rotary Club of
Angeles.
Ikaw na, bro.
The Rotary Club of Baguio Summer Capital.
Rotary Club of Balibago.
The Rotary Club of Downtown Dagupan.
The Rotary Club of Lawag Sunshine.
The Rotary Club of La Trinidad.
Rotary Club of Orion.
The Rotary Club of San Fernando City North.
The Rotary Club of Southern Pampanga.
The Rotary Club of Vegan.
Yay! Yay!
Congratulations to the clubs.
Let us all give them a big round of applause. What an outstanding district this is. Such a hardworking and dedicated group of Rotarians. I'm sure we will have more this year. At this juncture, may I now call on District Governor Jess Sama.
Gob, Gob. Ba't walang audio?
Can somebody unmute his microphone?
Naka-unmute
siya.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
There we go. There we go, Gov.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am very happy and very, very happy that our DISTAS 2020 has been very, very successful. Thank you very much to the host club, Rotary Club of Baguio Summer Capital, to the chair, President Anton, to the district training team led by Governor Buboy, and to the district officers. Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Am I going to adjourn now or we are going to continue with the fellowship?
Mga president.
Gob, Buboy.
Both of thanks,
Buboy.
go. Both of thanks.
Both of thanks. Okay. Who will
Yung ano daw,
both
Gov?
of thanks? Can you call on
Yung bayong. Yan, yung bayong.
yes.
Lahat ng mga speakers, Gob, sa breakout.
Yeah, lahat ng mga speakers kanina, I already said thank you to them. And then I showed this, including Anishin, but I was not able to say thank you to Mary Jane Desmond. And those who are at the plenary session, breakout sessions. I am going to send all the tokens to all the speakers, Governor Penny Policarpio, Governor Ray Castillo, and Governor June Parcon, and all the speakers. The vote of thanks I am going to send that the tokens to all of them via those in the Philippines via DHL, and those from Australia and Chicago via DHL. I am thanking all of them. And are we going to have a fellowship? I don't want to end this task because I enjoy it. I enjoy it too much.
Raffle na, go, raffle.
Raffle daw,
Raffle.
Gov. Raffle. Ano ba
Okay.
yung raffle natin?
Thank you very much. And now I am giving you back the microphone to Governor Governor Hoyan and Jal Martires. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Go Boboy, do you have any announcement to be made before we have the raffle?
The district events to follow is the Rotary Foundation or the Grand Seminar. We will make announcements as soon as we can. And Governor Jess also is inviting you to plant vegetables wherever you can on July 1. And Governor Jess is also inviting you to attend his induction on July 2. Is that right, Governor Jess? Governor Jess.
Yes, Governor Boboy. We will have our kickoff project come July 1st, the Green Revolution. We can do it district-wide, per club or per individual, even on the backyard, on the school gardens. And then we're going to collect all the pictures and videos and compile them, and then we will send them to the district. And my induction, which was originally scheduled by July 2, I am moving it up to July 24th, hoping that we can have the induction physically. Because my president and my district officers, some of my district officers and my club mates wanted it to be in physically conducted induction. So we are moving it to July 24th, hoping that we can do it. Thank you.
Okay.
And you are all invited on July 24th. Although it was already approved by that the all events will be by virtual.
Okay, Governor Boboy. Mute.
How do we do the raffle?
What Gob, do you like to ano na lang? Paano na lang natin ipaano na lang natin yung raffle to ano siguro based on the participants tapos
Okay.
So but Gob, ano ba yung mga para-raffle natin?
Gob, yes.
Tayong paparapol na TV, mayroong mga appliances na galing kay Governor Bit Ocampo Gutierrez.
Okay. Yeah, so we're just going to based on the names that were submitted as participants, we are going to raffle them offline and we're going to submit it to the district who won the raffle. Also on behalf of the Rotary Club of Baguio Summer Capital, we are also donating one espresso machine, which you see on the right here.
Are you donating it to me, Gob?
To the district club. Yeah. So that is one SA espresso machine from Italy. Sasama natin yan dun sa ano. That's on behalf of the Rotary Club of Baguio Summer Capital.
Thank you very
much. Governor
Gob.
Oyan, it means you still have a club. Thank you very much, Governor Oyan.
Governor Jessama, may I turn it over back to you?
Adjournment?
Yes, Gob.
Okay. I am very... I don't want to end this. I don't want to adjourn it. Because I want to continue. As your district governor-elect, I am now calling this DISTAS 2020 adjourned.
Yeah! On behalf of the training team of
Congratulations! Inuman na.
Cheers!
Cheers! Inuman na.
Continue. Inuman na.
Nag-mute ko na. Kaya sabi ko inuman eh. Cheers! Nilo, cheers! Congressman! Dito pala dapat. Cheers, Nilo! Cheers, go!
Man, thank you.
Congratulations! Cheers, Gob!
Congrats, coaches and the district training team.
Congratulations! Bigyan ka naman,
You are now
July 24.
Salamat sa inyong lahat. Naging successful ang test natin.
It's my birthday.
Yung nga eh.
Ayaw nyo ng birthday.
Load! May ka-diabetes ka yan.
Love you all.
Cheers!
Kayo po shot.
Congressman!
Hello, Saru.
Wait, beer. Where's the beer? The beer.
Hello, Saru.
Tawag Sunshine, you're here. Ay, Noel.
CP2 din yata yun eh. Enjoyable and informative.
Annalisa.
Yes, yes,
Wala pa yung mga grupo na.
Well,
Governor Bit.
Congratulations!
Saru, let's drink, Saru.
Chinilo.
Yes.
Congratulations!
ano ng black label to?
Kayo ng bara, kayo ng bara.
Meron kami.
Wala na, nagkagulo. Saru, this one's for you, Saru.
Nino.
Yes, yes, who's calling me?
Thank you, Anto.
Nino, love you.
Tina.
Gulo na.
Yan, nakatapos na naman isang
Kopi, saan tayo?
But thank you tayo kay Jess.
Yeah, saan tayo?
Jollibee dito.
Enjoy.
Thank you, God Jess.
Eh, Daya, bakit kay Gobit lang siya merong Jollibee?
Ramos, thank you.
Kita sa Jollibee.
Check Norma, thank you.
Okay, let's go. Bye, everybody.
First beer, ubus ka agad.
Tolit, ka muna dyan, Tolit.
May na siguro signal.
Ang bilis ah, pauwi ka na kagad.
Pag pupunta niyan, Tolit. Patapos ang distas.
Dito ba yung mga, hindi na tayo connection?
Ban.
DS.
Roban. No.
Oh, we need to ride.
Hello, RC Bangged.
Yes.
Mama Joy.
We need to.
Mama Joy. Oh. Thank you, Joy.
We need to ride. We need to get the ride.
Mama Joy.
Hello, Ma'am Joy.
Lahat. Hey.
Hello, Ma'am Bernadette.
Hey, Badet. Classmate Badet.
Hello. Tara na, sayo na tayo.
Hindi pwede
July 1st. Noel, how are you?
Yes, go. Depende.
How are you? Zoom na tayo.
Sa iPad niya eh. Dahil
Hello, Lawag Sunshine.
Kamache.
Charis.
Ay, Charis.
Tumatakas ka na. Saan ka pupunta? Hey. Dito. Tagupanis. Nandiyan.
Congratulations, everyone.
Nasa ATV na yun.
RCD.
Hi, classmate Ian.
Hi, Pipiyak.
Sige, Charis, na nagka-drive ko.
How are you?
Classmate pa din.
Opo, good afternoon. Hi, Tony Pats.
Hey, Tony Pats, idol.
Hello. Kapan na tayo? O Nilo, umpisahan mo na, Nilo.
Ito na, go.
Ay,
Kanina
man.
pa.
Sobrang saya natin ngayon. This is the start.
Kaya na ba si Jess?
Mga susunod nating event.
Hello. Hello.
Hanggang 9 o'clock kami dito. Dahil 9 o'clock ang curfew dito sa Lawan.
Hello, RC.
Hello po. Salamat.
Lipat niyo sa kanya eh.
Oh, parang Larry, nang gagawin natin yan.
Ay, AG Larry.
Bakit? Kailan?
Ba, sa July 25.
Hi, Feli. Hello. Hello, Mama Ninang. Hello, Mama.
Hello, Peli. Good afternoon. Hey,
Hello, hello.
Social distance. Tuloy natin hanggang bukas. Huwag muna kayong alis. Kaya ko ngayong araw na ito, I am very, very happy. Ay, si Miriam, kain ng kain.
Ngayon sila naglalans.
Ano ba yung kinakain niyo dyan, dalawa?
Face not yet open.
Hello, President.
Thank you, very, very big.
Galing-galing, host club. Congrats to the host club.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Fernando La Union Inc.
Uy, pwede na ako lumipat sa inyo.
Dunkin Donuts.
Pwede na ako lumipat sa inyo.
Anton, may meeting pa tonight. Please, sir.
Ano?
Laura.
Yes, Laura.
Alaminos. Alaminos. RC Alaminos.
Ayawan na.
God, Jess, congratulations.
Hello, Sophie.